Chapter 2598. Qin Shao and the others listened carefully, knowing that it was important. The god of Long World glanced solemnly at Qin Shao and the others, then continued, "Although there are some things that don't need to be said, it's better to be formal. Let me tell you, it can be considered as a reminder. First, you must unite, trust, and be friendly to each other. You must not kill each other. If anyone dares to offend you, no matter who it is, you will be severely punished. Second, you must not shrink back. You must move forward bravely. If your life is really in danger, we will rescue you. However, once you leave the sealed battlefield, you will be eliminated and cannot enter again. This battle is meant to be an elimination battle. Whichever realm is eliminated first will be the one to lose," Yi Futian said with a smile. "So, whether you are willing or not, someone will be eliminated. Being eliminated is not a disgrace, so you don't have to worry about it. Third, as for the specific rules, we will transmit them to you later. You will understand when you enter. As for the rest, it's up to you. Little guys, good luck. We look forward to your victory. Good luck." After that, the god of Long World waved his hand, and a door opened, leading directly to the sealed battlefield. At the same time, a message was transmitted to Qin Shao and the others' minds. It was about the specific rules of this battle. Qin Shao and the others did not hesitate. They quickly entered the sealed battlefield. As soon as they entered, the sealed battlefield was sealed. After entering, they could not leave unless they were rescued by the god of Long World and world god Yellow Dragon before they were eliminated. The sealed battlefield was very quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. It was gray, gloomy, and dark, as if they were in the 9 hells. If one were to rely on their eyes alone, they wouldn't be able to see very far. Their divine senses were also greatly suppressed, and it was difficult to see how far away they were. For Qin Shao and the others, they could only see a radius of about 1 mile, which was pitifully small. 10,000 miles, to powerhouses at Qin Zhao's level, killing their way to the front was merely an instant. The atmosphere here is very unfavorable for us, and we will be greatly suppressed. On the other hand, the people in the land have always lived in such an environment, so they have long adapted to it. Their situation will definitely be much better than ours. So, it's like they are in the dark and we are in the light. They can ambush us at will. We have to be careful, Yan Shaoqian said with a serious face. As soon as they entered, they found a big problem. They really had to pay attention to it. There was no other way. The battlefield was here, and they could only let the land have the advantage. This was also one of the land's great advantages, but this was not a problem. If the land could use this advantage to its advantage, they would not lose more than they won. Furthermore, this time, they had not won a single match for almost 100 tournaments. Furthermore, this time, they had not won a single match. In the end, the decisive factor was still strength and tactic. Everyone, quickly check the information and understand the rules of this battle before we continue, Yan Shaoqian said again. Everyone did not hesitate and began to check the information. The information was about the rules of this battle. The rules of this battle were very interesting and challenging. Simply put, the rules were like this. First, everyone who entered would have all their strength frozen. Of course, the frozen here was not really frozen, but frozen in the rules. In other words, everyone who entered would not be able to use any means. They could not use immortal power, law power, secret techniques, saint techniques, or treasures. Basically, all the means that they could use would be restricted. If all of them were restricted, how could they fight? Next, there was an interesting part about the rules of this battle. In the original state, everyone was frozen. However, if they could be unfrozen, they had to find the corresponding token. These tokens were randomly distributed throughout the entire sealed battlefield. Someone had to find the token in order to unfreeze themselves. Of course, they could also give the token to others to use. They could even snatch the token from the other party. If the other party was eliminated, all the tokens on the other party could not be taken away. They had to be left behind as spoils of war. These unfreezing tokens were further divided into many types. The major types were unfreezing tokens of nomological Tao force, unfreezing tokens of saint arts and secret arts, unfreezing tokens of innate divine ability, unfreezing tokens of immortal and sacred artifacts, and side path unfreezing tokens of minor paths. There were a total of 5 types of unfreezing tokens. Other than that, there were no restrictions. Another restriction was that they could not use holy artifacts, but there were no restrictions on immortal artifacts. This restriction was to prevent others from taking advantage of the treasures. If it was a competition of treasures, then it would be meaningless. It would be completely different. As for holy artifacts, in the hands of a 4th-step celestial venerable, they could not exert their full power. This was good news for Qin Shao. Although he had a holy artifact, it was only a holy artifact for trapping people. Qin Shao believed that he would definitely be at a disadvantage compared to a holy artifact. Not being able to use it was the best thing that could have happened. Not only would Qin Shao be at a disadvantage if he used a holy artifact, but Qin Shao would also be at a disadvantage if he used his innate ability. Fortunately, it was also possible in the mortal realm. Of course, the premise was that he had an innate ability unfreezing token. It was interesting to set an innate ability unfreezing token as a separate innate ability unfreezing token. There were 5 types of unfreezing tokens. Only by obtaining one of them could one unfreeze a certain kind of power. Qin Shao did not have any innate ability, so he only needed to obtain 4 types of unfreezing tokens to be able to use all his strength. Obtaining the token was the first hurdle. It was the first time Qin Shao had heard of such an interesting competition rule. It was indeed very challenging. Moreover, there were indeed many unexpected factors in this competition. It was just that it was more challenging and could stimulate people's fighting spirit. This is interesting. It's fun just thinking about it. It must be very exciting. Not bad, not bad. It's much more fun than other games. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lip. He was a little excited and his fighting spirit was very high. Yuan also seemed to be very happy. Yes. It does seem very fun. Yan Shaochen opened his mouth again. Everyone, you have all understood the rules of the competition. The rules of the competition this time are very interesting and very challenging. But in other words, there will be many uncontrollable and uncertain factors in the rules of this competition. Therefore, it will be full of uncertainties and unexpected factors. No matter how strong we are, if we can't unfreeze the innate ability unfreezing, it will be useless. There is one more thing that everyone must remember. You must not violate the rules. Otherwise, you will be directly disqualified and sent out of the sealed battlefield. This is something that cannot be ignored. Right now, the most important thing for us is to quickly come up with a feasible plan. Since everyone's first step is to quickly find the innate ability unfreezing tokens, we can't act together. That will be too inefficient. The most efficient way is to split up into smaller groups. Everyone will first search for the innate ability unfreezing tokens and then come back to gather. However, if we split up into smaller groups, the risk will be very high. If the people in the land don't split up and move together, it will be dangerous if we meet each other in the process of searching for the innate ability unfreezing tokens. Therefore, everyone should express their opinions and see how we should act. Jin Bafeng said, "It's not impossible to split up into smaller groups and move separately. A few of us can stay close to each other and maintain contact. If there is any danger, the others can immediately rush over to provide support. There is strength in numbers. If we split up to search, the chances of finding the innate ability unfreezing tokens will be higher. Now we are competing with luck and speed. Whoever can unfreeze the innate ability unfreezing tokens faster will have an advantage." Furthermore, I feel that there shouldn't be a lot of innate ability unfreezing tokens. It is impossible for us to unfreeze all of our method. Therefore, we must compete with speed in the early stages. Whoever obtains the most innate ability unfreezing tokens first will have a higher chance of winning. Qin Shao said, I don't agree with splitting up into smaller groups completely. Although it is true that there is strength in numbers and there will be more opportunities if we split up into 10 groups. However, such opportunities will definitely coexist with danger. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. If some of us are eliminated in advance, the situation will be even more disadvantageous for us. Therefore, we have to ensure our safety, and at the same time, preserve our chances. I feel that we should form a group of 2. Then, the 2 of us should search for an area and take care of each other. After all, our numbers are too limited. It is impossible for us to split up and take care of each other well. Only by forming a group of 2 can we take care of each other well and increase our safety. Moreover, there is another advantage in forming a group of 2. That is, if we find 2 innate ability unfreezing tokens, we can share them with each other. Speed is the most important factor. What we need to compete with now is speed. If we form a group of 2 and split into 5 groups, compared to 10 groups, the speed is too slow. Jin Bafang retorted. Prince Zhang Yang immediately supported Qin Shao. Speed is important, but safety is more important. If we blindly pursue speed, it will cause us to lose people. Then, the loss will outweigh the gain. If 1 or 2 people are missing, I am afraid that the situation will change. At that time, it will be even more disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I agree with Qin Zhao's opinion. We should form a group of 2 and split into 5 groups. You don't agree, Jin Bafang said again. At this time, Yan Xiaoqian also spoke. Okay, stop arguing. I have analyzed it and think that it is more appropriate to form a group of 2. 2 people can also act separately in a small area and contact each other at all times. It is an additional layer of protection. If that is the case, then we will use this method. 2 people in a group. Everyone quickly find their own companions. We must be fast. We cannot let the people from the underworld seize the opportunity. Yan Xiaoqian gave the order. No matter how unhappy Jin Bafang was, he could only give up. Brother Qin Shao, I will form a group with you. Yuan immediately jumped to Qin Zhao's side and took the initiative to invite him. Qin Shao nodded. He was definitely willing to form a group with Yuan. At the same time, he also wanted to take care of Yuan. This was his master's daughter. No matter what, Qin Shao had to protect Yuan. Yuan, you are biased. Why don't you form a group with your brother Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang said with a jealous face. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2599. Yuan smiled at Prince Zhang Yang and said, because I prefer to be in the same group as brother Qin Shao. If I have to choose between the 2, I will definitely choose brother Qin Shao. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and looked at Ming Xian with an aggrieved expression. Xian did not expect that Ming Xian would look at her. Xian immediately pulled the Holy Maiden and said, Don't look at me. I will be in the same group as the Holy Maiden. You should find someone else. Prince Zhang Yang quivered and quickly moved to Fu Zhongxian and said, Fu Zhongxian, let's be in the same group. Fu Zhongxian glanced at Zhang Yang and did not nod or shake his head. Since he did not shake his head, Zhang Yang took it as a yes. After all, he had already taken Fu Zhongxian's group. Qin Shao, Yuan, Ming Xian? Xian and the Holy Maiden, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, Yan Xiaoqian and Jin Bafang, Xian Qing and Prince Taigu. The 5 groups were quickly divided. After dividing into groups, everyone began to move separately. There was no time to lose. They had to hurry up. Qin Shao and Yuan also quickly took action. They chose a direction and started to search for Yimo. According to the information, the thawing token could be hidden in various places. It could be directly thrown on the ground, hidden in the cracks of rocks, or suspended in the air. In short, no one knew where the thawing token was. They had to find it themselves. There were only two conditions to find the thawing token. One was luck, and the other was speed. The sealed battlefield was only so big. If they searched many places, they would naturally find more tokens. Therefore, they had to rely on speed. Of course, luck was very important. However, the thawing tokens should be spread out evenly. It was unlikely that they would be gathered together. Therefore, good luck might bring them one or two gains. However, if they wanted more, they had to rely on speed. In the process of relying on speed, it was very likely that they would encounter dangerous obstacles. Yuan, let's split up and search. Based on our current situation, each of us can only search within a radius of 10,000 miles. Let's split up and search from 20,000 miles away so that we can overlap with each other. We'll continue our search like this, Qin Shao said to Yuan. That's not a good idea, brother Qin Shao. I don't like to be alone. I think it's better for me to follow you. Yuan was not very willing. Qin Shao smiled helplessly and said, It's okay. We are so close. I can get to you in a very short time. If you're in any danger, just call me. Since you've come to participate in this war, you should be brave when you need to be. Yuan, I believe you can do it. You can be very brave. Receiving Qin Zhao's encouragement, Yuan clenched her fists and nodded heavily. Yes, brother Qin Shao, you're right. I have to be brave. Phew, Yuan can definitely do it. Yuan can definitely be brave. Yuan must not be afraid. Yuan can definitely complete the task well. Yuan must not be a burden to brother Qin Shao. Yuan must not fail to live up to the heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Since I've come in, I must work hard to shoulder it. Yes, Yuan, you can definitely do it. Come on, I believe you'll be great. Qin Shao once again cheered Yuan on. Yuan nodded and smiled. There was a little more confidence on her face. Yuan muttered to herself as she left, cheering herself on. She was really very cute like this. After the two of them were 20,000 miles apart, they moved forward at the same time, looking for the defrosting token. After searching for millions of miles, Qin Shao finally found a golden defrosting token in a crack of a stone. The word law was written on it, indicating that it was a defrosting token with the power of the great path of the laws. In other words, with this defrosting token, one could use the power of the 5 fundamental laws and the 8 fundamental laws of cultivation. For Qin Shao, it meant that he could use the power of the laws of space, the laws of light, and the laws of immortal Tao. He could also use heart force, the true meaning of strength, and the great path of the laws. However, if he only had this unfreezing token, he would only be able to use this power. For example, there was no way to use the flying dagger Tao, the heaven-splitting sword art, the true word of Lin, immortal arts, saint arts, and secret arts. It meant that he only had strength, but no skills. This kind of feeling was really unbearable. If they were to really fight, they wouldn't be able to use this and that. What they could use was very limited. In a battle, it was really uncomfortable. Although it was really uncomfortable, if he really had to say, the defrosting token that Qin Shao wanted the most was definitely the power of the laws of great path of the laws. Most people were probably like Qin Shao. The first thing they wanted to obtain was the nomological great Tao power unfreezing token. That's because the foundation of all your abilities originates from the laws and the power of the great Tao. If you don't have the power of the laws and the great Tao, then no matter how powerful your techniques are, they won't be very powerful. To be the first to obtain a great Tao unfreezing token, this was indeed a joyous occasion. He could be considered lucky. With a good start, he believed that it would continue to bring him good luck. After putting away the unfreezing token, Qin Shao continued to move forward. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's luck came once again. After traveling for several million li, Qin Shao obtained another unfreezing token. But this time, he wasn't very lucky. He obtained an innate spirit ability unfreezing token. Qin Shao didn't have any innate divine ability, so this token was completely useless to Qin Shao. Of course, it was only useless to Qin Shao, but it was very useful to others. Yuan might not have any innate divine ability. After all, Li Sheng also came from a humble background and grew all the way to that level. Li Sheng didn't have a bloodline inheritance. Of course, at Li Sheng's level, it was still possible to create an innate divine ability and establish a bloodline inheritance that belonged to him. This was completely possible. After all, at this level, there should be no problem at all. Just like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they were also created by themselves and established their bloodline inheritance. Qin Shao was in a good mood after successfully obtaining 2 unfreezing tokens. Although the second one wasn't what he wanted, it was better than nothing. Along the way, Qin Shao didn't speak to Yuan. So, he sent a voice transmission to Yuan. Yuan, how's the situation on your side? Not good, brother Qin Shao. Come quickly. An ugly person is attacking me. An anxious voice immediately came from Yuan's side. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao suddenly frowned and said in his heart, not good, Yuan is in danger. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to Yuan's side. Fortunately, the two of them were only 20,000 miles apart. Qin Shao naturally arrived in front of Yuan in the blink of an eye. However, when Qin Shao came to Yuan's side, he found that the ugly person Yuan mentioned was gone. However, there was obviously the aura of a battle here. There was the aura left behind by a life form from the Earth realm. Judging from this aura, it should belong to the demon clan. Fortunately, Yuan was unharmed. She just seemed a little excited and nervous. When she saw Qin Shao coming, she almost jumped into Qin Zhao's arms directly. Where is she? Qin Shao glanced around and asked. Yuan smiled happily at Qin Shao and said excitedly, Brother Qin Shao, quickly praise me. I was so awesome just now. I want to praise myself. Praise her? She was so awesome? You beat the people from the Earth realm away? Qin Shao asked in surprise. When he sent a voice transmission to her just now, she asked him to come over and help her. How did the people from the Earth realm disappear in the blink of an eye? It seemed that even if they were beaten away, they shouldn't be running away so happily, right? Unless the people from the Earth realm had already run away when he just rushed here. That was more or less the case. After all, the range that Qin Shao could perceive was only a radius of 10,000 miles. Yuan shook his head and said, actually, it was someone else who killed that ugly freak. That ugly person was really too ugly. She was so scary. I felt a little nauseous when I saw her. I almost vomited. Pfft. These words were originally very funny, and it was interpreted by Yuan in this way. It was even funnier, so Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. It's true, brother Qin Shao. I'm not lying to you. I really almost vomited. How can there be such an ugly person? She was too ferocious and terrifying. I'm still a little scared in my heart. You don't know. I was really scared to death just now. But that ugly person didn't have any tricks up her sleeve, so I beat her to death very quickly. Oh, that's not right. He should have been rescued by the people from the Earth realm. However, he was also eliminated. Actually, I really didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't know that he was so weak. He was beaten to death very quickly. He looked so fierce and scary, but it was useless. Yuan thought that Qin Shao didn't believe her and continued to say. Qin Shao stopped laughing and said, I believe you. Yuan, you're so smart. That's great. I'll give you a big thumbs up. Yuan was able to eliminate a life form from the Earth realm. This meant that Yuan must have obtained an unfreezing token. Otherwise, Yuan Yuan would be the one who was eliminated. However, thinking about how the life form from the Earth realm was so tragically eliminated by Yuan Yuan, it was also a very interesting thing. This was probably a nightmare for that life form from the Earth realm, right? He was eliminated so quickly. It was indeed very tragic. The key point was that Yuan Yuan didn't have the intention to eliminate anyone. She was just scared, so she probably attacked with all her might just now. She didn't expect that she would directly eliminate that life form from the Earth realm. She was really ruthless. Yuan Yuan was probably the first person from the human realm to make a contribution. She eliminated a life form from the Earth realm. This was a great contribution. As long as Brother Qin Shao believes me, then I'm happy. Yuan Yuan smiled happily again. Qin Shao asked, Yuan Yuan, how many unfreezing tokens did you get? Yuan Yuan was very straightforward. With a flip of her hand, 3 unfreezing tokens appeared in front of Qin Shao. 3! Seeing the 3 unfreezing tokens in Yuan Yuan's hand, Qin Shao was really shocked. He was quite astonished. He couldn't help but admire Yuan Yuan. She had actually obtained 3 unfreezing tokens without anyone noticing. She was really ruthless, too ruthless. Even Qin Shao wanted to compete with her. Among the 3 unfreezing tokens in Yuan Yuan's hand, 2 were golden unfreezing tokens with the power of the Great Path of the Law, and the other was a parapsychic token. Yuan Yuan nodded like a chick pecking rice and said, Yes, yes, yes. 3 unfreezing tokens. I got 1 from that ugly person from the Earth realm. Actually, I only found 2. It's so little. Brother Qin Shao, you must have found more than me, right? Cough, cough. Qin Shao almost choked on his own saliva. He coughed twice and his face turned red. He said, No, I only have 2 unfreezing tokens. As he said that, Qin Shao flipped his hand, and the golden unfreezing token with the power of the law and the black token with the special ability appeared in his hand. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2600. Brother Qin Shao, you only got 2 thawing tokens after going through so many hardships? It seems that it's not so easy to get these tokens. Yuan Yuan said with some surprise. In her heart, Qin Shao was very powerful. She thought that since she got 2 thawing tokens so easily, Qin Shao must have gotten more. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, How can it be so easy? There shouldn't be many thawing tokens. Everyone is looking for them. How can it be so easy to get one? But we're both very lucky. We've got 5 thawing tokens in such a short time. It's a good start. Of the 5 thawing tokens, 3 were thawing tokens of the power of law, 1 was thawing token of innate magical ability, and 1 was thawing token of side path. Yuan Yuan stretched out her hand to Qin Shao and said, Here, I'll give you the side path thawing token. I don't need it. Yuan Yuan was generous. Qin Shao had the thawing token of innate magical ability, so she didn't say anything. Qin Shao smiled and put the thawing token of innate magical ability into Yuan Yuan's hand. He said, I really don't need this thawing token. I don't have any innate magical ability. You should have it, so Yuan Yuan, please accept it. You should also accept this side path thawing token. You're Sage Li's daughter. The flying dagger skill is also a side path. How could Sage Li's daughter not know the flying dagger skill? Although Qin Shao had never seen Yuan Yuan use the flying dagger skill, Qin Shao was sure that Yuan Yuan's strongest skill must be the flying dagger skill. There was no doubt about it. It would be strange if Sage Li's daughter's strongest skill was not the flying dagger skill. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally knew the use of this side path thawing token for Yuan Yuan. It was very useful. Naturally, Qin Shao would not accept this thawing token. Yuan Yuan was too naive, pure, and kind. She had no fighting experience, so she needed more thawing tokens to be more secure. Yuan Yuan stuck out her pink tongue and pretended to be very cute and said, Brother Qin Shao, I forgot that you already know my identity. But it's okay, Brother Qin Shao, I rarely use the flying dagger skill. Besides, I'm not strong enough anyway. With Big Brother Qin Shao by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. If there's any danger, Brother Qin Shao will definitely protect me. Therefore, it's best to give this sidewalk thawing token to Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled. Seeing Yuan Yuan's adorable appearance, she subconsciously reached out to touch Yuan Yuan's head. But halfway through, he reacted and stopped, saying, "Silly girl, I will definitely protect you, but I don't need this parabola unfreezing medallion. Just accept it. Let's not continue to waste time here. Let's continue to look for more side path thawing tokens. Only then can we have a chance to kill the enemy. Don't worry. If I really need it, I will ask you." These side path thawing tokens must be used well and reasonably. Oh, okay. I'll listen to Brother Qin Shao. Yuan Yuan was very obedient. She put away the 4 side path thawing tokens. Now, Yuan Yuan had the side path thawing token, the side path thawing token, and the side path thawing token, which meant that she had collected 3 out of the 5. The 2 did not hesitate and continued to look for side path thawing tokens. But the following journey would not be so simple and easy. After all, Yuan Yuan had just met people from the land. So, this meant that if they met people from the land in the same area, the chances of meeting people from the land would be higher. But from the looks of the situation, it seemed that the people from the land had split up and moved separately. In this case, it gave them a chance. Once they met, they could surround and kill one of them. Deep in the forbidden area of the Holy Land of Fuxi, in the same elegant pavilion, there were still 9 figures sitting there. There were only some simple drinks and snacks on the table. And in the middle of the table, there seemed to be a mirror screen. The image on it was divided into 5 parts. Each part showed the situation of Qin Shao and the others. At this moment, every action of Qin Shao and the others in the sealed battlefield was shown to the 9 Supremes. After seeing Yuan Yuan eliminate a devil, Li Xing couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Li Xing looked at the Kunlun God Emperor and said, "Kunlun, weren't you worried about my Yuan Yuan? Look, I didn't let you down, right? I accidentally got the first merit, her. Kunlun laughed as well and said, "Li Xing, don't be so cocky. If you aren't disappointed, then so be it. Look at your smug look. Didn't I just try my luck to eliminate a little fellow from the land? Luck played a big part in it. Kunlun, I think you are just jealous of me. Pure jealousy." Li Xing said with a smile. "I'm jealous of you?" The Kunlun God Emperor was not convinced. He stroked his long white beard and said, "Do I need to be jealous of you? If we are talking about daughters, who has more daughters than my Kunlun? Li Xing, you only have 1 precious daughter. How many daughters do my Kunlun have?" The Kunlun God Emperor was said to have 99,999 daughters. Therefore, the Kunlun God Emperor could say with confidence that no one here had more daughters than him. Although the Jade Lake sacred ground was full of women, they were not born by the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother did not give birth. Li Xing said jokingly, "So what if you have more daughters? None of them are as young, beautiful, and cute as my Yuan Yuan. That Ming? Xian isn't your daughter, right?" "That's my granddaughter." The Kunlun God Emperor was so angry that his white beard was blown high. He glared at Li Xing and spat out, "Cocky?" The Queen Mother of the Jade Lake smiled sweetly and said, "Old Nose Kunlun, what are you jealous of? Li Xing has the right to be cocky. Who asked you to send out your granddaughter instead of your daughter? That little girl Yuan Yuan is indeed very cute. She has also made a great contribution and even received 3 unfreezing tokens. This is a contribution that cannot be missed." Kunlun snorted and did not say anything else. Human Emperor Fuxi suddenly said, "Little Yuan Yuan has indeed made a great contribution. We must remember this. Our human world is off to a good start this time. To have eliminated a person from the Earth world so quickly, the situation of each group is not bad for the time being. In terms of strategy, we have a certain advantage. With a good situation opening up, we have won 3 points first. I believe that this good situation will continue. Everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. Although the battle this time might be a little dangerous and difficult, at least the start of the battle gave everyone some confidence. On the sealed battlefield, Qin Shao and the others naturally could not sense that someone was looking at them. However, they could guess that someone was looking at them. It was just that their current mission was to quickly obtain more unfreezing tokens, find their enemies, and then kill them. Naturally, they did not have the time to think about other things. It was said that good luck would continue, and that was indeed the case. Although the search this time took a little longer, good luck still came in the end. Qin Shao obtained another Saint Art secret technique unfreezing token. This really resolved Qin Zhao's anxiety. This was the unfreezing command token that Qin Shao longed for the most right now. He didn't expect to obtain it just like that. Haha, it seems like the heavens are really helping me. The heavens are really helping our human world. Our divine world will definitely win this battle. Qin Shao smiled, and a little heroic spirit rose in his heart. Now he had the unfreezing token of the power of law and the Saint Art secret technique unfreezing token with him. Although there were only 2 unfreezing tokens, it was enough for Qin Shao to exert 70 to 80% of his strength, and maybe even more. Qin Shao did not need the unfreezing token. It was useless to him. The unfreezing token of the immortal artifact itself had a lot of restrictions. In fact, it was not particularly useful. It had some auxiliary functions, but it was difficult to play a critical role. As for the immortal artifact, even if it was unfrozen, it could only be used as a low-grade artifact. How useful could it be? This was really hard to say. Even if it was given to Qin Shao did not have an immortal artifact that could be used. Although the heaven-opening sword was an immortal artifact, the sword spirit of the heaven-opening sword was still asleep, so it did not have the power of an immortal artifact. It could only be regarded as an immortal artifact. Therefore, this unfreezing token was not very useful to Qin Shao. There was also the sideline path unfreezing token, which was mainly used in the Flying Dagger Dao. The Flying Dagger Dao was indeed Qin Zhao's trump card. This had a great impact on Qin Shao. However, if Qin Shao were to choose, he would definitely choose the Saint Art secret technique unfreezing token. There was no doubt about it. With the unfreezing token of the power of law and the Saint Art secret technique unfreezing token, Qin Shao was already full of confidence. He could use most of his means. In terms of strength, he should be at least 80%. Moreover, Yuan had the sideline path unfreezing token. If he was really in a hurry, he could borrow Yuan's token. Basically, Qin Shao had no other need for the unfreezing token. He could directly go and hunt the people from the underworld. It was just that along the way, he did not encounter anyone from the underworld. "We are ambushed, come and help us." Suddenly, a voice sounded in Qin Zhao's mind. Hearing this voice, Qin Zhao's brows suddenly frowned deeply. It's Zhang Yang. He is with Fu Zhongshuan. They are ambushed and in danger. Qin Shao naturally did not hesitate. He immediately sent a message to Yuan and rushed to Zhang Yang's side at the fastest speed. They were not too far away from Zhang Yang's place, after all. Although it was not too far away, it would take a few dozen breaths to rush there. A few dozen breaths was enough to end a lot of things. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became anxious. He immediately sent a message to Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan. "Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongshuan, you two hold on, Yuan and I will come and help you. Hold on, you must hold on. I will definitely break your siege. I only need 30 breaths of time at most to reach you." Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. "Brother, I hope we are still here when you arrive. 30 breaths, that is not a short time. But there is no other way. This is the only way. Fu Zhongshuan and I will not fall so easily. Fortunately, there are only 3 of them. For the time being, we can still hold them off. We can hold on for a while longer. Haha, let's fight. I don't believe that I will fall in their hands. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We will hold on. Fu Zhongshuan simply replied with a few words. Chapter 2601. Qin Shao knew that Zhang Yang must have encountered a problem this time. Otherwise, someone as arrogant as him would not say such words without confidence. Qin Shao was also anxious in his heart, but it was useless to be anxious. 20 breath. 10 breath. Every breath felt as long as thousands of years. Every breath that passed would mean that Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian would be in more danger than ever. The loss of anyone being eliminated was very heavy for the human world, and it was unbearable. Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongxian, are you all okay? We will arrive in a few breaths. The 3 people besieging you have collected several thawing tokens each? Qin Shao asked. I'm fine. Fu Zhongxian simply replied with 3 words. I'm not dead yet. Zhang Yang also replied, but listening to this, he felt that the situation was very bad. Zhang Yang continued, the 3 of them are really lucky. 2 of them have 2 unfreezing order, and 1 of them has 3 unfreezing order. Furthermore, the 3 of them are working together very well. The unfreezing order can be used by each other. That is why they are able to unleash their full potential. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. In other words, the 3 people in the human world had 7 thawing tokens, and the 3 of them cooperated very well. It was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that he was able to suppress both Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. The 2 of them were actually lucky. Both of them had obtained 2 thawing tokens each, so their strength should be quite good. However, they were still suppressed. Fortunately, they could still hold on for a while. 7 breath. 5 breath, 3 breath, 1 breath. Here they are. Qin Shao and Yuan rushed out at the same time. In the battlefield, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were both suppressed. The 2 of them also looked very embarrassed. The corners of their mouths were full of blood. It was obvious that their injuries were not light. Even Zhang Yang had a few eye-catching scars on his body, and Fu Zhongxian was not much better. It was the first time Qin Shao saw the 2 of them in such a sorry state. And the 3 people besieging them were actually monster race beings. The 3 monster race beings cooperated very well. Even if it wasn't flawless, it was close. Terrifying beams of light shot out. Some of them were using their innate skills. Huge 9-headed demonic snakes appeared behind their back. Each of the 9-headed demonic snakes flicked their forked tongues and released a powerful energy. They wanted to devour Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. Although both Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were desperately resisting, it was obvious that they were suppressed by the goblin's innate ability. The 2 of them could not escape at all and were trapped in a small area. Moreover, this devouring power was actually able to devour their immortal energy, causing their immortal energy to rapidly weaken. When one's immortal energy was weakened, one's strength would naturally be weakened. Therefore, both Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were constantly being weakened by the demonic race. The other 2 each had 3 unfreezing tokens and were responsible for attacking crazily. This kind of cooperation was simply a bit unfathomable. Therefore, from the very beginning of the battle, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were suppressed. The 2 of them did not have much power to resist and could not escape at all. They could only be beaten up like targets. Seeing such a situation, Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately said to Yuan, hurry up and save Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. I will hold them back. After instructing Yuan, Qin Shao immediately attacked the monster race being who was using his innate ability. He was responsible for using his innate ability, so at this time, he only had 1 unfreezing token, which was the innate ability unfreezing token. He only had 1 unfreezing token on him, so he could only use his innate divine ability, and had no other means to deal with it. Qin Shao now had two unfreezing tokens, the Power of Law unfreezing token and the Saint's Secret Technique unfreezing token. If he had another minor path unfreezing token, then Qin Zhao's strength could completely reach the peak state. But it was not necessary for the time being. Qin Shao did not want to fight with these people. He just needed to hold them back for a while and let Yuan rescue Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. Ong Sanli, hurry up and help me stop him. The demonic race being who was using his innate abilities saw Qin Shao rushing towards him and immediately asked for help from another demonic race. At this time, he naturally could not withdraw his innate ability. If he did, he would release Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, so he had to continue using his innate ability. But if that was the case, he would have no other means. How could he deal with Qin Shao? In a hurry, he could only ask for help. Ong Sanli's eyes were like a poisonous snake, quickly locking on Qin Shao and rushed towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao of the human world, the number 1 on the saint ranking of the Sacred Academy. I have long wanted to fight with you. I did not expect you to take the initiative to come to me. That's just right, I can solve the problem in my heart. Since we have met today, then let's have a good fight. Let me see how capable you, the number 1 on the saint ranking of the Sacred Academy, is. Ong Sanli snorted coldly, but obviously did not put Qin Shao in his eyes. His handsome face was also filled with arrogance and aloofness. Then let's see how capable you, the demonic race who has 3 unfreezing tokens, is. Qin Shao replied coldly and displayed the heaven-opening sword art. At the same time, the heart force and the power of the inner world burst out and poured into the heaven-opening sword, roaring and rushing towards Ong Sanli. Qin Zhao's inner world was not in these game rules, so it was not restricted. Perhaps, indeed, no one could imagine that someone's inner world was so strong. Qin Zhao's inner world had expanded by 10 to 20% after eating a few saint fruit. Although the area had only expanded by 10 to 20%, the power had almost doubled, at least 60 to 70%. Therefore, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was obviously much stronger than before. Such a strong power belonged to the category of physical power, and did not have any attribute. Therefore, it could be directly integrated into the heaven-opening sword. It was like the power of the body itself, and could be integrated into the heaven-opening sword very naturally. The reason why other powers could not be integrated was because they had attribute. Whether it was the power of the 5 fundamental laws or the power of the 8 major cultivation paths, they all had their own unique attribute. But the power of the inner world was equivalent to the pure power of the body, and did not have any attributes. Moreover, Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique had been cultivated to the 2nd level, breaking through a level, and its power had naturally increased by more than several times. Both had a great improvement and a breakthrough, so Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique was earth-shattering. With one sword, the world darkened, the 4 seas roared, the sky collapsed, and the universe collapsed. This was the first time Qin Shao had used the heaven-opening sword technique in a battle after breaking through. It really felt very strong, and this feeling was indeed very good. As soon as the sword was out, he was full of confidence. Ong Sanli had 3 unfreezing tokens, the Great Path Power unfreezing token, the Saint's Secret Technique unfreezing token, and the Immortal Artifact Saint Artifact unfreezing token. His sword turned into a torrential storm and suddenly struck at Qin Shao. Countless sword chi shook the sky and came to kill. In this storm of swords, Qin Shao could clearly feel the power of the immortal Tao law. This Ong Sanli had already cultivated the law of immortality to the initial level. With the power of the law combined with his terrifying saint art, as well as his powerful demonic force, this rain of swords became extremely powerful. It roared and killed, as if it could kill everything in the world. The power of the law was perfectly coordinated, forming an invisible giant net that turned into countless tentacles, crazily rushing towards Qin Shao. The power of the immortal Tao Law? Let's see how strong it is. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled coldly in his heart, but he did not care. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit and heroic spirit. Qin Shao had not used the power of the law yet, and he had not used his full strength at all. Qin Shao felt that he should not have to use his full strength to deal with Ong Sanli from the beginning. If he could really force him to this point, it meant that his opponent's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Qin Shao still had very strong confidence in his own strength. The heaven-opening sword itself was derived from the sword's will that could split the sky. The heaven-opening sword technique was extremely sharp and domineering, and it could release the sword's sharpness to the extreme. The second level of the heaven-opening sword technique was indeed extremely sharp, and coupled with Qin Zhao's powerful inner world, this sharpness became even more intense. This made the sword not only extremely sharp, but also extremely heavy. Therefore, the current sword could not only split the sky, it could also collapse the sky. The power of the heart also turned into an invisible sword, and ruthlessly attacked Ong Sanli's soul and will. The power of the heart could be performed perfectly with the flying knife, and Qin Shao could also perform the power of the heart perfectly with the heaven-opening sword technique. Wherever the sword's sharpness reached, the power of the heart also bloomed, and burst out, surging into Ong Sanli's soul and will. The timing was very good. When Qin Zhao's sword fell, when the attack came, and when Ong Sanli was about to use all his strength to counterattack, the power of the heart also followed, and suddenly attacked. Although Qin Zhao's power of the heart wasn't very strong, if it could be used unexpectedly, then it could indeed have some unexpected effects. At this time, it was obviously a surprise attack. Heart power? Ong Sanli was just about to strongly counterattack, and wanted to completely destroy Qin Zhao's attack. But at this time, a terrifying attack of the heart power attacked his soul and will. The sudden change really did make him feel a bit unprepared. You want to affect me with this little bit of heart power? It's just a child's play. Ong Sanli coldly snorted, and used all his strength to suppress Qin Zhao's heart power attack. Ong Sanli's soul and will were indeed very strong, and he also had defensive methods in this aspect, so he quickly suppressed the heart power very well. But to completely suppress this heart power, it would more or less have some impact on his strength. Of course, at this time, it was not only these effects, but also in this instant, Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art had completely chopped down. Like a bolt of lightning that suddenly flashed out from the darkness, a shocking brilliance pierced through the sky. It seemed to have cut open a huge hole in the world. The heaven-opening sword art also had this kind of power. One sword could shock the heavens, and the light could steal the universe. Just this sword power alone was enough to shock people. Under this extreme sharpness, Ong Sanli's sword power could not resist at all, and was instantly defeated. Extreme sharpness, extreme power, at the same time, hit Ong Sanli's body. What? How is this possible? How can it be so strong? Ong Sanli suffered a big loss in the first exchange, and such a situation really made Ong Sanli turn pale with fright. His expression turned cold, and an armor quickly covered his whole body. The power of the immortal Tao Law and demon power combined to form a defensive wall, and at the same time, his whole body quickly retreated. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2602. Boom Boom Boom. Although Ong Sanli's defensive means were powerful, coupled with the sacred armor on his body, he had an even more powerful defensive power. However, even so, he was still sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword. The powerful force penetrated the sacred armor and smashed heavily on his body. Although Qin Zhao's attack did not really injure Ong Sanli, it still sent him flying, causing him to suffer a great loss. Even after using the sacred artifact, he still could not block Qin Zhao's attack. It was sufficient to show how formidable the might of Qin Zhao's sword strike was. After being sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword, Ong Shanli looked a little embarrassed. The other two demons from the Earth realm were also shocked and could not help but look at Qin Zhao in astonishment. So powerful! This level of strength was truly not an ordinary level of strength. What kind of technique is this? How can he be so strong? But I can clearly feel that his immortal power has not reached the initial level of the immortal Tao Law. The power of the immortal Tao Law is obviously far inferior to mine. But his sword technique, his strength, and the combination of his heart force can actually make this sword so strong. How is this possible? Ong Shanli's heart was abnormally uncomfortable. His arrogance was also dealt a heavy blow. Originally, he had full confidence in his own strength. With 3 unfreezing tokens on him, he should be invincible and unstoppable in every endeavor. However, he did not expect that he would be sent flying by Qin Zhao in the human realm in just one exchange. He was beaten into a sorry state. Although Yuan had 4 thawing tokens on him, he could only use 3 thawing tokens since he had duplicated a Great Tao of Laws thawing token, the nomological Great Path Power unfreezing token, the innate magical ability unfreezing token, and the side path unfreezing token. Without the Saint Technique Secret Technique unfreezing token, although Yuan had immortal power, he did not have the input method for many of his technique. Therefore, when Yuan attacked, he could only use the Flying Dagger Tao. He used his immortal power to transform the Flying Dagger Tao and unleashed the powerful Flying Dagger Tao. Thousands of flying daggers whistled and attacked like a storm, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if 10,000 swords were returning to their roots. The Tao of flying daggers had always been an extremely sharp Tao. However, in Yuan's hands, it felt a little like a spring breeze and rain. If Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art was like a violent storm, then Yuan's was like a continuous drizzle. The howling wind and torrential rain had a great momentum. Just looking at it would make one's heart tremble. However, violent storms and torrential rains often came and went quickly. Violent outbursts were short-lived glory. But with a fierce attack, he could take down whatever he could. This was one of the characteristics of Qin Zhao's offensive. However, Yuan's rain wasn't like that. Yuan's rain was like a gentle drizzle. Although it didn't look ferocious, not only was it not ferocious, it was also extremely gentle. However, within this softness there was also a powerful force. Furthermore, it had a very strong endurance. When Qin Zhao saw Yuan using the Flying Dagger Tao, he knew that Yuan's Flying Dagger Tao had reached the Great Accomplishment realm. If Li Sheng's flying daggers were used together, the power would be terrifying. Yuan's realm of Flying Dagger Tao was one realm higher than Qin Zhao's. Qin Zhao was only at the Small Accomplishment realm, while Yuan had already reached the Great Accomplishment realm. It should be known that even in the Holy List competition, Yuan had never used the Flying Dagger Tao. If Yuan was willing to use the Flying Dagger Tao, it was no exaggeration to say that she would definitely be able to compete for the top 3. She might even be able to compete with Qin Zhao for the first place on the Holy List. When the Flying Dagger Tao reached the Great Accomplishment realm, it was really terrifying. She was indeed the daughter of Li Sheng. At such a young age, she could cultivate the Flying Dagger Tao to such a profound level. Originally, Qin Zhao was a little worried about Yuan. Now, it seemed that there was no need to worry. Yuan was definitely a hidden master. Qin Zhao always knew that Yuan must have hidden her strength. He also guessed that Yuan's Flying Dagger Tao level should be higher than his. However, Qin Zhao really did not expect that Yuan's Flying Dagger Tao had really reached the Great Accomplishment realm. Admirable, indeed very admirable. Qin Zhao knew that it was very difficult to reach the Great Accomplishment realm of Flying Dagger Tao. He himself also practiced the flying dagger Dao, so naturally, he was very clear about the difficulties in it. Although the power of Yuan Yuan's flying dagger was weakened a lot without the influence of Li Sheng's flying dagger Dao, at this time, under the full attack, a continuous powerful force was continuously directed at the two monster clan members. Although Yuan Yuan's attack was not too sharp and fierce, it was very continuous and could continue to attack. Even if it could not directly defeat the two monster clan members, it could certainly delay them. As soon as they were delayed, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian could naturally fight back and quickly break free. After breaking free, Prince Zhang Yang also suddenly recovered some of his strength. Spitting a few times, he looked at the three monster clan members fiercely and gritted his teeth. "I didn't believe you. Who asked you to bully me with numbers? Now I'll let you have a taste of bullying me with numbers." Fu Zhongxian, kill them, kill them. The situation was suddenly reversed. With the addition of Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, the situation was naturally different. Naturally, there was an absolute advantage to suppress the three monster clan members. Go! The monster clan members were also very straightforward. There was no trace of fighting. Ang Shanli directly said. The three of them did not fight and directly retreated at the fastest speed. With the obstruction of the monster clan's talent, Qin Shao and the others would have a certain delay if they wanted to catch up. When this force dissipated, they had already pulled a certain distance away. If they ran away without fighting, it would be difficult to chase them down. Want to run? It's not that easy. Zhang Yang had just broken free and his fighting spirit had just been ignited. He wanted to fight the three monster clan members to his heart's content and regain his face. However, before he could make a move, the three monster clan members had actually escaped. How could Prince Zhang Yang feel good about this? Therefore, Zhang Yang naturally wanted to chase after them. However, he was stopped by Qin Shao. Forget it, don't chase after them. It's difficult to catch up with them now. If you chase after them, I'm afraid you will encounter other situations. They are very likely to approach the other people in the Earth domain. You and Fu Zhongxian are also seriously injured. For the time being, let's heal your injuries first. Then we will plan the next step. Zhang Yang grinned. It's okay. It's just a small injury. I can still chase after them. Chase after your head. You are already injured like this. Why do you still chase after them? Besides, they have already run far away. How can you chase after them? Yuan said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. He looked at Yuan and suddenly laughed. Seeing Zhang Yang looking at her and laughing, Yuan blinked with a confused look. She looked at herself and touched her face. It seemed that there was nothing on her face. What was he laughing about? Zhang Yang smiled and said, Yuan, you have learned to be bad now. You even used vulgarities. This is the first time I have heard you use vulgarities. You are not obedient. You are a little cutie. You have to be gentle. Yuan was stunned. After thinking for a while, she realized that she seemed to have used vulgarities just now. Oh my, Yuan had really learned to be bad. But, it's not vulgarities. I am concerned about you, Yuan said. Zhang Yang did not continue to argue with Yuan about this topic. Okay. Thank you for your concern. Well, now we can't chase after them even if we want to. Sigh, we have missed the opportunity to take revenge. But it's okay. There will definitely be opportunities later. You should take care of yourselves first. Only then will you have the opportunity to kill the enemy, Yuan said again. Zhang Yang nodded and said, Well, Yuan is getting more and more obedient. I want to marry a wife like you in the future. Haha. Yuan's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. The redness reached her ears. She was extremely shy. Hey, Yuan, what are you shy about? I didn't say that I want to marry you. Zhang Yang said with some annoyance. This time, not only was Yuan Yuan shy, but she was also a little angry. Seeing the two, Qin Shao also smiled helplessly. But it was also a kind of fun. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were both seriously injured. The two of them began to heal their wounds. Qin Shao also learned about the two's situation. Zhang Yang had two Thaw tokens. The Law of Great Tao Thaw token and the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thaw token. Fu Zhongxian, on the other hand, had the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thaw token and the Saint/Secret Technique Thaw token. Therefore, the two of them were so embarrassed just now. They were beaten to the point where they did not have much power to fight back. The two of them also cooperated well and used the Thaw tokens together. Yuan Yuan, give the extra Law of Great Tao Thaw token to Fu Zhongxian, Qin Shao said to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan nodded and immediately took out the extra Law of Great Tao Thaw token and handed it to Fu Zhongxian, saying, "Here, Brother Qin Shao said that he wants to give it to you. Take it. We have one extra." "Thank you." Since there was an extra one, Fu Zhongxian did not refuse and accepted the Law of Great Tao Thaw token. With this Law of Great Tao Thaw token, Fu Zhongxian had 3 Thaw tokens in his hand. In addition to the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thaw token and the Saint/Secret Technique Thaw token, his strength had increased by 70% to 80%. If he also had the Innate Skill Thaw token, then Fu Zhongxian could basically have peak combat power. However, among the 4 of Qin Shao, only Yuan Yuan had the Innate Skill Thaw token. Qin Shao did not need the Innate Skill Thaw token, but he needed a Side Path Thaw token. Basically, it was estimated that most people would have peak combat power if they could get 4 Thaw tokens. However, it was indeed too difficult to obtain 4 unfreezing tokens. If they could cooperate with each other, there would be some hope. It was just that this kind of cooperation would help one person, so they had to weaken the other. Therefore, in terms of cooperation, they also needed to cooperate perfectly and deal with all forces intelligently to achieve the best effect. Soon, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian's injuries were almost healed. The 4 of them naturally could not stay here any longer. "Qin Shao, what should we do now? Should we continue to act in groups, or should we form a team and act together?" Zhang Yang asked Qin Shao. In his opinion, Qin Shao was the best leader, so he was naturally willing to follow Qin Zhao's instructions. Yuan Yuan also looked at Qin Shao. He was definitely determined to follow Qin Shao. Qin Shao had been thinking about this problem just now. There should have been a change in the personnel arrangement on the land side. Yuan Yuan has eliminated one of their people, so there are only 9 of them left. There were 3 people who besieged you just now. It is possible that the land side has divided the 9 of them into 3 groups. If we continue to be in groups of 2, I am afraid that the next time we encounter people from the land side, we will still be at a disadvantage. Chapter 2603. Zhang Yang became serious and nodded. "Yes, I also think that we should change our tactics. The people from the land are changing, so we have to change as well. Tactics have to be changed according to the situation. Only in this way can we better deal with the people from the land." Qin Shao said again, "Moreover, I feel that most of the areas have been searched. It should be more difficult to find the unfreezing tokens again. According to the rules of the competition, there will definitely not be so many unfreezing tokens. If there were enough unfreezing tokens, then it wouldn't make much sense. It is precisely because there is a limited number of unfreezing tokens that the competition will become more intense and more interesting. Now, if we want to obtain the unfreezing tokens, we should need to eliminate the people from the land in order to obtain the tokens from them. Similarly, the people from the land will also think of ways to eliminate us and obtain the unfreezing tokens from us. Therefore, now it is a competition to see who can eliminate the people from the other side faster. Whoever can seize the opportunity first is likely to gain the upper hand. Then, we have to continue to expand this advantage and obtain victory in the end. I believe that the people from the land will also realize this problem. Therefore, we now have to compete for time, luck, and strength. The people from the land have begun to adjust their strategy. We cannot hesitate. Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement and looked at Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, you have made a great contribution. You took the lead in eliminating a person from the land. Very good, very good. You have made a good start for the human world. I give you a thumbs up. Yuan Yuan, you have been too low-key in the past and hid most of your strength. You have to perform well in this battle. Yuan Yuan playfully stuck out her tongue and said somewhat embarrassedly, No, no, it was just a coincidence. Yes, yes, yes. Yuan Yuan will work hard and strive not to be a burden to you. Yuan Yuan's strength was very strong, but she was too kind and naive. Therefore, it was easy for her to be taken advantage of. However, Yuan Yuan had already eliminated a person from the Earth realm and had already made a great contribution. Thus, even if he did not perform well in the future, this trip could be considered remarkable. Let's contact the others and tell them to be careful, Fu Zhongshuan suddenly said. Qin Shao and Zhang Yang nodded immediately. This was a big deal. Qin Shao immediately notified everyone and explained the situation just now. He also said that the people from the Earth domain might be in groups of 3 and had split into 3 groups to encircle the human domain. Unfortunately, as soon as Qin Shao finished speaking, Xian Qing and Tai Gu were in danger. Sure enough, they were surrounded by 3 netherworld race beings and begged everyone to save them. Yan Xiaochen and Jin Bafang rushed over, but they were still quite far away. Furthermore, Xian Qing and Tai Gu were not very lucky. They had only obtained 3 unfreezing tokens. Thus, under the siege of the 3 beings from the netherworld race from the land, they did not last long and were quickly eliminated. In other words, 1 person from the Earth domain was eliminated, while 2 people from the human domain were eliminated. Originally, the human domain had the advantage. Yuan Yuan had made a great contribution and was the first to eliminate a person from the land domain. However, he did not expect that the Earth realm would turn the situation around so quickly and eliminate 2 people from the mortal realm in one go. Now, there were only 9 people left from the land domain and 8 from the human domain. Such bad news was naturally a big blow to Qin Shao and the others. The good situation had been lost at this time. Damn it! Zhang Yang angrily punched the void a few times and said unhappily, Yan Xiaochen, as a leader, you don't know how to adapt tactics in a timely manner. You caused us to be sniped everywhere and suffered heavy losses. Fu Zhongshuan and I were also surrounded by 3 goblin race beings. Fortunately, we were tough and managed to hold on until Qin Shao came to support us. Otherwise, we would have been eliminated. Now, Xian Qing and Tai Gu have been eliminated. The situation is very unfavorable for the human domain. From the beginning, the land domain broke into pieces and then quickly went to find the unfreezing token. After colliding with us, the land domain immediately adjusted their tactics and ambushed us in groups of 3. Our reaction was too slow. We only focused on finding the unfreezing token. So, we were caught off guard by the land domain. This is a tactical mistake. Yan Xiaochen, as a leader, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Facing Zhang Yang's criticism, Jin Bafang argued with him again. It's just a temporary loss. You can't blame Yan Xiaochen. No one expected such a thing. Zhang Yang, why are you shouting here? You're not shouting because you didn't encounter any danger. Just now, Fu Zhongshuan and I were almost eliminated. Why do you ask me to shout? Zhang Yang retorted angrily. You were almost eliminated. It only shows that your skills are not as good as others. How can you blame us? Jin Bafang said sarcastically. Zhang Yang was angry and really wanted to fight with Jin Bafang. Yan Xiaochen said, Okay, everyone stop talking and don't blame anyone. This time, it's indeed my responsibility. I won't run away. It's true that I didn't adjust my tactics in time. That's why we were caught off guard by the land domain people. As a leader, I didn't see this problem clearly and didn't adjust my team in time. It's indeed my fault. I'm sorry. But now that things have happened, let's not talk about this first. Let's discuss how we should deal with it next. Zhang Yang wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Qin Shao, who signaled him not to say anything. Such a thing was indeed not what anyone wanted to see. Everyone definitely hoped that the human domain could win. There was no need to doubt their motives. They were definitely the same. Yan Xiaochen continued, since both sides have frequently met each other, it seems like the entire sealed battlefield is only this big. We should have searched almost every place. The possibility of finding the unfreezing token now is not high. So, if we want to get the unfreezing token now, we can only get it from the land domain people. But we still have to continue searching. But looking at the current situation, let's do it this way. Let's form a group of 4 first. Qin Shao, Yuan Yuan, Zhang Yang, and Fu Zhongshuan. Since you are already together, the 4 of you will form a group. Will we follow Ming? Let's meet up with the Jiuxian Saints. We will form a group. In this case, there will only be 2 groups in the human domain. For the land domain, there will be 3 groups for the time being, but there may be changes at any time. Both sides have fewer groups, so the speed and efficiency of searching will naturally be greatly reduced. Now we have to continue searching for the unfreezing token and also look for the land domain people. While looking for the unfreezing token, we also have to prepare for a big battle. The total number of unfreezing tokens we have now is not a lot. In this aspect, the land domain will most likely have a slight advantage. So, in the current situation, it's best that we don't fight head-on with the land domain. It's even more inadvisable to have a direct group battle. That will definitely be more disadvantageous to us. So, we still have to engage in guerrilla warfare and tactical warfare. We have to defeat them one by one and slowly weaken the strength of the land domain. Finally, we have to carry out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation. After listening to Yan Xiaochen's words, Zhang Yang clicked his tongue and said, "What you said is so clear and logical, but I don't know what's the use of it." "Alright, Zhang Yang. Don't be emotional. Yan Xiaochen's general direction is not a problem. As for the specifics, we just have to be flexible when the time comes. For our current situation, it is indeed so. So, we have to think of a way to change and reverse the situation. Let's go. Let's continue searching for the unfreezing token and increase our strength first. Then, we will have a higher chance of winning." Qin Shao patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Zhang Yang grinned and said, "I just don't like those 2 people, so I feel that what they said is wrong. Anyway, I still prefer to listen to Qin Zhao's command. Following you will definitely not be wrong. I think that only with your leadership we can win. Originally, the human domain should be full of confidence, but the current situation is really very unfavorable for us. Moreover, the people of the land domain have an innate advantage over there. Searching for the unfreezing token has always been an advantage for the people of the land domain. We have been at a disadvantage since the beginning. Now that 2 people have been eliminated, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. I am afraid that it will not be an easy thing to turn the situation around. So, we still have to rely on you, Brother Qin Shao." Yuan Yuan nodded and agreed with Zhang Yang's words. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said confidently, "No, we will definitely win, definitely. We all came with this belief, and our beliefs are so firm. So, we will definitely win. As for who is leading us, it doesn't matter. The important thing is how we do our best. As for the general direction, we just have to follow the command. As for the small things, we will adapt to the situation and deal with them flexibly. We just have to do our best. Although we are at a disadvantage now, it is not a big disadvantage, so there is no need to worry about anything. Let's go, let's start. I am just saying it casually. That's for sure. Our human domain will definitely win, definitely. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said. The four of them continued to search. By now, there were probably very few fish that had escaped the net. They did not know which places had not been searched by others, so they could only try their luck and avoid the areas that they had searched. But in this case, it was obvious that they had no goal and seemed very blind. However, there was no other way now. There was no clear direction at all. There was no other way, so they could only search blindly like this. Not searching was also not a solution. Everyone was blind when it came to searching. This was something unavoidable. It could only be said that they had to avoid the areas that everyone had passed by. As for the remaining areas, it was possible that the people of the land domain had passed by and could not identify anything. The areas that had not been searched were definitely getting fewer and fewer. The remaining unfreezing tokens were definitely getting fewer and fewer. Searching like this, they did not find anything and did not meet anyone from the land domain. Yen Xiaochen had already followed Xian Xian. Xian Xian and Xian Xian had met up, but they also did not find anything. After an unknown period of time, Qin Xiao waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. Then, he frowned deeply and looked around. Then, he said to everyone with a serious face, "Do you feel that something is wrong? Something is wrong?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone looked around vigilantly and checked the situation. Chapter 2604. Let's continue walking. Let's talk as we walk. Don't show it too deliberately, Qin Xiao said again. Zhang Yang and the other two still did not notice anything, but since Qin Xiao said so, there should be something going on. After a while, Yuan suddenly said, "Brother Qin Xiao, I feel like something is watching us in the dark. Could it be that there are people from the underworld secretly watching us?" "Yes," Qin Xiao nodded and said, "it is possible, and the possibility should not be small. I always felt that something was not right just now. I always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching us in the dark, and there was a sense of danger lurking in the dark. My feeling has never been wrong. I feel that this is the precursor of danger. So, I guess that we are very likely to be watched by a group of people from the underworld. We are affected by the aura and environmental conditions of the sealed land, so the range we can perceive is only a radius of 10,000 miles. But the people from the underworld are very little affected. Even if they don't use their divine sense, I am afraid that they can see at least 20,000 miles away with just their eyes, right? We are in the light, and the people from the underworld are in the dark. We can't see them, but they can see us." Zhang Yang grinned, licked his lower lip, and said with a bloodthirsty look, "You came at the right time. I am not afraid that you will not come. Since they have been hiding in the dark, they definitely do not dare to make a move. They are afraid of us. It is very likely that there is only one group of people from the underworld in the dark. If that is the case, then let's find a way to find them, and then kill them. We are now 4 people, 4 against 3, and we have the upper hand. And it is very likely that they are the 3 goblins who besieged us just now. I still want to settle the score with them just now." Zhang Yang was filled with hatred and battle intent. He had just suffered the biggest loss in his entire life. That was why he was always thinking of revenge in his heart. Fu Zhongxian, who had been silent, disagreed. "Don't act rashly." "What do you mean by that? Fu Zhongshuan, when did you become so overcautious? It doesn't seem like your style. You should be very decisive," Prince Zhangyang said. Qin Xiao shook his head. "Fu Zhongshuan is right, we can't act rashly. Since the other party has been following us in the dark, they must have a plan. Yes. I think they've already informed the others to come here. They've been watching us and grasping our location. Inform the others to come over. As long as another group of people comes, it will be enough to surround and attack the 6 of us. Once we fall into their encirclement, we will be in big trouble. With 4 against 6, I'm afraid we don't have any chance of winning. We don't have a lot of unfreezing tokens, so I'm afraid we don't have an advantage in this aspect. At that time, if we don't have the advantage in numbers, the 2 disadvantages will stack up and we will be in danger of being eliminated. Now we must act cautiously. Every step must be taken steadily and surely. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, I know this, so we should take action before the reinforcements from the land arrive. Only in this way will we have some chances. Since they don't dare to take action and are waiting for others to come to support us, then we should take action. We should directly break their plan and catch them off guard. This way we can avoid the situation of being besieged by 2 teams of people from the land, right? If we wait any longer, it will only be more disadvantageous for us, so we can't wait any longer. And we are being watched. I'm afraid it's impossible to get rid of them. As long as we can't get rid of the people from the land in the dark, then we will always be closely watched and our position will always be grasped by the people from the land. In this case, the people from the land can create many opportunities to encircle and annihilate us. We must break this dilemma as soon as possible. And the sooner the better. If we are late, I'm afraid we may not be able to break through. If we take action now, we can disrupt their plan and possibly save us from this predicament. After listening, Yuan nodded quickly. She felt that Zhang Yang's words were very right. If they delayed any longer, they were very likely to be trapped. If they wanted to break through this predicament, then the sooner the better. There was still a chance to break through this predicament now. If they delayed any longer, then they might not have a chance. Once they could not break through this predicament, then their situation would be very dangerous. This was a question that he had to ponder deeply. Fu Zhongxian frowned slightly. He was also considering Zhang Yang's plan. It was not bad, and there was a certain degree of feasibility. However, after pondering for a while, Qin Shao said, Zhang Yang, there is no problem with your plan. It is also a normal way of thinking. But a normal way of thinking is also the most risky way of thinking. First, since they have been secretly watching our every move and have not taken any action, just silently watching us, what does that mean? It means that they want to wait for the reinforcements to arrive and then annihilate us in one fell swoop. It means that they have big ambitions. Not taking action does not necessarily mean that they are really afraid of us. They do not have the ability to take action. It can only mean that they want to set up a bigger trap and eat more meat. So, whether we can take action or not, and whether we can find them smoothly after taking action, these are big problems. After all, they are in the dark while we are in the light. Our every move is under their control, and we have no way to control them. They can change their tactics and come up with many countermeasures at any time, but once we take action, it means that we are exposed and will definitely alert them. Second, we don't know how long we have been followed and when their reinforcements will arrive. If we take action now, once their reinforcements arrive soon, then we will directly send ourselves into a predicament. Moreover, if it is the 3 monsters who attacked you just now, their strength is not weak. Since we can suppress them, I am afraid that it will take a lot of effort to eliminate them. Once the time is delayed, I am afraid that it is very likely that we can delay until their reinforcements arrive. So after considering the current situation comprehensively, if we take action now, the possibility of us being at a disadvantage is higher. Zhang Yang and the other 2 thought about Qin Zhao's words and agreed. His analysis was also reasonable. These possibilities were real. It was indeed real, and there was no way to avoid it. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, Qin Shao, we can't just delay like this, right? You said that the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it is for us. If we delay any longer, I am afraid that we can only wait for death. We can't delay. We must make a prompt decision. I think we can still fight if we take action now. The danger is not small, but we don't seem to have a better way, right? Maybe there is a way. Fu Zhongxian also opened his mouth and said. Zhang Yang looked at him and Fu Zhongxian continued, the risk and uncertainty of making a move now is indeed very high. Taking such a big risk, you really need to think about it carefully. However, we can go separately and return to the previous two people in a team. We will now split into two groups and then break out separately. We will keep in touch at all times. If the people in the dark chase out to deal with one group, then the other group will immediately come to support. In this way, we can divide into two groups to disperse the energy of the people in the land, and we can also come to meet at any time and condense our combat power. Well, not bad. Fu Zhongxian's idea is also very good. I think it is possible. After Fu Zhongxian finished speaking, Zhang Yang immediately nodded in agreement. Yuan had not spoken yet and was still there with a thoughtful look on his face. Fu Zhongxian's idea was indeed good. At least it was better than Zhang Yang's and the risk was smaller. Of course, the risk still existed, it was just a matter of how big or small it was. The three of them looked at Qin Shao and waited for Qin Zhao's opinion. As long as Qin Shao nodded, they would start to act. Blindly hiding doesn't seem to be our style, right? What we pursue is winning. Blindly hiding can only protect ourselves, it can't give us any gains. Opportunities can't be waited for. We need to create them and then grasp them well. Only then can we have big gains. Qin Shao said with a serious face. These words made Prince Zhang Yang agree. He clapped his hands and said, Yes, brother Qin Shao, this is the Qin Shao I know. This is the brave Qin Shao. That's what I said. Why hide? Just do it directly. There are risks, but at the same time, it is also an opportunity. Wealth comes from danger. Since our current situation is not good, we should seize the opportunity to change it. Opportunities are all fought for. Since we have been forced to this point, then let's fight for a chance. With the strength of the four of us, we can definitely catch those three people. Maybe we can kill those three people from the goblin race. If so, then the momentum of our human world will be reversed all of a sudden, and we will have already won half of the battle. So, our battle is also very important. It is even a battle that will decide the outcome of the battle. Zhang Yang thought that Qin Shao agreed with his opinion, but Qin Shao shook his head and said, Zhang Yang, don't get too excited. My opinion is to create a good opportunity to fight with them. However, we can't directly attack as you said. The risk and uncertainty are still too great. Fu Zhongxuan said that we should split up and hide. This will also lose the courage we should have. The most important thing is still a good opportunity. Since the people from the human world have sent themselves to our door, then we might as well give them a big gift, catch them off guard, and play a ruthless game. My plan is like this. We will still split up. In the early stage, we will follow Fu Zhongxuan's idea. However, under this idea there are some changes. I will take Yuan to secretly approach the people from the human world and find a way to get close to them. Then, we will launch a sneak attack and launch a sudden attack. Then, we will join forces with you and attack them together. We will be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We will treat them as prey and swallow them up. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxuan couldn't help but look at each other. This method seemed to work. However, there was still a problem. Zhang Yang said, Qin Shao, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get close to the people from the human world, right? This plan of yours is going to be very difficult to carry out, and the risks are not small either. Qin Shao said seriously again, there are definitely risks, but I think it is worth it for us to take this risk, and we should take this risk. Chapter 2605. Riches and honor were found in the midst of danger. Many things and many opportunities had to be fought for by taking risk. If you don't fight for it, it will not be delivered to your hands. Some risks had to be taken. Some risks were worth it. I naturally have a way to deal with the people near the underworld. I dare not say that it will be 100% effective, but it should be worth a try. Qin Shao said again. He had the mirage meditation technique, so he should be able to hide himself well. Moreover, the aura of the sealed battlefield should also be able to use the mirage meditation technique better, right? Of course, Qin Zhao's mirage meditation technique was indeed not used in front of a strong person of this level, so it was hard for Qin Shao to say how effective it would be. Qin Shao was not sure whether the people in the underworld could detect it. However, although Qin Shao was not confident, he could still give it a try. Riches and honor were found in danger. Only by daring to take risks could he create good opportunities. If he wanted to win this battle, he must take the initiative to attack and create good opportunities. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to turn the situation around? That, I seem to have a way to get close to them. Yuan suddenly said. Yuan also has a way? This gave Qin Shao an unexpected surprise. Since Yuan said so, it seemed that her method should be more confident. Qin Zhao's mirage meditation technique was really not very confident, and the uncertainty was relatively high. It was just that Qin Shao had no other better way, so he could only give it a try. If Yuan had a better method, that would naturally be the best thing. In that case, his plan would be much easier to succeed. Since Qin Shao and Yuan both said that they had a way, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan looked at each other and decided to act according to Qin Zhao's plan. Although it was a little risky, it seemed that it was indeed the best way at present. Since everyone had decided, they would act according to the plan. Then let's do this. Yuan and I will leave quickly. You guys will be responsible for attracting the attention of the people hiding in the dark. We will take the opportunity to leave their line of sight. Then, we will come back and take the opportunity to ambush the people in the land. I hope that this time, we can take down the people from the Earth domain in one fell swoop, Qin Shao said seriously. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Qin Shao glanced at Yuan and said, "Let's go." Well, don't worry, brother Qin Shao. I will be very obedient and follow you. I will do whatever you say. Yuan nodded obediently. Immediately, the two of them quickly left in one direction. Their speed was instantly raised to the limit as they left at full speed. On the other side, Prince Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan were heading in another direction, slowly increasing their speed. However, their speed was not that fast. They were deliberately attracting the attention of the people from the land. Moreover, they did not leave in a fixed direction. Instead, they took a big detour and completely cut off Qin Zhao's escape route. This was also to create an opportunity for Qin Shao and the others so that the people from the land would have no way to track Qin Shao and the others. After that, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan left at their fastest speed. About 20,000 miles away from Zhang Yang and the others, 3 goblin race members were hiding there. Seeing this sudden scene, the 3 goblin race members' expressions suddenly changed and they knew that things were not good. Oh no, they should have discovered us. They know that we have called for reinforcements and are about to encircle them. Their vigilance is not bad. They were actually discovered. One of the goblin race members shouted. So what if they are vigilant? They have already been targeted by us. Do they want to escape? How can it be so easy? Since they have been targeted by us, then they should obediently become our meal. Don't even think about escaping. Another goblin race member immediately said with some disdain. Aung San Li said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up and catch up." They deliberately left in 2 groups. It seems that they want to divert our attention so that we have no time to chase after them. We can't catch up with Qin Shao and the one called Yuan. Forget it, let's let them go first. Let's not chase after them. Let's chase after these 2 people. Humph, we didn't manage to eat them just now. This time we must eat them. If it's just to deal with the two of them, the three of us are enough. However, to be on the safe side, let's inform Yuan Kun and the others and let them come quickly to support us. It's just that the abominable thing is that they have completely disrupted our original plan. It will take some effort to catch up with them now. Originally, Wu Kun and the others could have rushed over in a while. Now, the plan has to be changed. Let's go, let's hurry up and catch up. Don't let those people escape. Aung San Li and the other two quickly chased after Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, who were running at their fastest speed, felt that the three goblin race members were chasing after them. They were secretly relieved. This was the effect that they wanted. They were really afraid that the three goblin race members would not catch up. They took the bait. Very good, next, it's up to Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. I hope that this time it will be a good harvest. We must take revenge for the enmity just now, double the revenge. Zhang Yang sneered, and there was anticipation in his heart. This moment, please come quickly. Zhang Yang's fighting spirit had already risen high. It had accumulated to a very high level, just waiting to erupt. On the other side, after Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan got rid of the three goblin race members, they circled back and went behind the three goblin race members. Then, they chased after them. Qin Shao used the mirage meditation technique. He wanted to let Yuan Yuan see if she could detect him, but he did not expect Yuan Yuan to detect him. If Yuan Yuan could detect him as soon as he got close, he believed that the people from the goblin race would be able to detect him as well. Although it had some effect, the effect was not very big. Therefore, it was not very practical to rely on this method to get too close to the three goblin race members. Thinking about it, Qin Shao was relieved. After all, the mirage meditation technique was just a celestial technique, not a holy technique or a secret technique. It was very effective against ordinary fourth-stage heavenly venerables, but who could enter the sealed battlefield was simple. They were the top figures of the younger generation in both the mortal world and the earth world. Each of them was extremely strong and stood at the peak of the mortal world and the earth world. It was naturally very difficult to rely on the method of concealing one's aura to completely hide one's presence from them. If it was so easy, it would be strange. Judging from Yuan Yuan's reaction, Qin Shao felt that they would at most be able to get within 500 kilometers of the people in the land. And this was Qin Zhao's best estimate. If the situation was a little worse, he would not be able to reach 1,000 miles. Even in the best-case scenario, they would only be able to advance to within 1,000 miles. Although 1,000 miles was not a long distance, it could be killed in the blink of an eye. However, in a fight between experts, even a little bit of time would be enough for the opponent to prepare. If they could get within 100 miles, then the sneak attack would be successful. Once the sneak attack was successful, it would be very meaningful. Then, they could basically wipe out the three people from the land. Of course, the premise was that their backup team couldn't get here so quickly. However, he believed that even if the support team could rush over quickly, the possibility of one or two people being eliminated was still very high. Therefore, this was also something that gave Qin Shao a headache. He had overestimated his mirage meditation technique. However, Yuan Yuan gave Qin Shao another surprise. Yuan Yuan waved her hand, and a strange energy enveloped the two of them, completely hiding their aura. Not only that, Yuan Yuan waved her hand again, and the surrounding space suddenly changed. A sealed space trapped the two of them, completely isolating them from the outside world. Of course, she didn't isolate the soul connection or anything like that. She just completely isolated their aura, and the situation inside couldn't be seen from the outside. Hee, brother Qin Shao, what do you think of this? Yuan Yuan smiled and said to Qin Shao. Seeing Yuan Yuan's means, Qin Shao couldn't help but exclaim, Space law means. Your level of space law is actually so high. Although you haven't broken through to the level of small success, you are already very close to it. You have reached the edge of a breakthrough. The effect of the space law combined with your secret technique is actually so good. It can directly hide people from the void and hide them in the space of a mustard grain. They are invisible and traceless. With your means, not to mention within 100 miles, even if you are in front of the people in the land, they may not be able to detect you. I'm afraid that they will only be able to react when we make a move. Using such means for a sneak attack is simply a divine weapon. It is definitely a good means. I didn't think that I could use the space law to hide myself. If my mirage meditation technique is combined with the space law, it will also have a very good concealment effect. Regarding Yuan, Qin Shao was indeed amazed and speechless. Inspired by Yuan, Qin Shao also thought of using the space law. It could be considered a new way of thinking for Qin Shao. This was still worth trying in the future. Not only did Yuan use the space law, but she was also able to combine it perfectly with her secret technique. It was very perfect, so it had such a good effect. The effect was so good that even Qin Shao was amazed. Even if it were him, he wouldn't be able to detect such means. Yuan's display of the flying dagger Dao had also shocked them. Now that she had displayed the space law, he was once again shocked. Yuan had reached the level of large success in the flying dagger Dao. Her space law had actually reached the edge of breaking through to the level of small success. This was really too much. Her talent and potential were really very heaven-defying. In these two aspects, she was actually at a higher level than Qin Shao. This was something that Qin Shao didn't expect. Qin Shao did think that among all the people who came to participate in the young genius's battle between the human realm and the land realm, his level of law should be the strongest. But now Qin Shao realized that he was wrong. He was very wrong. Yuan could crush him. Yuan really hid her strength very deeply. She really didn't show her strength. If Yuan really wanted to compete for the first place in the holy list, Qin Shao felt that he couldn't get the first place in the holy list at all. Qin Shao also understood now. No wonder Master Sage Li dared to let his precious daughter participate in such a dangerous young genius's battle between the human realm and the land realm. It seemed that he also had high confidence in Yuan and felt that there was nothing wrong with Yuan. Indeed, in terms of strength, Yuan not only had no problem, but she might also be a mainstay. It was just that Yuan's temperament was indeed a big flaw, and she might be used by the people in the land realm. Perhaps this was also where Yuan needed to grow and gain experience. It was good to have some experience. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2606. Brother Qin Shao, why don't you speak, is it not possible? Seeing Qin Shao did not speak for a while, Yuan spoke again. Only then did Qin Shao return to his senses. He smiled and said, "Yes, of course. It's very good. With this method of yours, I have full confidence in my ability to defeat him. This battle, we will definitely fight a beautiful battle. I hope that this battle can be used to reverse the situation." Hearing Qin Shao's words, Yuan laughed. She laughed very happily, very innocent and very cute. The two did not hesitate and quickly chased. With Yuan's powerful concealment means, the two did not have to worry about anything and directly chased. Soon, they entered the area 20,000 miles away from Zhangyang. Qin Shao and Yuan searched in this area, and sure enough, they soon found the three people of Ong Shanli. The three people of Ong Shanli were about 20,000 miles away from Zhangyang and Qin Shao, staring at Zhangyang and Qin Shao, following them. Qin Shao and Yuan slowly approached. However, Ong Shanli's group of three did not notice Qin Shao and Yuan's approach. Very quickly, Qin Shao and Yuan were within a range of 100 li, but Ong Shanli's group of three still did not notice them. From this, it was enough to prove how powerful Yuan Yuan's concealment means was. Of course, all of this was expected by Qin Shao, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he sent a message to Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. We are already in position. We can launch a sneak attack at any time. You two try to get closer and see how they react. When I ask you to attack, you will directly come to support us. We will attack from the front and back, and we must take them down. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian both expressed that they understood and cooperated with Qin Shao. The two of them also began to move. The two of them separated a little and approached from two sides. Seeing that Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were no longer running away, and were about to split up again, and even circled back, Ao Shanri and the other two could not understand what Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were trying to do, and what were they trying to do? No matter what tricks they play, we can't let them run away. How about this? They'll split up, and the three of us will stretch out our defensive line to stop them. However, we won't easily make a move unless they take the initiative to attack. Only then will we make a move. Ang Shanli coldly snorted and sinisterly said. The other two did not hesitate and immediately began to spread out. The three of them opened up a long line of defense, blocking Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian's escape, not allowing them any chance to escape. Seeing this, Qin Shao smirked and said, "Here's our chance. It seems that they've fallen into our trap. The three of them have split up, so we'll launch an all-out attack on Ao Shanri, and strive to eliminate him in one fell swoop. This Ao Shanri should be the leader of the monster race. If we take him down first, we'll basically destroy the morale of the monster race." Yuan Yuan was only responsible for nodding and listening. She did not express any opinions. As long as Qin Shao said something, she would nod and agree. She had already made her preparations and was only waiting for Qin Shao to give the order. Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongxian, you two do it. After Qin Shao sent a voice transmission to Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, he immediately said to Yuan Yuan, "Yuan Yuan, you and I will attack Ao Shanri with all our strength. Try not to give him any chance to react, and eliminate him in one fell swoop." Okay. Yuan Yuan nodded, indicating that she understood. She was already prepared. Do it. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan suddenly appeared from the void and directly appeared in front of Ao Shanri. The powerful attacks of the two instantly arrived in front of Ao Shanri. This sudden sneak attack made Ao Shanri have no way to react. Naturally, he was caught off guard. There was no way to react at all. When he was aware of it, two waves of terrifying attacks had completely enveloped him. The power of destruction, the power of devouring, was like a crazy tsunami, engulfing Ao Shanri. It was incomparably turbulent. What a powerful concealment method. We actually did not notice it at all. It's Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan, damn it, I understand. It turns out that they did not escape in two groups at the beginning, but secretly played a trick to confuse us, and then turned back to kill us when we were unprepared. I thought of this possibility, but I thought that even if they did this, they would not succeed. We are in the dark, they are in the light, their every move should be under our detection in advance. But I did not expect that they have such a powerful concealment method. I miscalculated, really miscalculated. So strong, the strength of these two people. How can the strength of these two people be so strong? Previously I also fought with Qin Shao once, although I was at a disadvantage, but I did not feel that his strength is so strong. How can he be so strong this time? The space law, the light law, damn it, this Qin Shao has mastered two laws. So, when I fought with him before, he did not show his true strength. Is this his true strength? And this Yuan Yuan, how can her throwing knives be so strong? How can this be? Danger, danger. But no matter how dangerous it was, Ao Shanri had no chance to retreat. There was no escape at all. He just wanted to retreat, but he was trapped by the space. There was no way to escape at all. Under such circumstances, he could only fight back desperately. However, under the powerful attacks of Qin Shao and Yuan, Ang Shanli was already in despair. He had already lost his confidence, and did not have much strength to fight back. What? Not good, we fell into a trap. Damn it, these people are so insidious and cunning. Not good, Ao Shanri is in danger, let's go quickly. The other two monster race were also shocked. At this time, they finally understood everything. They fell into a trap. Damn it, originally they had been hiding in the dark to watch the prey, but they did not expect to be bitten by the prey. The two desperately came back to support Ao Shanri, wanting to save him. But now they wanted to come back. How could it be so easy? Haha, you two's opponents are us, and you still want to run? Do you think we are decorations? Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian rushed over and blocked the two's way, cutting off the possibility of the two to save Ao Shanri. Seeing Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, the two monster races' faces were extremely ugly, and their hearts were screaming again. This time, it was really not good, the situation was very bad. They fell into a trap, they did not kill these four prey, but they did not expect to be bitten by these four prey instead. Damn it. Hee, just now the three of you ganged up on us, bullying us with numbers, didn't you feel good? But you only dare to bully us with numbers, you don't have the strength and courage to fight one-on-one with us. But now, you don't have the ability to bully us with numbers, so come and fight with us obediently. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. It's time to settle the score with you. Prince Zhang Yang sneered. His hands had been itching for a long time, the shame just now, he wanted to wash it back. The two members of the demon clan looked at each other coldly. One of them looked at Prince Zhang Yang coldly and said, "Are you sure you want to fight one-on-one with us? Can't you ask for help? Are you sure?" Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm sure, I have no problem with it. I will definitely eat you today. How about it, do you dare?" "Humph, what's there to be afraid of, just don't regret it." The monster race person sneered, he was very confident. But in this situation, a one-on-one battle was obviously a good thing for him. So, the two monster race people were very happy. Obviously, Ao Shanli's side could not be saved. But, if Ao Shanli's side was defeated, Qin Shao and Zhang Yang would go and kill them, it would be very bad for them. When the time comes, 4 against 2, they would only end up being eliminated. But if it was a one-on-one battle with no other people involved, even if they could not win, they could still drag it out until the reinforcements came, then they would be safe. Fu Zhongxian, this one is for you, this one is mine. Haha, let's have a competition, let's see who can eliminate the other first. Zhang Yang said to Fu Zhongxian. Fu Zhongxian raised his eyebrows slightly. After looking at Zhang Yang, he replied with one word, "Okay." However, Fu Zhongxian obviously had the upper hand now. He had 3 defrost tokens, while Zhang Yang only had 2. With one more defrost token, his strength would naturally be stronger. Fortunately, although Zhang Yang only had 2 defrost tokens, they were what he needed the most, so Zhang Yang's strength was 70% to 80%. On the other side, under the full attack of Qin Shao and Yuan, how could Ao Shanli still resist? He was simply retreating, and soon he was beaten to the point where he could not defend. Moreover, the momentum of Yuan's throwing knife was too sharp, and Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art was also extremely overbearing. Coupled with the power of the law of space and the law of light, it made Qin Zhao's sword momentum even more terrifying. So, soon, Ao Shanli could not resist at all and collapsed directly. A light fell, and Ao Shanli was instantly taken away. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao and Yuan were relieved, and there was a little smile on their faces. Success, they succeeded. They eliminated Ao Shanli in one fell swoop, and smoothly got a merit. However, this was also completely expected. Qin Shao and Yuan joined forces, and in the case of a sneak attack, they made a fierce move. If this still couldn't eliminate Aung San Ri, then it would be really strange. Fortunately, such a strange thing did not happen, and it was also reasonable. Ao Shanli was eliminated, and the 3 defrost tokens on his body also fell down. These 3 defrost tokens were the Power of Law defrost token, the Saint's Secret Technique defrost token, and the Immortal/Sacred Tool defrost token. Qin Shao also had the Power of Law defrost token and the Saint's Secret Technique defrost token, and he did not need them. Qin Shao did not have the Immortal/Sacred Tool defrost token, but in fact, this defrost token was not very useful to Qin Shao, and it was dispensable. If there was, of course it could be used. But even if there was, it seemed that Qin Shao really did not need it at the moment. The 9 Li Shing throwing knives were still immortal equipment, not sacred tools. As for the heaven-opening sword, it was a sacred tool, but the spirit of the sacred tool was asleep, so it was not a sacred tool at the moment. The only thing left was the magic cube of light, but this was a middle-grade sacred tool, and the rules of the competition only allowed 1 low-grade sacred tool to be used. So, the magic cube of light could not be used. The only thing that might be useful was that the spirit of the heaven-opening sword woke up and burst out the power of the sacred tool, right? However, Qin Shao could not be bothered to think too much about this matter. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2607. Yuan Yuan, take this Saint's Secret Technique Thawing Token. Qin Shao gave the Saint's Secret Technique Thawing Token to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan had 3 thawing tokens, but he still lacked the Saint's Secret Technique Thawing Token and the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thawing Token. Now that he had the Saint's Secret Technique Thawing Token, Yuan Yuan only had the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thawing Token left. Qin Shao also did not have the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thawing Token, so Qin Shao used this thawing token first. In this way, Yuan Yuan already had 4 thawing tokens, and he only needed 1 more Immortal/Sacred Tool thawing token to complete the thawing token. As for Qin Shao, he still needed the Innate Divine Ability thawing token and the Sideline Minor Path thawing token. Of course, Qin Shao only needed the Sideline Minor Path thawing token to complete the thawing token. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian both had the same unfreezing command token, so they would not be able to use it for the time being. After keeping the thawing token, Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan did not hesitate and immediately rushed over. When the 2 goblins saw that Aung Shanli was killed by Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan, their expressions changed again. The situation was not good. They had already asked for help, but the support team would not be able to come in time, so they could only pray for their own good. The footsteps of death were approaching them step by step, making the 2 of them feel bitter in their hearts, but they also felt a little helpless. This time, they had fallen into Qin Zhao's trap, which was why they had ended up being bitten by their prey. But things had already come to this point, it was useless to say anything more. Aung Shanli had been eliminated, and they were probably next. They resisted desperately, but there was no way to resist at all. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian had the upper hand in terms of Qi warriors. At this time, they were trying their best to pin down the 2 of them. Although they were not able to gain much of an advantage, they were able to completely pin down the 2 of them, leaving them no chance to escape. At this time, Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan rushed over. Yuan Yuan, go and help Fu Zhongshuan, Qin Shao said to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan nodded with a smile and happily walked towards Fu Zhongshuan. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the flying dagger Dao was displayed once again. It wasn't just the Dao of flying daggers. Yuan Yuan made some complicated and strange hand seals with both hands. The power of the Tao of Space and the Tao of Immortals surged out and turned into a cage, trapping the demon race inside. The power of the Tao of Space pressed down on the demon race. Countless flying daggers came one after another, launching a fierce attack on the demon race. Yuan Yuan was already terrifyingly strong. Now that she had obtained the Saint Technique Secret Technique Unfreezing Token, she could use even more techniques. Naturally, she was even more powerful. Fu Zhongshuan was stunned when he saw Yuan Yuan making a move. He was a disciple of the Fuxi celestial race, a representative of the Fuxi celestial race's younger generation. He was the second on the saint rankings. He had always been very confident in his strength. If he could use his innate abilities during the saint rankings tournament, he was confident that he would be the first. But now that he saw Yuan Yuan making a move, he could clearly feel that his strength was not as good as Yuan Yuan's, even though she might be restricted by the unfreezing token. He also did not expect Yuan Yuan to be so terrifyingly strong. This seemingly innocent and cute little girl was actually so powerful. Moreover, the level of the laws was also so high. It was really a bit unbelievable. Even Fu Zhongshuan could not help but feel a little bit of admiration. After being stunned for a moment, Fu Zhongshuan did not hesitate and joined the battle. If Yuan Yuan were to kill the demon race alone, it would be a little troublesome. So, he naturally had to join in. At this time, he did not care about bullying the demon race with numbers. He just wanted to eliminate the demon race as soon as possible. That was the way to go. The victory of this battle must be won. Such an opportunity naturally could not be changed because of some personal factors. In the demon race, there was no need for personal heroism or the sense of a gentleman. With Fu Zhongshuan joining in, the demon race naturally wanted to cry but had no tears. Originally, Yuan Yuan alone was enough for him to suffer. He was completely suppressed by Yuan Yuan and could not resist Yuan Yuan's attacks at all. Now, Fu Zhongshuan had joined the fray and launched a terrifying and fierce attack against him. Compared to Yuan Yuan's fighting style, Fu Zhongshuan's fighting style was naturally fierce and domineering. Every move was filled with killing intent. As for Yuan Yuan, even though her attacks were strong, there was some gentleness in it. She would not aim to take the opponent's life with every move. Therefore, even though he was strong, he would still have to expend quite a bit of effort if he wanted to kill that demon race being. But with Fu Zhongshuan joining in, the situation was completely different. Yuan Yuan could suppress the demon race completely, and Fu Zhongshuan was responsible for killing. On the other hand, with Qin Shao joining in, the situation was naturally one-sided. There was no suspense at all. Not to mention Zhang Yang, even if Qin Shao was alone, it would be enough to suppress the other party. As soon as Qin Shao used his means, he directly trapped the demon race in the space, making it impossible for him to escape. He could only endure the ferocious attacks of Qin Shao and Zhang Yang in this narrow space. The attacks of the two were extremely fierce, and every move was fatal. Every move was aimed to kill him. Of course, it was terrifying. Both of them did not hold back and attacked with all their strength. No matter what, Zhang Yang was still one of the direct disciples of Emperor Xianyuan. He had followed Emperor Xianyuan for more than 20 million years. Before that, he had been following Freedom Saint, who was a fourth-step ancient saint. So, Prince Zhang Yang's methods were very powerful. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang only had 2 unfreeze order on him, so his strength was limited. He could not use his most powerful innate ability. He had the Fire God's War Body, so he could not use it. If he could use the Fire God's War Body, Zhang Yang's strength would skyrocket. But it didn't matter. Qin Zhao's strength was strong enough. Killing this demon race was naturally not a problem. At this time, the situation was completely under his control. Even if the reinforcements came, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. He could kill the 2 demons before the reinforcements arrived. Damn it! Do you people from the human world always go back on your words? Didn't you say that it would be a one-on-one battle? What is this now? The demon race gnashed his teeth and glared at Zhang Yang. He was full of resentment. He knew very well that if this continued, he would not be able to hold on for more than 3 breaths. The reinforcements would not be able to make it in time. There was no one to save them. So, they could only pray for their own good. The situation in front of them was like asking for a blessing. Death was the only way out. Zhang Yang pursed his lips, shrugged and said, "Yes, I did say that I would fight you one-on-one. But I was only talking about myself. I did not ask my brother Qin Shao to come and help me, right? He wanted to come and kill you. This has nothing to do with me. I have no way to ask him not to come, right? You." The demon race was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then, he scolded, "Shameless! Shameless to the extreme. You people from the human world are all insidious and despicable people. You go back on your words. You have no manners at all." Zhang Yang was not polite at all. He immediately scolded back, "Bah! You people from the underworld have the nerve to say such things? You sound so righteous. Where is your face? Where is your face? Do I need to keep my word to deal with people like you? Do I need to act like a gentleman? Sorry, you are really not worthy. It's not that I look down on you. It's just that you are not worthy of my respect. So, you better save your breath and die peacefully." Die peacefully? No, 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 he was not willing to die. Ah! Suddenly, the demon race was not angry. Instead, he laughed very happily. Seeing that the demon race was laughing so happily, Qin Shao and Zhang Yang could not help but frown. They looked at the demon race strangely and wondered if this guy was crazy. How could he laugh so happily when he was about to die? What was going on? Something was wrong. Qin Shao frowned and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He felt that something big was about to happen. What are you laughing at? Is there a backup team coming? Zhang Yang looked at the shifter and asked. Then, he quickly added, "But it's too late. Even if the reinforcements come, they won't be able to save you. You won't be able to escape the fate of elimination today. Don't think about it anymore." "Ha ha, I'm laughing at how pitiful and sad you are." The demon race laughed again. Pitiful and sad? What did he mean? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Zhang Yang also felt that something was wrong. Something big must be about to happen. Qin Shao and Zhang Yang stared at the demon race coldly. They had a very bad premonition in their hearts. Some thoughts were surging in their minds. Thinking of that, the two of them could not help but feel gloomy. If that was really the case, it was indeed very bad. The demon race continued. "Do you really think that your plan was successful? Yes, in your eyes, it is indeed very successful. You have successfully included the three of us in your plan. You have successfully hunted us instead. I have to admit that your means are indeed very good. You can catch the three of us off guard and make us unable to resist. We did not even have the chance to escape. We were completely suppressed by you. The three of us will definitely be eliminated. But do you really think that you can turn the situation around and win? Ha ha ha, you are good at scheming. Do you think that we can't do the same? Do you really think that we will fall into your trap and be eliminated by you for nothing? When you are scheming against us, you are also being schemed against by us. What is this called? This is called a trick within a trick within a trick, a circle within a circle. What you see is just a small circle. You think that you have broken this small circle, but in fact, you have fallen into another big circle. From the beginning, you have already fallen into our big circle. No matter how you resist, you will not be able to escape this big circle. Ha ha ha, it's too early for you to be happy. Even if you kill the three of us, you will only break a small circle. However, the big circle will firmly trap you. Even if the three of us are eliminated, you will not be able to turn the situation around. Not only will you not be able to turn the situation around, but it will also make the situation worse. It will push you towards a situation where you will lose. This is your end. This is your final result. None of you can change this situation. Chapter 2608. Not good, they fell into a trap. Qin Shao and the others immediately understood what was going on. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Sure enough, Yan Shaochen and the other three heard a cry for help. They had been ambushed by 6 people from the Earth realm. However, they were too far away from here. It would be too late to rush over to save them. In other words, Yan Shaochen and the other 3 were probably going to be eliminated. Damn it! Qin Zhao's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. He did not expect such a situation to happen. This time, he had really miscalculated, a serious miscalculation. A sense of self-blame could not help but surge up. How could this be? He originally thought that after eliminating the 3 people from the Goblin clan this time, they should be able to completely reverse the situation and lay a beautiful foundation for the victory of the mortal world. However, he did not expect that his meticulous plan would still fall into the trap of the people from the Earth realm. Instead, it caused the mortal world to fall into an even worse situation. Qin Shao had never felt such a sense of frustration before. Therefore, this time, it was indeed a heavy blow to him, making him feel very uncomfortable. Damn it, playing with us. Qin Shao, what should we do now? Yan Shaochen and the others are besieged. Zhang Yang was anxious and angry. Qin Shao frowned. What could he do? He could not fly over to save them. What else could he do now? However, no matter how much he blamed himself, since things had already happened, there was no other way. He could only settle the matter here first. Eliminate them first, Qin Shao said coldly. The Goblin clan member laughed loudly again. Ha ha ha, it is worth it for us to be eliminated. We have restrained you and eliminated the 4 of them. We have won this round. The mortal world will definitely lose this battle. Ha ha ha, the mortal world only has this much ability. From the beginning, you have been led by the nose by us. Step by step, you have been schemed against by us. Everyone says that the people of the mortal world are smart. I think you are just SOSO. None of you can understand the Tao at all. Step by step, you have fallen into our big trap. This is your own incompetence. You can't blame others. Ha ha ha, just wait to be eliminated one by one. The outcome has already been decided. You don't have the ability to change anything. You are powerless to reverse the situation. Admit defeat. Admit defeat as soon as possible. 2 demons were eliminated amidst their laughter. He left behind 4 unfreezing tokens. Looking at the 4 unfreezing tokens, Qin Shao and the others were unable to feel happy despite this great victory and the elimination of 3 people from the Earth domain. All of them stood there with solemn and gloomy expressions. Yuan also pouted unhappily. She also knew that the situation was very bad for them. This time, they were really on the wrong side of the road. Zhang Yang clenched his fists and clenched his teeth in anger. Now that he thought about it carefully, he understood everything. He knew that the land had been a huge trap from the start. In fact, this plan had been set up from the very beginning. It had been implemented in this direction from the very beginning. Coupled with many flexible reforms, it was impossible to see what they were planning. In the beginning, the land domain had deliberately split up into smaller groups. Each of them had their own camp and were divided into 10 groups. In this way there were 2 benefits. Firstly, they could search for the unfreezing tokens with the greatest efficiency. Secondly, they could also understand the situation in the human domain. After Yuan killed a person from the land domain, the people from the land domain immediately understood that the human domain was divided into 5 groups of 2. Therefore, the land domain immediately changed their tactics and divided the 9 people into 3 groups. Each group would encircle the human domain's team. Sure enough, 2 groups were successfully surrounded. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan were saved by Qin Shao, so they were able to get out of trouble. Xian Qing and Tai Gu were not so lucky and were eliminated. This tactic directly eliminated 2 people from the human domain. On the other hand, because the human realm had lost 2 people, they subconsciously split into 2 groups of 4. However, because the land domain had an innate advantage, they were still divided into 3 groups and still acted separately. If they discovered people from the human domain, they would secretly watch them and would not easily take action. Then, they would let the other groups come over to support them. Then, the 2 groups would work together to encircle and suppress the human domain with an absolute advantage. Qin Zhao's group changed their tactics because Qin Zhao had noticed the situation. However, the overall situation in the land domain had already been set up. They had many countermeasures and were in control of the overall situation from the very beginning. When Qin Zhao was planning, they also beat him at his own game. They used the 3 of them to delay Qin Zhao's group, while the other 2 groups worked together to encircle and suppress Yan Shaoqin's group. Qin Zhao's group did not realize that they would fall into the overall situation of the land domain. Therefore, according to their plan, they were indeed very successful in encircling and killing the 3 people from the goblin race. However, they did not expect that the 3 people from the goblin race were chess pieces that attracted and restrained Qin Zhao's group. They had sacrificed themselves to delay Qin Zhao's group, and in the end, the 4 people from the human domain would be eliminated. Exchanging 3 for 4 was definitely a profitable trade. In this way, the land domain would have 6 people left and the human domain would only have 4 people left. In terms of numbers, they had an absolute advantage. Not only did they have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but they also had an absolute advantage in terms of unfreezing tokens. With these 2 great advantages combined, how much hope could the human domain see? Now that they thought about it carefully, they understood how shrewd and profound the plan of the land domain was. From the very beginning, they had already set up a trap. Furthermore, they were exchanging lives for lives. The deception was very strong, so much so that Qin Zhao's group did not react in time. Even the experienced Qin Zhao had fallen into the trap. Everyone's mood was not very good. Some blamed themselves, some were angry, and some were analyzing why they had fallen into the land domain's trap and caused the situation to become like this. They came with the confidence that they would win, but the current situation was indeed very bad. It was too difficult to turn the tide of the current situation around. All the advantages were on the land domain's side. It seemed that they did not have much chance of winning. Even if Qin Zhao's group had strong confidence, they had to face the fact. This was something that they could not escape from. Winning was not something that could be achieved by just thinking about it. It was also not something that could be achieved by words. It had to be achieved by fighting with strength. Brother Qin Xiao, Brother Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan, I think that we don't have to blame ourselves too much. We can only say that those people from the land domain are too sinister and cunning. They used scheming against us and made us fall into their trap. In fact, I think that even if we did not plan to surround and kill them, we would not have been able to stop the operation of the overall situation. From the beginning, we used the wrong tactic. From the beginning, we fell into the trap. From the beginning, the people from the land domain dominated the situation. That was why we lost when we took over the palace and caused the situation to become more difficult now. But this is not our fault, and it is not Qin Zhao's plan that was wrong. It is just that our tactics were wrong from the beginning. So, don't be like this. Although our current situation is bad, we have not lost yet. We can't admit defeat. We should regain our confidence and continue to fight. Maybe we can create a miracle? Yuan saw that Qin Zhao and the other 2 were depressed and silent. She could not help but comfort them. Qin Zhao raised his head and nodded heavily. He said, "Yes, Yuan is right. We can't be depressed and blame ourselves. We can't be depressed and lose confidence. Although the situation is bad, we have not lost yet. We can't admit defeat. So what if they have the upper hand in the land domain? As long as we are still around, we will never admit defeat. Then, we will still have a chance to win. So what if we turn the tide? So what if we turn the situation around? Haven't we done this all the time? So what if this setback is to us? We just have to break it. I don't believe that we have no way to fight against them. Now that we understand their plan and understand why we are in the current situation and recognize some of the problems between us, we can change ourselves, change our tactics, and change our thinking. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. We have always been in the light while they have always been in the dark. We know nothing about them, but they know us like the back of their hand. So from the beginning, they knew everything about us and had a good grasp of our hearts. Then they led us into the trap step by step. In the end, they slowly closed the net and forced us into a dead end. But people are alive. People can change. They want to force us into a dead end. How can we let them do as they wish? Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan also nodded heavily. Yes, they could not admit defeat like this. There was still a chance, as long as they were willing to grasp it. Wasn't it just a little disadvantage? It was not like there was absolutely no chance. Zhang Yang said with a serious face, "Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. What are you afraid of? We still have a chance. Isn't it just 4 against 6? What's the big deal?" I still firmly believe that the final victory will belong to us. No one can snatch it away. I think about it carefully. I think there are 2 main points of our problem. First, there is no way for us to unite well. There is no way for us to completely listen to Yan Xiaochen's command. There is no good cohesion. We did not make a good plan from the beginning. We just took it for granted and did not take the factors of the land domain into consideration. Second, we were a little overconfident. We felt that no matter what tactics we used, we should be able to win. In our hearts, we still looked down on the people from the land domain. In particular, we had previously made a great contribution by eliminating one of the people from the land domain. This thought continued to persist. After Xianqing and Taigu were eliminated, we panicked. Following our train of thought, we divided the 8 of us into 2 groups. We acted in groups of 4 and neglected the actions of the people from the land domain. We thought that the people from the land domain might still act in groups of 3, but we did not expect them to set up a big trap to lure us into it. This trap was linked to one another. In the end, we were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. The price for this was that we were not able to unite well and did not have a good leader. Secondly, our plan was not in place. We did not understand the land domain well and underestimated the people from the land domain. This is a lesson learned in blood. Now we understand. Since we have lost our advantage, we can still turn the tide. I believe that we can do it. Qin Shao patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and agreed with him. Yes, as long as we have strong confidence, there is nothing that can be difficult for us. As long as we still have the ambition, the passion, the will to win, and the spirit, then we will not be afraid of anything. No matter how big the difficulty is, we will overcome it. No matter how difficult the battle is, we will definitely obtain the final victory. Chapter 2609. The plan had to be changed, the situation had to be clear, and the confidence had to be set. This was what Qin Shao and the other 3 had to do now. Yan Xiaochen and the others did not have any accidents and were eventually eliminated. After Qin Shao and the others cleaned up the loot, they quickly left and found a quiet place to stop. Qin Shao said, "Remember, I originally had 2 thawing tokens, Yuan had 4, Fu Zhongshuan had 3, and Zhang Yang, you have 2. This time, we eliminated 3 people from the monster clan and got 7 thawing tokens from them. So now we have a total of 18 thawing tokens. But among these 18 thawing tokens, there are 6 thawing tokens with the power of the law and 5 Saint Secret Technique tokens. These 2 thawing tokens account for 11 of the tokens. As for the remaining 7 medallions, there are 2 medallions with innate divine abilities, 2 medallions with side path minor Daos, and 3 medallions with immortal and sacred items. As for the thawing tokens with the power of the law and the saint's secret technique tokens, we can each have 1. In this way, there will be 3 more thawing tokens. As for the remaining 7 thawing tokens, let's divide them reasonably. Right now, we lack the unfreezing tokens, so we must make full use of them to maximize our overall strength. We must focus on the overall situation, so we can't mix any emotional factors in it. And during the battle, we must cooperate perfectly and exchange thawing tokens with each other to maximize our strength as much as possible. Now that there are only 4 of us left, we must combine all our strength perfectly. Only then can we turn the tide, reverse the situation, and win for the mortal world. The hope of the mortal world is now all on us. The responsibility on our shoulders is extremely heavy. Zhang Yang and the other 2 nodded solemnly. Of course, they were very clear about this. Now that there were only 4 of them left in the mortal world, the victory or defeat all depended on the 4 of them. The sacred task fell on the 4 of them. Everyone knows which unfreezing tokens they need, and we all have a certain understanding of each other, so there's no need to be modest. What we need to do now is to distribute these tokens reasonably. Qin Shao continued. Zhang Yang said directly, Qin Shao, let's listen to you. It's better if you divide the loot. It's indeed not very good for us to choose by ourselves. We all know each other very well, and we all trust each other completely. Now you can be considered as one of us. You can just directly divide the loot, so that there won't be any disagreement. For the next operation, we will listen to your commands. I believe that you can lead us to victory. At this time, Qin Shao also bravely took up this responsibility and said, Well, how about this? Zhang Yang, you and Fu Zhongxian will each have 1 innate skill thawing token. As for the minor skill thawing token, Yuan and I will each have 1. As for the remaining 3 immortal/sacred skill thawing tokens, the 3 of you will each have 1. I don't need it. It's not useful to me. In this way, it meant that Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongxian, and Yuan each had 3 thawing tokens. Qin Shao had 3 thawing tokens. The extra 3 tokens were useless. In this way, everyone's strength was maximized as much as possible. But obviously, there were still many disadvantages. Compared to the people in the mortal world, the number of thawing tokens was definitely very insufficient. It was estimated that the people in the mortal world could almost give everyone 5 thawing tokens. But this was something that couldn't be helped. The biggest problem now was how to solve this situation and where to break through. Finding a breakthrough was obviously a very important thing. Qin Shao continued, The current situation is still that the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. The people in the mortal world have an absolute advantage, so we can't fight them head-on. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid we have no chance of winning at all. It's just a situation of courting death. But I think that the people in the mortal world now have an absolute advantage, so they can encircle and annihilate us unscrupulously. So, the 6 of them will definitely stay together and not separate. They will sweep all the way to encircle and annihilate us. If we are discovered by them, I'm afraid we will lose. They will encircle and annihilate us unscrupulously, but we have to play hide and seek with them in the dark. We have to hide from them and never confront them head-on. But Brother Qin Shao, if we keep hiding and don't confront them head-on, how can we turn the situation around? It seems that as long as the 6 people in the mortal world stay together, as long as their team doesn't separate, we can only respect and fear them. We can't come out and confront them head-on. If that's the case, we don't seem to have any chance. Yuan blinked and asked curiously with a puzzled look. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxuan were also analyzing this problem. It was too difficult to find a breakthrough in this situation. Zhang Yang also said, based on the current behavior of the people in the mortal world, the possibility of splitting them up is not high. Now they still have 6 people, and we only have 4 people left. So, they don't need to use any tactics at all. They can just wipe us out in the sealed battlefield. If they want to win steadily, then they shouldn't be divided into two groups. The 6 of them should be together all the time. In this way they can basically be foolproof. No matter what tactics we use, as long as the 6 of them stay close together, we won't be able to do anything. Once we make a move, it will be a situation of death. We can only pray that there are arrogant and conceited people in the mortal world who can give us a chance to break through. Then, we can defeat them one by one. If we can't weaken their strength, we won't have any chance of winning when we fight head-on in the end. Even if we can weaken one of them, our chances of winning will be much higher. Now, we just have to see if we can do this. But we have no other choice. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how low the possibility is, we can only try and take this risk. I hope that our luck will be better. Everyone nodded. Now, there was indeed no other way. This was the only way. On the other side, outside the sealed battlefield, at the place where Qin Shao and the others were previously, Yan Xiaochen and the other 5 people who had been eliminated were now gathered here. They had all been eliminated. Naturally, the 6 of them didn't have any good expressions on their faces. They were all very depressed and sad. Especially Yan Xiaochen. He was the leader. Who would have thought that he would also be eliminated? This made him feel very guilty. He stood there with a sad expression, and a complicated luster flashed in his eyes. Sigh, it seems that we are going to lose this time. Xian Qing shook her head helplessly and sighed. The situation was indeed very unfavorable for the mortal world. Therefore, even the people in the mortal world had lost their confidence. Young Master Tai Gu shook his head. He and Xian Qing were the first to be eliminated. Jin Bafang gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, we have all been tricked by the people of the mortal world. They have been scheming against us since the beginning. They have been scheming against us since the beginning. One step after another, they finally trapped us in the trap. Damn it, they are just a group of despicable and shameless beings. If they fought with us head-on, the mortal world would definitely lose." Ming? Xanling glanced at Jin Bafang and said indifferently, "Don't attribute our failure to others' insidiousness. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. No one limits the methods used. Our failure is because we underestimated the enemy from the beginning. We didn't realize the mortal world's methods from the beginning. We jumped into this trap ourselves. But there is no need to be so pessimistic. Qin Shao and the other 3 are still inside. We haven't lost. Moreover, I believe that they will definitely be able to turn the tide. They will definitely be able to obtain the final victory." "Humph, with just them?" Jin Bafang sneered disdainfully and said, "We have all been eliminated. There are only 4 of them left. What's the use of bringing along a little girl? They haven't been eliminated. It's just that they are lucky. But it won't be long before they will be eliminated as well." "Humph, so you mean that the mortal world will definitely lose? Are you still a person of the mortal world? How can you curse us like this? Do you really want the mortal world to lose?" Ming Xian was a little angry. This Jin Bafang was not easy to deal with from the beginning. He had always disliked the people from the Sacred Academy. Chapter 26:10. "Humph." Jin Bafang sneered and said, "Don't accuse me. I naturally don't want the mortal world to lose. But there are some things that you can't do even if you don't want to. I still want to deal with those people from the underworld alone. Is that possible? Humans have to know how to recognize reality. The current situation is like this. Do you have to speak against your heart? Isn't that lying to yourself? What's the point of that? That means you look down on Qin Shao and the others and have no confidence in them?" Heart said. Jin Bafang smiled and said, "Then you're right. I do look down on them. I have no confidence in them at all. There is no way to fight in such a situation. You are Ming? What's the use of Miss Hart thinking highly of them? What can you change? Ming? Hart said with a serious face. I can't change anything, but I think people's beliefs can change everything. We have been eliminated. This is an unchangeable fact. But Qin Shao and the others are still here. Then we should give them our beliefs. We should have confidence in them. We should believe that they can turn the tide and win. We must have faith. The mortal world must have faith. Only then will they have more faith. If all of us do not have any hope in them, then I am afraid there is really no hope. Jin Bafang waved his hand disdainfully and sneered. Fallacy. It is a complete fallacy. I just don't like them. What can you do? I see that you have been eliminated. You still have a clear conscience. Don't you feel the slightest guilt? Hart said coldly. Without waiting for Jin Bafang to speak, she continued. Jin Bafang, I know that you do not get along with Qin Shao and Zhang Yang. But in the face of great things, you should not bring your personal emotions into it. I am not a serious person. But today, I will make an exception and be serious with you. I believe that Qin Shao and the others will win. Since you look down on them, why don't we make a bet? Bet? Jin Bafang looked at Hart. She shook her head and said, I don't like to bet with a woman. Ming? Xian sneered and said provocatively, What? Did she not like it or did she not dare to? Don't worry, I won't play too big with you. I'll just bet on whether Qin Shao and the others can turn the tide and win for our mortal realm. If they win, then it's your loss. If they lose, then you win. If you win, you can do whatever you want with me. If you lose, then when Qin Shao and the others come out, you must apologize to them solemnly. Jin Bafang looked deeply at Qin Shao. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, Well, since you insist on playing, why not let me play with you? But I won't bully you. If you lose, you just have to apologize to me. If I lose, I'll apologize to Qin Shao and the others, okay? All right, that's settled then. Everyone has heard it and can bear witness. When the time comes, I hope you won't be a sore loser. He thought to himself. Jin Bafang snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. In the forbidden grounds of the Fuxi Sacred Grounds, in the pavilion, the atmosphere wasn't as relaxed as before. Instead, there was a heavy feeling. The 8 existences at the table had a serious look on their faces. The more silent they were, the scarier it was. The Kunlun God Emperor stroked his white beard and shook his head gently. The situation is extremely disadvantageous for us. Seems like it's going to be extremely difficult for our mortal realm to hold our ground this time around. The little fellas from the Earth realm this time around are pretty decent indeed. Strength and scheming. Everything is used extremely well. Step by step, it's hard for anyone to break free from it. It's no wonder that those little fellas from our mortal realm would fall for it. There's nothing we can do about it. Right now, we just have to see if the remaining 4 little fellas have any way of turning the tide. By the looks of it, it's going to be rather difficult. God Emperor Jiuhua snorted softly and said, I've already said that we can't agree to the demon ancestor and the others' conditions. The rules of the competition are obviously very advantageous to the Earth realm. We've already suffered a huge loss in terms of the rules. Therefore, we can't blame those little fellas from the mortal realm for our current situation. Although their performance isn't particularly good, it's still commendable. Basically, there shouldn't be any problems. I've already said that we can't agree to it. We can't underestimate our opponent. Emperor Xianyuan shook his head and said, Jiuhua, don't be agitated. There's nothing we can do about it. Our mortal realm has won over 100 tournaments consecutively. Previously, we were the ones who set the rules most of the time. This time around, the Earth realm requested for them to set the rules. Although it's beneficial to them, we've already analyzed it before. There won't be too much of an advantage, so we agreed. We haven't lost yet, have we? We still have to give Qin Shao and the other four little fellas some confidence. Hopefully, they can turn the tide and obtain victory. Although it's going to be rather difficult, it's not like there's no chance. There was definitely a chance, but it wasn't very big. However, since things had already come to this, there was no other way. Sealed battlefield. The situation was just as Qin Shao had expected. The 6 people from the Earth realm began to search for Qin Shao and the other 3 in an inch-by-inch manner. The 6 of them were like a net as they searched the entire sealed battlefield. The entire sealed battlefield was only so big. It wouldn't take too long to search the entire place. However, Qin Shao and the other 3 had already expected this, so the 4 of them had been hiding from the Earth realm. With Qin Shao and Yuan, 2 experts in concealing their aura, they could naturally hide from the people from the Earth realm very well. Therefore, they were able to avoid the people from the Earth realm several times. Of course, it was impossible for them to continue hiding like this. Qin Shao and the others were also looking for a good opportunity. Now, it was time for both sides to compete in patience. Of course. However, Qin Shao and the others definitely couldn't wait any longer. After all, later on, if the situation really reached a stalemate, new rules would be activated. At that time, they would still have to face it head-on. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to fight at this early stage. He wanted to see if he could separate the 6 people from the Earth realm. They didn't need to be separated too far. 10,000 miles was enough. The 6 people from the Earth realm had always been stuck together. This situation was also to prevent Qin Shao and the others from launching a sneak attack. Under such circumstances, there was no way to launch a sneak attack on anyone. The 6 people were tightly stuck together. Once they attacked, they would definitely have to face the attacks of the 6 people. They could completely protect each other. However, after searching the sealed battlefield several times, they still couldn't find Qin Shao and the others. A demon race life form was a little impatient. Humph, these people from the mortal world only know how to hide. They really hid very well. We have already searched several times, but we still haven't found them. They are really despicable. If we continue to search like this, I'm afraid we still won't be able to find them. No, we can't search blindly like this. We have to change our strategy and think of a way to force them out. Eye-swallowing whale, don't act recklessly, a netherworld race life form shouted. He glanced at the demon race life form and continued, the people from the mortal world should be the ones who are anxious now, not us. We can afford to waste time, but they can't. As long as we continue to waste time like this, we will definitely be forced into a head-on confrontation in the end. At that time, we will have an absolute advantage. With 6 against 4, we can completely annihilate them in one fell swoop. So why are we in such a hurry? We don't need to do anything at all. We can just wait here for them to come to us. Now that they have been hiding and not coming to us, it doesn't matter. When the situation is judged to have reached a stalemate, new rules will be activated. At that time, the sealed battlefield will slowly shrink. When that time comes, we will naturally be able to meet and fight. We have the upper hand now. As long as we grasp this absolute advantage, the final victory will definitely belong to us. Our Earth realm has not won for almost 100 years. This time, we are shouldering the sacred mission of the entire Earth realm. We are here with all the hopes placed on us. Therefore, we have to win. We can't afford to make even the slightest mistake. The safest way is for us to bide our time. As long as the 6 of us huddle together, we will be in an invincible position. The final victory will definitely belong to us. The demon race eye-swallowing whale waved his hand and said, Wu Kun, don't tell me this. I already know this. Biding our time and biding our time until the end to win. Don't you think that winning this way is very disgraceful? We have the overall situation in our hands now. We have the complete upper hand. We already have an overwhelming advantage. What are we afraid of? The remaining 4 people from the mortal world don't pose any threat to us at all. Why do we have to keep waiting like this? Not taking advantage of our morale to annihilate them in one fell swoop, but slowly waiting. Is this what we should do? Not only do we want to win, but we also want to win in a glorious and satisfying way. Only then can we avenge our previous humiliation. I know what they are thinking. Aren't they hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity? Since they want an opportunity so much, let's give them one. It's an opportunity and also a bait. Let's release a bait and lure them in. Then, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Isn't that better? If we want to win, why don't we choose to win more happily and gloriously? If we win in such a humiliating manner, is that the result we want? At this point, what are we still afraid of? Are you really afraid that the 4 of them from the mortal world can do anything? They are just fighting like cornered beasts now. They are still fantasizing. Shatter their fantasies and trample on them one by one. This way of winning will be satisfying. Only then will we be able to vent our anger. Only then will we be able to show our might. Wu Kuan shouted in a deep voice, "Enough, eye-swallowing whale. I have said it very clearly just now. We have to prioritize the overall situation. We have to use the most reliable method to win this battle. To our Earth domain, this is a long-awaited victory. We have to win this. We can't afford to make any mistake. If you want to flaunt your personal heroism, that's your business. However, I won't allow you to do so. Everyone else, don't even think about it. Winning is everything. We don't need to fight to our heart's content. We just need to win. If anyone causes our Earth domain to lose, they will be the greatest sinner of the Earth domain." Ice-swallowing whale sneered and retorted, "Wu Kuan, don't be such an alarmist. Fighting to our heart's content and winning are not conflicting at all. We want to feel good and we will definitely win. 3 people from my demon race have been eliminated by the 4 people from the mortal world. I have to settle this score with them." Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:11. Wu Kuan's face darkened. Immediately, someone else shouted, "Ice-swallowing whale, 3 people from your demon race have been eliminated. That is a tactical sacrifice. It is valuable. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Fighting steadily is the best way now. We have to ensure victory. Everything else can be put aside. Although this is not good, we can't take such a risk for our own selfish reasons. You want to become a sinner of the land, but I don't. So, don't act recklessly. Listen to Wu Kuan's instructions." Bah! The ice-swallowing whale didn't listen. Instead, it became even angrier. It pointed at the nose of the person who spoke and said, "Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? I know you don't like me. Even if you don't like me, you have to hold it in. I'm really going to do this today. It's your problem if you don't dare to do it. Look at your cowardly appearance. You don't even dare to do such a stable thing. I really despise you. What's there to worry about? I will be the bait alone. You have 5 people. I will lure them out. Then, the 5 of you will come and support me. I have full confidence that I can hold on until your support comes. When that time comes, we can directly surround and kill them. We won't let them drag things out to a stalemate. Taking a step back, if I can't lure them out, there won't be any losses for us, right? If I can't lure them out, it means that they are cowardly. Then, we won't feel bad about winning. Can't you all understand such a simple logic? You still want to hold on and wait. Do you all only have this much courage?" Wu Kuan and the others couldn't help but become silent. What he said made sense. However, there was definitely a risk in doing so. If they really wanted to be stable, the best way was to hold on and wait until the end to resolve the matter. If they delayed until the end, they would definitely have a 90% chance of winning. If they did this now, there was more or less a risk. Even if the risk was relatively small, there was actually no need to take this risk. But now, it was probably difficult to suppress the ice-swallowing whale. If he didn't agree, he was afraid that he would ruin everything. The Netherworld race member wanted to say something but was stopped by Wu Kuan. Forget it. Since the eye-devouring whale insists, let's do as it says, Wu Kuan said. Wu Kuan, you can't. Alright, that's it. After getting Wu Kuan's nod, a smile appeared on the whale's face. Isn't that it? Really, is there a need to talk so much nonsense? There is no conflict between winning and feeling good. You can have both. If I don't vent my anger, I won't feel good. Leave the matter of luring them out to me. After saying that, the eye-swallowing whale began to move. After the eye-devouring whale left, Wu Kuan's face darkened as he said to the other four, "This eye-devouring whale is really stubborn. I just hope that he doesn't ruin our plans. We'll follow him later. But remember, no matter what happens, the 5 of us must not be separated. No one is allowed to leave the team. Even if something unexpected happens, as long as the 5 of us can stay united, we are still very confident that we can win the final battle. 5 against 4, we have a great chance of winning. There's nothing to worry about with the advantage. But this is the worst-case scenario. The situation might not be that bad. Let's put it another way. If the people from the mortal world dare to come out, we might be able to end the battle ahead of time. It would be best if the people from the mortal world don't dare to come out. We can also wait until the end to end the battle. That way we'll have a greater chance of winning. But I think the people from the mortal world will definitely take action. They definitely won't sit still and wait for death. I feel that the people from the mortal world have been looking for an opportunity to make a move. Wu Kuan took the initiative to be the bait and gave the people from the mortal world a great opportunity. I believe that the people from the mortal world won't let go of this opportunity easily. So, the biggest possibility is that the people from the mortal world will take the risk and make a move. We can't be too far away from the eye-devouring whale. It's best to maintain a distance of more than 10,000 miles. This way we can support the eye-devouring whale in the shortest time possible. As long as the eye-devouring whale can withstand our rescue, we can end the battle ahead of time. But, speaking until here, Wu Kuan couldn't help but pause for a moment. He looked at the 4 of them seriously before he continued, but I believe that the 4 people from the mortal world are not fools. They are very smart and will definitely be able to think of the problem that we can think of. But we have an absolute advantage here. We have the final trump card here. So, we won't be the ones in a hurry. The people from the mortal world will be the ones in a hurry. They will definitely do everything they can to break the situation and create an opportunity. As long as there's a slight chance, I believe that they will seize it regardless of the cost. What we need to take advantage of now is this weakness of their mortal realm. Use their weakness to attack them. So, although the eye-devouring whale's move is somewhat risky, he is right about one thing. Taking this risk also has a high chance of success. Although it's not a high chance of defending, it is indeed very high. For the people from the mortal world, they are the ones who are really taking a big risk. As long as we grasp it well, there won't be any problems. I believe that we will be able to grasp that little bit of risk very well. Hearing Wu Kuan's words, the other 4 nodded their heads heavily. Qin Shao, look over there. Haha, it seems that we are in luck. The people from the mortal world have finally begun to take action. Our chance is here. Zhang Yang suddenly patted Qin Shao happily. Qin Shao had already discovered that a person from the goblin race was alone. It seemed that the opportunity had indeed come. However, Qin Shao was not happy. Instead, he said with a solemn face, "I'm afraid that the people from the mortal world have deliberately given us this opportunity. This person is obviously a bait. It seems that it's really as I expected. It's possible that someone from the mortal world is unhappy and wants to get rid of us before the stalemate." If we blindly defend and drag it out until the stalemate is determined before changing the rules, it will actually be a kind of humiliation for them. It will also hurt their hearts. They already have an absolute advantage. If they drag it out until the end to resolve the battle, it will seem like a dirty victory. Everyone is extremely proud and can endure for the sake of the overall situation. However, there will always be people who can't bear it and want to get rid of us in advance. In fact, they have also expected this. As long as they give us a little bit of a chance, even if we know that it's a trap, we will still risk everything to fight. Because we have no other choice. If we can grasp a little bit of a chance, we will definitely fight. In this way, they will also satisfy their hearts. We will also have a little bit of a chance. Both sides will help each other. So, we don't need to look to know that the other 5 people from the mortal world must be waiting in the dark. As long as we make a move, they will definitely besiege us. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and said directly, "We can't care so much now. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, we must give it a try. Since they are so confident and dare to give us a chance, we can only do it. There's no need to choose first. If we don't do it now, it will only be more disadvantageous for us if we continue to wait." They think that they have grasped our weakness and are doing it deliberately. If that's the case, why don't we help them? Wealth comes from danger. They have their confidence, and we have our determination. Since there is a chance, even if there are traps in it, we can still fight. At least, there is still a possibility that we can grasp the opportunity. Fu Zhongshuan also nodded and was ready for a battle. Qin Shao said seriously, "We must fight. We have no other choice but to fight. This opportunity is deliberately given to us by the people from the mortal world. They want to lure us into the trap and then defeat us in advance to win. They do have such confidence and strength to do this. The chance for us is indeed not big. It can even be said that it is very slim. But we can only stake it all on one throw and fight with all our strength. Whether we can eliminate this goblin race member before the other people from the mortal world come to kill us will basically determine our fate. If we can do this, then there is still a chance. But we only have this one chance. Even if we succeed, we still can't turn the situation around. We will still be at a disadvantage. It's just that this disadvantage has been reduced a little. 4 against 5 is still a difficult situation. But there is no other way. Things have developed to the current situation. We can only take this path. It is the only way that can possibly turn the tide. It's difficult, but we have to make this decision. Zhang Yang and the other 2 nodded heavily. They were also very clear about this situation. Yes, it was the only chance. There was no other choice. They could only fight. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. Yuan, let's go over. Wait for my command. At the same time, attack with all your strength. Don't hide your skills. Show them all. The final battle is about to start. I hope we can have the last laugh. Let's fight, Qin Shao said. Yuan quickly moved closer to that side. With such a heaven-defying concealment method, he could get close to that side very quickly. The eye-swallowing whale did not notice him. He was still looking around for Qin Shao and the others, walking unscrupulously. He wanted to lure Qin Shao and the others out. He firmly believed that Qin Shao and the others would definitely be lured out by him, so he was waiting. He was ready to go all out at any time, but he was not afraid of anything. Instead, he looked forward to it. 4 guys from the mortal world, come out quickly. I can't wait to kill you. I want to see just how capable you all are to eliminate me in half a breath's time. Wu Kun and the others will come to support me in half a breath's time. I'll give you half a breath's time. Let's see if you have the ability. Don't be a coward. Don't be afraid to come out. Otherwise, it will be a waste of my effort. Come on, come out and kill me if you have the ability. I'm waiting for you to come out. If I don't kill you, I won't be happy. I won't be happy. The ice-swallowing whale thought viciously. Its eyes were shining with a strange light, glancing around. Suddenly, a strange light spot bloomed in its eyes, like a meteor streaking across the sky. This strange light spot rapidly shot towards him and rapidly grew in size. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:12. Under this strange light spot, the power of the laws and the power of the immortal path. The power of the saint arts and secret arts, the power of the heart force, the power of the sword and the power of the saber all poured down in an instant, madly surging and enveloping the ice-swallowing whale in an instant. The terrible and powerful destructive power swallowed the ice-swallowing whale and was about to kill it in an instant. All of a sudden, Qin Shao and the other three charged out from the void. The four of them did not hold back at all as they unleashed all of their powers. Qin Shao used the dual body technique, using Li Sheng's flying dagger and the heaven-splitting sword technique at the same time. The heaven-splitting sword technique was combined with the laws of space and the laws of time, while Li Sheng's flying dagger was combined with the heart force. Both were extremely powerful. Prince Zhang Yang directly unleashed his fire god's battle body. His whole body was bathed in raging hellfire, like a god of war descending with supreme power and endless power. Fu Zhongshuan was a member of the Fuxi clan, so he directly used his innate magic. A huge Shinong cauldron was suspended in the void and then smashed down on the ice-swallowing whale. The appearance of the Shinong cauldron could suppress the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and everything in the heavens. As for Yuan, she had also used two of her most powerful techniques, making her look like a goddess. The sun and the moon shone together, and the four seas were at peace. The rain-like flying daggers also became a bit fierce at this time. Moreover, Yuan also used Li Sheng's flying dagger, which was at the level of a sacred object. As soon as her Li Sheng's flying dagger came out, the world suddenly became silent. Everything seemed to be completely still at this moment, completely suppressed by the power of this one dagger. Even Qin Zhao's Li Sheng's flying dagger seemed to be frightened and let out a cry. Yuan unleashed the flying dagger with all his might. It was indeed powerful and extremely terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything in the world. It's coming! Seeing this sudden attack, the ice-swallowing whale did not have the slightest fear. Instead, it looked excited. He had waited for a long time, and finally, it was coming. Even he could feel the terrifying destructive power surging towards him like an avalanche, wanting to devour and destroy him in an instant. However, he had already prepared for everything, so he was not in a hurry at all. The holy armor had already covered his entire body, enveloping him and protecting him. At the same time, his body rapidly grew in size. Soon, he grew to a height of 108,000 feet, turning into an ancient giant. Seeing the changes of the ice-swallowing whale, Qin Shao and the others were shocked. What a powerful demon body! Not only did this demon have a very strong demon body, but he also had a powerful innate ability that allowed him to transform into an ancient giant demon body. His defensive ability was extremely strong, and his vitality was incomparably tenacious. At the same time, he was also protected by a holy armor, which served as a double layer of protection. Therefore, no matter how strong Qin Shao and the other three were, it was not easy for them to eliminate him in half a breath's time. However, Qin Shao and the others had already prepared for everything. They had thought of all the worst-case scenarios, so this situation was within their expectations. Who among those who could participate in the young genius's battle between the mortal world and the earth world was simple. It was reasonable for him to have such a powerful innate ability. Moreover, this innate ability was mainly used for defense. Therefore, the ice-swallowing whale obviously intended to use his body to block the attacks of Qin Shao and the others. As long as he could block them for half a breath's time, Wu Kuan and the others would be able to kill their way here. At that time, they would be able to encircle Qin Shao and the others. This was the ice-wallowing whale's plan. He had full confidence in his defensive ability, and he had already prepared everything. Now everything was under his control. You must kill him. You must kill him. Qin Shao prayed in his heart. The ice-wallowing whale's defensive ability was indeed strong. At this time, even a first-step ancient saint might not be able to kill him in one move. However, Qin Shao and the others had already used their full strength at this time. It was not completely hopeless. This was also a gamble. Wu Kuan and the other four were rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. They had already appeared in Qin Shao and the others' sight. Now it was a race of speed. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. You can't eliminate me. You'd better accept your death obediently. The ice-swallowing whale laughed loudly. Die for me. Zhang Yang shouted loudly. Endless flames spewed out, reaching as high as tens of thousands of feet. A huge fire-colored sword burst out from the flames. The huge sword exuded an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. Obviously, this huge fire-colored sword was a sacred weapon. Humph, monster, taste my fire god's sword. This is the first time I've used my fire god's sword. You should be proud of yourself for being the first person to taste my fire god's sword. Zhang Yang shouted and slashed down with the sword. It was earth-shattering. The flame light was enough to burn half of the sky red. The giant sword brought with it endless might and the power of laws as it tore through the world. It had an unstoppable sharpness, as if it wanted to cut everything in half. It was as if it wanted to shock the heavens and earth. This sword was too terrifying, causing Qin Zhao's heart to palpitate for a moment. Qin Shao could not help but wonder if he would be able to withstand Zhang Yang's attack if he were to receive it himself. If the sword spirit of the heaven-opening sword woke up and restored the sacred weapon, he might be able to withstand it. However, if the sword spirit of the heaven-opening sword didn't wake up, Qin Shao felt that it would be difficult for him to withstand Zhang Yang's sword. The fire god's battle body was indeed an immortal king's physique that was born for battle. It was too powerful. At this time, Zhang Yang could be said to have exerted the power of the fire god's battle body to the extreme. He used the fire god's sword, which could illuminate the sky and shock the world. When the sword was used, the heaven and earth withered. Fu Zhongxian also used all his strength. His Shenong cauldron was a divine cauldron, a sacred weapon. Of course, the real Shenong cauldron was only in the hands of Fushi Shenong. Fu Zhongxian's divine cauldron was his innate ability, but this cauldron also contained a bit of the Shenong cauldron's power. The huge cauldron smashed down heavily. Even a planet would be crushed in an instant. Under the huge cauldron's heavy smashing, the giant eye-devouring whale was instantly smashed into the soil. Its whole body also knelt down with its waist bent to nearly 90 degrees. Many parts of its body were directly smashed and cracked. The power of the cauldron was still smashing down. Zhang Yang's fire god's sword was also scattering cracks on the eye-devouring whale's body. There were also Yuan Yuan's Li Xing's flying dagger, Qin Zhao's sky splitter sword, and Li Xing's flying dagger. All kinds of powerful forces were bombarding the eye-devouring whale. Under such a powerful and terrifying attack, the eye-devouring whale's face changed rapidly. So strong! So strong! How can they be so strong? How can they be so terrifying? Why do I feel that the strength of these 4 people is much stronger than the other 6? How can they be so strong? Terrifying! More than half of my monster body has been destroyed. If this continues, I will be eliminated soon. Hang in there. Hang in there. Someone must hang in there. Soon. Soon. Wu Kuan and the others will be here soon. As long as they are here, I will be safe. Wu Kuan, hurry up. Hurry up. The eye-devouring whale's face turned pale with fright. It gritted its teeth and endured the terrible pain. In the end, it also anxiously transmitted a message to Wu Kuan and the others. Wu Kuan and the other four were rushing over at top speed. More than 80% of his demon body had been destroyed, and he was about to die. Once 90% of his demon body was destroyed, he would definitely be rescued, and that would be the result of elimination. So, it was only 10% left. Fortunately, at this time, Wu Kuan and the other four had also reached the front. The five of them also attacked with all their strength to stop Qin Shao and the others. When the five people of the Earth realm attacked, the situation naturally became a little bad. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Zhang Yang was very unhappy. Damn it! Damn it! Just a little bit more, I'm not willing to give up. Everyone wanted to eliminate the eye-devouring whale in one fell swoop, but now the situation had changed. What should they do? Should they just give up like this? That was really a pity, and they were not willing to give up. And if they gave up like this, it was tantamount to wasting all their previous efforts. Although the eye-devouring whale did not have any combat power in a short time, as long as the five people of the Earth realm surrounded it and gave it some time to breathe, it would be able to recover some of its combat power quickly. At that time, they would join in and form a situation of 6 against 4. By then, Qin Shao and the others would have no hope. It was precisely because of this that eliminating the eye-devouring whale in one fell swoop became the key. If this matter could be done, their chances would increase by a lot. What should they do? Ha ha ha, you can't eliminate me. You can't eliminate me. Ha ha, you have no chance. Admit defeat. Admit defeat obediently. The eye-devouring whale laughed wildly and was very proud. He was happy in his heart. Finally, he could have a good time. Even if he paid a big price, it was worth it. Big brother Qin Shao, you guys kill him. I will stop them, Yuan suddenly said in an unusually firm tone. After speaking, without waiting for Qin Shao and the others' opinions, she directly rushed out and blocked in front of Qin Shao and the others. Li Sheng's flying daggers turned into thousands of flying daggers, forming a huge wall of flying daggers. Together with the power of the spatial law, it isolated this side. Yuan, Qin Shao suddenly became a little anxious. How could he let Yuan take this risk alone? The five people of the Earth realm attacked at the same time. In a face-to-face confrontation, Yuan would probably be eliminated. If they exchanged one person for another, it would be meaningless. The human realm would still be at a disadvantage. Big brother Qin Shao, believe me, I won't be eliminated by them. Hurry up and do it. Otherwise, I will really be eliminated, Yuan said to Qin Shao. As she spoke, her figure moved. Hundreds and thousands of Yuans walked out, forming a huge human wall. Every Yuan was using Li Sheng's flying daggers and the power of the spatial law with all their strength, forming a wall. Hundreds and thousands of walls were stacked in front of them, blocking Wu Kuan and the others. Seeing Yuan's method, Qin Shao and the others were shocked. They secretly sighed in their hearts. She was indeed the daughter of Li Sheng. Her methods were really one after another. It was really dangerous. There was actually such a cloning technique. It was too dangerous. Qin Zhao's cloning technique was the same. He could only create one clone. But what was facing Yuan were thousands of clones. Even if those clones were weaker, there were too many of them. Thousands of clones, using Li Sheng's flying daggers at the same time. This scene was extremely shocking. Looking at it, one would feel that it was extremely powerful. It was too spectacular. Seeing such a shocking and spectacular scene, people believed that Yuan would definitely be able to block it. It was indeed dangerous. This made Qin Shao and the others feel a little ashamed. They didn't expect that at the critical moment they still needed to rely on Yuan to support them. Chapter 26:13. You guys are crazy. Aren't you just putting up a deathbed struggle? Seeing that Qin Shao and the others did not stop attacking him and instead vowed to eliminate him, the smile on the ice-swallowing whale's face suddenly stopped, and he cursed loudly. Although he wanted to control Qin Shao and the others, and wanted to end the battle in advance to avenge the 3 people from the monster race, he did not want to be eliminated. This time, he had really gone overboard. He thought that the people from the mortal realm would not be able to do anything to him once Wu Kun and the others arrived. But looking at the situation now, there were some unforeseen circumstances. Wu Kun, save me! The ice-swallowing whale once again cried for help to Wu Kun and the others. Wu Kun and the others also rushed over with all their strength, but they were blocked by Yuan Yuan's thousands of doppelgangers. They attacked with all their strength and were disintegrating Yuan Yuan's thousands of doppelgangers and the obstructing power of the space law at an extremely fast speed. They were rapidly collapsing and advancing at an extremely fast speed. However, this would always take some time to resolve. And this time was enough for Qin Shao and the other 2 to eliminate the ice-swallowing whale. Damn it, I actually miscalculated. They can actually eliminate me. Damn it, damn it. The ice-swallowing whale gritted his teeth fiercely, but there was no turning back. A ray of light fell and took the ice-swallowing whale away. He was eliminated. 5 unfreezing tokens fell from his body, and he managed to collect all 5 unfreezing tokens. On the other side, the space wall of Yuan Yuan's thousands of doppelgangers was completely shattered by the 5 people from the Earth realm. The powerful force smashed onto Yuan Yuan's body and sent him flying back. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air, which bloomed into blood lotuses. Yuan Yuan. Qin Shao and the other 2 immediately rushed over and attacked with all their strength to block the powerful attack of the 5 people from the Earth realm. Yuan Yuan smiled at Qin Shao and the other 2 and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Although he said that he was fine, it was obvious that Yuan Yuan was seriously injured. He probably had less than 50% of his strength left. They couldn't help but admire Yuan Yuan. He really blocked the attack of the 5 people from the Earth realm with his own strength. If Yuan Yuan hadn't bought time for everyone, it would have been impossible to eliminate the ice-swallowing whale. Although Yuan Yuan was also heavily injured, being able to eliminate the ice-swallowing whale was considered a victory. Even though they had won this battle, the situation of the mortal world was still worrying. They did not manage to turn the situation around by much. All they did was increase their hopes a little. However, what the mortal world had to face right now was still a test of life and death. The disadvantage was still huge. With a wave of Wu Kun's hand, the 5 experts from the Earth domain surrounded Qin Zhao's group of 4. The final battle was about to begin. In terms of momentum, Qin Shao and the other 3 did not show any weakness. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Wu Kun. Wu Kun was the leader of the Earth domain. He was also the number 1 person that Qin Shao felt was the most dangerous. He, Qin Shao, would naturally take the lead to deal with the most dangerous person. "You're Qin Shao, right? Not bad, not bad. You're really quite capable to be able to pull out a tooth from the tiger's mouth. I already knew about your plan. That idiot ice-swallowing whale insisted on luring you out and giving you a chance. I thought that you would be defeated the moment you came out. I didn't expect that you would really tear open a small hole and create a small miracle. You really eliminated the ice-swallowing whale. But it doesn't matter. Everything was within our expectations and calculations. Even if you eliminated the ice-swallowing whale, it wouldn't change anything. At most, it would give you a little bit of comfort. But all of this is pale and powerless. It's just a fleeting cloud that will disappear in the blink of an eye. You're only left with 4 people. Oh no. To be precise, it should be 3.5 people. We're 5 people. Moreover, all 5 of us have gathered 5 unfreezing tokens. We have the absolute advantage. Do you really think that you can still put up a last-ditch struggle? Qin Shao looked at Wu Kun indifferently. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they still didn't lose their momentum and confidence. Qin Shao said coldly, So what if there are 3.5 people? You have your advantages, and we also have our determination. Until the last moment, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Isn't it a little too early to talk about winning or losing now? You should know that accidents happen in this world. There are miracles that are created. There are things that you can't imagine. Just like just now, you didn't expect that we could eliminate the ice-swallowing whale, but we did do it. You've only sent out a very, very small chance. You've sent out such a huge bait. You guys are sure that we have no other choice but to fight to the death with all our might. Yes, we did have no choice but to risk everything and take your bait. But just because we took the bait, it didn't mean that we would fall into your trap and be eliminated by your encirclement and defeat. Our firm belief and strong confidence allowed us to seize that 1 in 10,000 chance and create a small miracle. We've already grasped such a small opportunity. Now the opportunity is obviously more than 10 times higher. Why can't you create another big miracle? Ha ha ha. Wu Kun laughed. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful smile and said, "Yes, it's good to be confident. It's really good. But sometimes people need to see reality clearly. It's better to have a little self-awareness. Blind confidence may be a kind of mental illness. Your courage is commendable. It's really good to have such firm belief in defending the last line of defense for the human world. However, things often depend on the result. Everything else isn't important. And the result is that you will lose. This is a fact that you can't change. Even if you don't want to admit it, there's nothing you can do. All right, I won't talk so much nonsense with you. It's time to end everything. Struggle. You won't be satisfied if you don't struggle. We respect you, so let's have a final battle. We will go all out. Let's see how long you can hold on." The storm was coming. Qin Shao quickly distributed the thawing tokens. He gave the innate skill thawing token to Yuan Yuan, the sideline minor path thawing token to Zhang Yang, and the immortal/sacred tool thawing token to Qin Shao. There were 2 extra tokens that everyone had. In this way, Zhang Yang and Yuan Yuan each had 5 thawing tokens. Qin Shao and Fu Zhongxian each had 4 thawing tokens. Qin Shao didn't have any innate skill, so the innate skill thawing token was useless for him. Qin Shao could be considered to have reached the peak of his strength. As for Fu Zhongxian, the lack of a sideline minor path thawing token had almost no impact on him. After all, the sideline minor path thawing token he practiced wasn't strong, so it wouldn't be of much use here. So, in this way, Qin Shao and the other two's strength could reach the peak of their strength. It was just that Yuan Yuan was seriously injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. As Wu Kun said, they only had 3.5 people left. On the other side, there were still 5 people, and all 5 of them were also at the peak of their strength. How should they fight this battle? When it came to tactics, it seemed that there were no good tactics. They could only fight head-on. But if they fought head-on, the hope was slim. After all, Wu Kun and the other 4 could also exhaust Qin Shao and the others to death. So, how should they break this situation? Qin Shao was very clear in his heart that he must think of a better way to deal with this situation. If they couldn't break this situation, then there was really no hope. But what should he do to break out of this situation? It was too difficult, and there was no good feasible way at all. After all, the situation at this time was already urgent, and there was no time to think about anything more. In the end, Qin Shao finally made a decision in his heart. Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongxian, Yuan Yuan, the 3 of you will each pick an opponent, and leave the remaining 2 to me. I will give you a difficult task, and I hope that you can all complete it. If you can all complete it, then our mortal world may still have a little hope. If you can't all complete it, then I'm afraid that this time, our mortal world is powerless to reverse the situation. But as long as there is a little hope, we should all work hard to grasp it firmly. I still firmly believe that we can create a miracle. As long as we all adhere to this strong belief in our hearts, take out all our confidence, and fight with all our strength, then good luck will definitely come to us. You all find a way to eliminate your opponents, and I will do my best to hold the last two people. Qin Shao solemnly transmitted to Zhang Yang and the other two. Yuan immediately said, "Brother Qin Shao, let me do it. Just now I even held back 5 people. Although I'm injured, it shouldn't be a problem for me to hold back 2 people." "No, Yuan, you are seriously injured. You can't take such a risk anymore. Let me do it." Zhang Yang also said immediately. Fu Zhongxian also said, "Let me do it, I think I can do it." Qin Shao said with incomparable determination, "Well, listen to me on this matter, we don't have time to discuss it here. I have already decided. Everyone, do as I say. If you quarrel again, then we are doomed. What we need now is resolute execution. There can be no hesitation. This way I can fully condense our strength and exert it to the maximum." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhang Yang and the other two did not speak anymore. They could only nod heavily and listen to Qin Zhao's arrangement. Attack. As soon as Wu Kuan gave the order, the people of the underworld realm attacked. Now it was the final battle. Thus, the people from the land were not careless at all. Naturally, they went all out as soon as they attacked. They used all their means to get rid of Qin Shao and the others in the shortest time possible. Zhang Yang and the other two each locked onto an opponent and rushed out to kill. On Qin Zhao's side, he used dual body technique. His main body and his clone attacked at the same time. His main body locked onto Wu Kuan, and his clone locked onto a netherworld race being. All his means were used. His main body used heaven-opening sword technique with all his strength. With the perfect combination of the law of space and the law of light, coupled with the powerful power of heaven-opening sword technique and the powerful power of his inner world, he immediately trapped Wu Kuan. On the clone's side, he used Li Sheng's flying dagger with all his strength. His heart force was perfectly coordinated, and at the same time, he used true word of Lin using all his means. However, the strength of the clone was obviously far inferior to that of the main body. Fortunately, the netherworld race being that the clone was fighting was not that strong, so they were able to exchange blows. However, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. For the time being, they could still fight for a while, but if the other party continued to exert force, it would be difficult to resist. It was obviously impossible for Qin Shao to fight 1 against 2. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:14. But there was no other way. Qin Shao had no other choice but to give it a try. If one wanted to create a miracle, wouldn't it mean making the impossible possible? The process was difficult, painful, and extremely dangerous. Wu Kuan was temporarily trapped by Qin Shao, but he wasn't anxious at all. He even revealed a faint smile on his face, looking calm and confident. "Qin Shao, it seems like I have underestimated you. Your strength is pretty good. You don't have the physique of an immortal king, and you don't have any innate ability. Yet you are so powerful. You have mastered the law of space and the law of light, and you can even coordinate them perfectly. You are indeed something. I admit that I have to treat you as a real opponent now. I want to have a good battle with you." Although Wu Kuan said that, he was still full of confidence for this battle. Wu Kuan made his move. He transformed into an invincible god of the underworld. He brought along a torrential nether chi as he descended, suppressing the heaven and earth. Just this terrifying nether chi alone seemed to be able to envelop the entire sealed battlefield, pressing down heavily. This terrifying nether chi was also clashing against Qin Zhao's attack, as though it wanted to disperse it. Holding the nether sword, the law of immortal Tao and the law of darkness surged out like a demon, abnormally powerful and terrifying. Wu Kuan's strength was indeed extremely powerful. Step by step, he advanced towards Qin Shao. While resisting Qin Zhao's attack, he was also slowly breaking Qin Zhao's attack. Step by step, it was as though he was cleaving through the wind and wave. This Wu Kuan had actually cultivated the law of immortal Tao to the initial level. He had actually mastered the law of immortal Tao. This meant that he had already begun to open up his own ancient path. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm. Not only that, he could also transform into the Nether God of War. This should be his innate ability. With the help of the holy weapon, the Nether Sword, the terrifying Saint technique, and the perfect combination of the power of laws. All of these made Wu Kuan extremely powerful. Every time he clashed with Qin Shao, he was able to gain the upper hand. Every time he forced Qin Shao to take a step back, allowing him to advance step by step towards Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art was very strong, but the heaven-opening sword could not display the power of a sacred artifact. It was indeed a weak point. In addition, Qin Shao did not have any innate divine abilities, which was an even bigger shortcoming. Although it was said that the duration of the innate mystique was relatively short, it was impossible to use the innate mystique continuously. However, even if time was short, this short period of time was enough to decide everything. Qin Zhao's strength lay in the fact that he had mastered two of the 5 great laws, the laws of space and the laws of light. Moreover, these 2 laws could perfectly complement the laws of the immortal Tao and the heaven-splitting sword art to maximize their power. Although Qin Shao had not been able to break through to the beginner realm, he had mastered a lot of the laws of the immortal Tao. In addition, the strength of Qin Zhao's inner world had also made up for his lack of innate divine abilities to a certain extent. Therefore, when Qin Shao fought with Wu Kuan, he only felt like he was at a slight disadvantage. Moreover, this was mainly because Qin Shao had diverted some of his energy to deal with the other netherworld race being. If his clone had also come to help, then Qin Shao would have been able to reverse his decline and might even be able to gain a slight advantage. At this time, Qin Shao was fighting against 2 nether race beings alone. It was normal for him to be at a disadvantage. If he could really fight against 2 nether race beings alone, that would be really scary. However, Qin Shao also knew the current situation. Wu Kuan and the other nether race being were attacking him with all their strength. His disadvantage would definitely slowly increase. There was no way he could hold on for long. He was now holding on to his last line of defense with all his strength in order to create some opportunities for Zhang Yang and the other 2. If the 3 of them could exhaust the 3 nether race beings, and if one of them was not eliminated, there would be hope for the human world. But in fact, the difference in strength between everyone was not very big. A one-on-one battle could determine the winner and the loser, but a one-on-two battle was definitely a losing situation. The opponents that Zhang Yang and the other 2 were facing were very strong, causing them to fall into a difficult situation. Although Yuan's strength was strong, she was seriously injured just now. At this time, her strength was less than 50%. Naturally, it was very difficult for her to fight. Qin Zhao's main body could temporarily hold Wu Kuan back, but the situation on the clone's side was developing in a bad direction. The nether race being repeatedly used all kinds of powerful methods to attack Qin Shao ferociously. It even seemed like it did not care about its own life. It wanted to destroy Qin Zhao's clone quickly. Qin Zhao's clone was originally at a disadvantage. Under such a fierce attack, it was naturally more difficult for it to resist. Therefore, the situation was not very good. Zhang Yang and the other 2 also understood the situation very well. They were also very anxious. "Brother, I am incompetent. I can't turn the tide with you. I can only leave the big responsibility to you. But I believe in you. You will definitely be able to turn the tide and create a miracle for the human world. I will take my leave first." Zhang Yang suddenly said to Qin Shao. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qin Shao suddenly frowned deeply. He knew what Zhang Yang was going to do. But at this time, he was powerless to stop anything. What could he do? As soon as Zhang Yang's words fell, he desperately rushed towards his opponent. However, he burned his immortal energy, instantly pushing his strength to the extreme. This was a desperate fighting style. Such a fighting style would exhaust his immortal energy in less than a breath's time, and he would lose his combat strength. Such a fighting style would not be like this if it was not really desperate. Zhang Yang was also desperate, so he adopted this fighting style of perishing together with his opponent. He fought with his life in exchange for his opponent. Madman! Zhang Yang's opponent also scolded anxiously, but he had no way to avoid it now. Zhang Yang was not weaker than him in terms of strength. Using such a desperate fighting style, it was obvious that he was trying to exhaust his opponent. The situation in the human world was not good. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for the human world, and the less hope there would be. Once the netherworld creature defeated Qin Zhao's clone and came to support him, he would be able to defeat them one by one. It was precisely because the situation was dangerous that Zhang Yang came up with such a crazy fighting style. Sure enough, Zhang Yang's madness had achieved result. He and his opponent were eliminated at the same time. Brother Qin Shao, Yuan is seriously injured. I can't help you now. The only thing I can do now is to help you kill a person from the human world. The rest depends on you, Brother Qin Shao. I look forward to your victorious return. Yuan also learned from Zhang Yang. She also fought with her opponent. Although Yuan was seriously injured, the power she erupted in an instant was still terrifying. Her opponent wanted to avoid it, but there was no way to do so. He could only watch Yuan and him perish together. In the end, both of them were eliminated. In this way, 2 people from each side were eliminated. Fu Zhongshuan did not say anything. He just took a deep look and saw the actions of Zhang Yang and Yuan. He also had the idea of following up. In terms of strength, Fu Zhongshuan knew that he was not strong enough to turn the tide. Now, he could only entrust his last hope to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, everything depends on you, Fu Zhongshuan finally said. His opponent understood what Fu Zhongshuan was trying to do and cursed him for being a madman. He also wanted to break free. But Fu Zhongshuan's Shenong cauldron pressed heavily on his opponent, firmly trapping him. There was no way for his opponent to break free in a short time. Fu Zhongshuan was resolute. He burned his immortal power with a determined face and perished together with his opponent. Are you people from the human world crazy? Damn it, you actually used such a stupid method to fight. Do you think that the human world has a little bit of chance? Ha ha ha, it's simply a fool's dream, a fool's dream. You used 3 people to kill 3 of us, but the human world only has 1 person left, Qin Shao. Our human world only has 2 people left. 2 against 1, the human world has no chance of winning at all. You are bound to lose. After that person from the human world laughed and said this, he was eliminated together with Fu Zhongshuan. The 3 people from the human world and the 3 from the human world were eliminated together. Now only 3 people were left. Qin Zhao's situation of 1 against 2 was also very bad. For the human world, the situation was still very bad. There was almost no chance of winning. On the other side, the clones were almost unable to hold on. It was about to become a 2 against 1 situation. 1 against 1, Qin Shao was already at a disadvantage. 2 against 1, was there any hope? But for Qin Shao, being able to fight to this point was already the best plan. At least, the hope had increased a little, although it was still very small. But there was no other way. The situation formed by the previous tactical mistakes was too difficult to reverse. To be able to turn the situation around like this was already a small miracle. But Qin Shao didn't just want this small miracle. He wanted to be able to create a big miracle, turn the tide, completely reverse the situation, and help the human world win the final victory. This was the responsibility and sacred mission that he shouldered. Was there any hope now? Where was the hope? Where was the possible breakthrough? 1 against 2, it was too difficult, too right. Moreover, it was impossible for him to have any time to deal with this problem. He couldn't hold on for long in a 1 against 2 situation. Now that the situation was basically settled, Wu Kuan laughed again. He looked at Qin Shao with a hint of playfulness and said, "I admire the courage of the people from the human world. You know that it's impossible, but you still want to do it. You even used such a stupid method to perish together with our people. But what's the point of this? Do you think that you can weaken the human world in a 1 against 1 battle? What's the result until now? Only you, Qin Shao, are left in the human world, and 2 people from the human world are left in the human world. The human world is also willing to see a 2 against 1 situation. This is also the absolute advantage here. Right now, you're just fighting like a cornered beast. It's of no use. I admire your determination and courage, but it's useless. No matter how hard you work, how hard you fight, and how persistent you are, it won't change anything. There are some things that you can't do anything about. Qin Shao, I think you should give up early." "Give up?" Qin Shao chuckled and said, "It's absolutely impossible for me to give up. I don't think that the people from the human world are stupid. I think that they are incomparably brave. They are true heroes, true warriors. Their madness is all worth it. They burned their immortal power, and also ignited my blood and fighting spirit. Before you eliminate me, I think it's better for you not to be happy too early. Otherwise, the feeling of being slapped in the face will be really unpleasant." "Ha ha ha!" Wu Kuan and Qin Shao laughed heartily, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Wu Kuan looked at Qin Shao playfully and said, "Okay, I'll wait to be slapped in the face by you." Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:15. Outside the sealed battlefield, at the place where the previous battle took place, Zhang Yang, Yuan Yuan, and Fu Zhongxian were eliminated one after another, and all 3 of them had exhausted their immortal power. Their aura was extremely weak, and they looked very embarrassed. Ming? Hart hurriedly walked over and hugged Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan's face also looked a little pale. She was seriously injured before, and then she perished together with the people from the Earth Realm, so she was now very weak. "Ming? Sister Hart, I'm fine." Yuan Yuan forced a smile and said to Ming. In his heart, he told her not to worry. Zhang Yang let out a long sigh. He was also very weak now. Although his body was very weak, Zhang Yang's mouth was not weak, right? Hart said, "Ming? Xin, you're so biased. I'm also very weak, okay? My injuries aren't light either. Why don't you come over to hug me and care about me?" "Ming?" Hart glared at Zhang Yang and said, "If I hug you, do you dare to accept it? Are you looking down on me?" Zhang Yang grinned and said stubbornly, "There is such a good thing in front of me, and I dare not accept it? I am so happy that I can't wait. I will definitely let you hug me, however you want to hug me, as long as you want to hug me. As for me, I am determined to lie in your arms and not get up, enjoying the wonderful and gentle hometown. How beautiful it is! Get out of here, you old rogue." Hart scolded angrily. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, "That's rogue, then I have something even more rogue, hee hee." "Shut up, don't talk nonsense, let's get down to business. What's the situation inside now?" Ming Xian glared at him. Everyone was concerned about the situation inside and looked over. Speaking of the situation inside, Zhang Yang and the other 2's expressions suddenly became heavy. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "The situation is not very good. Now, only Qin Shao is left in the human realm, and there are 2 people from the earth realm inside. The current situation is that Qin Shao is fighting 1 against 2. The 3 of us can be considered to have killed the 4 people from the earth realm. The situation of 4 against 6 is now 1 against 2. There is no other way. That's all we can do. 1 against 2? Zhang Yang's words made everyone feel heavy. Was there any hope? How were they supposed to fight? 1 against 2, wouldn't he lose for sure? Was it still possible to turn the tide? There was no hope. There was no hope at all. There was almost no chance of winning. Sigh, looks like our mortal realm has really lost this time. I'm ashamed that we failed to live up to the trust that the human realm had given us. We failed to secure victory for the human realm. If the seal is to be opened for 10 billion eras, who knows how many lives in the human world will die in the hands of the people in the land. For 10 billion eras, I wonder how much chaos and misfortune it will bring to our mortal world. Sigh, I feel ashamed just thinking about it. I thought that we would definitely win, but I didn't think that we would end up in such a state. Xian Qing shook his head and sighed in self-reproach. Everyone's mood was very low. They had all come with a sacred mission. They had all come with the confidence that they would win. They had all come with an extremely strong determination. But they had never thought that it would turn out like this. However, they were so helpless. Since things had come to this, there was no way to change it. Other than blaming themselves, what else could they do? I'm sorry. It's my fault. I failed to live up to everyone's trust. I didn't lead the team well. I should bear the greatest responsibility for this failure. Yan Xiaoqian's mood was very low. He had been blaming himself and felt very guilty. Zhang Yang glanced at Yan Xiaoqian and said, "You don't have to blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. Although your leadership ability is average, you are at least conscientious and have the courage to take on such a big responsibility. I can only say that we have been schemed against by the land from the beginning. We have underestimated the enemy from the beginning. This isn't your fault alone. All of us have fallen into such a misconception and have fallen into the land's trap. All in all, you're quite remarkable. This responsibility should be borne by all of us. We should bear it together. No one can escape from it." This time, Zhang Yang surprisingly did not disagree with Yan Xiaoqian. Instead, he affirmed Yan Xiaoqian and even comforted Yan Xiaoqian. Not only Yan Xiaoqian looked at Zhang Yang in surprise, the others also looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. Even Yuan and Ming Xian felt strange. They also looked at Zhang Yang strangely. They thought that Zhang Yang was going to argue with Yan Xiaoqian again. Previously, he had been arguing with Yan Xiaoqian. They did not expect that this time, he actually changed his temperament. Not only did he not argue with Yan Xiaoqian, but he also affirmed Yan Xiaoqian. It was really surprising. "Why are you all looking at me like this? I don't have any grudges with Yan Xiaoqian. I have always been talking about the matter. I have no personal feelings. I really wanted Qin Shao to lead us from the beginning. So when Yan Xiaoqian took the initiative to volunteer, of course, I didn't agree. But since he's the leader, he should have contributed a lot. We have to be sure about that. You all are looking at me like this. You feel that I am being unreasonable." Zhang Yang curled his lips and said. Everyone was relieved. Yan Xiaoqian also nodded to Zhang Yang and said, "Zhang Yang, I misunderstood you before. Thank you. But since I am the leader, my responsibility is naturally the greatest. It is right for everyone to bear it together, but the greatest responsibility should be borne by me. Also, thank you for supporting me all the way, but I have failed to live up to everyone's trust. Actually, you don't have to be so depressed." Zhang Yang opened his mouth again and said, "Although Qin Shao is now 1 against 2, the situation is really not optimistic. But it is not completely hopeless. Being able to come to this point is already the best result. Next, let's see if Qin Shao can turn the tide and create a miracle for the human world. As for us, we should give Qin Shao more confidence. I completely believe in Qin Shao. I think he can definitely create a miracle. Yuan also nodded immediately and supported Zhang Yang's words. Yes, yes, yes. I also believe that Qin Shao can create a miracle. I am also willing to believe in Qin Shao. Ming Xian also said. Although Fu Zhongxian did not speak, he also nodded, indicating that he also believed in Qin Shao. The chance was very slim, but it did not mean that it was impossible. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was possible to create a miracle. Qin Shao was a person who often created miracles. Since he came to this place, he had created miracles many times. So this time they should also believe in him, that he could create a miracle again. Create a miracle? Do you really think that miracles are cabbages that can be created as you wish? 1 against 2, is there still hope? You can see it, but I can't see it. Qin Shao, I don't believe that he has the strength to do so. Jin Bafeng said sarcastically again. Zhang Yang suddenly jumped up and stared at Jin Bafeng fiercely. Damn it, do you want to be taught a lesson? Try to say it again, I will kill you. Zhang Yang was really angry. Previously, in the sealed battlefield, Jin Bafeng had been targeting him and Qin Shao. Now, Qin Shao was fighting alone in the sealed battlefield, fighting for the last hope of the human world. Yet, Jin Bafeng still dared to mock and ridicule them. It was really abominable. Not only Zhang Yang was angry, but Yuan and the others were also angry. You are a big bad guy, why are you so sinister? What did Qin Shao do to offend you? Why are you looking down on him like this? You don't want Qin Shao to create a miracle, you don't want the human world to win. How can you be like this? If you don't want the human world to win, why did you participate in this war? You are useless, you were eliminated early, and now you have the nerve to talk about Qin Shao. Qin Shao is the one who held on until the end. I know. You're just envious and jealous. Because you are useless, you have no strength, you are not good-looking, you are not liked by girls, you have no prestige, you can't get a leadership position. So, you are jealous of us. Your heart is too dark, you are simply a dirty villain, I despise you, I hate you. Ming. Sister Xin, Sister Jiu Xian, we will stay away from him in the future. This kind of person is too annoying. I hate him. Yuan also said very impolitely. She never knew how to beat around the bush. She was straightforward and said whatever she wanted to say. So, after this conversation, Jin Bafeng's face turned black. But Jin Bafeng had no way to refute Yuan. Firstly, she was a girl, and secondly, she was the daughter of Sage Li. He could ignore Qin Shao and Zhang Yang, but he did not dare to ignore Yuan. Ming? He said angrily, Yuan, don't lower yourself to his level. Just take it that he is farting. That's right, not only is he farting, he is farting a big smelly fart. Yuan nodded and turned her head to the side, ignoring Jin Bafeng. With no one on his side, Jin Bafeng was even more furious. His displeasure towards Qin Shao and Zhang Yang grew even stronger. These two detestable people. Fushi Holy Land, Forbidden Grounds, the aura in the pavilion was still not that good, and the smiles on everyone's faces had disappeared for a long time. Seems like this time the human world is truly going to lose. The Kunlun God Emperor shook his head and sighed. Looking at the current situation, it was indeed hard to see any trace of hope. Sagely chuckled and said, Old brother Kunlun, this doesn't seem like your usual style of doing things. We haven't even reached that stage yet, why are you starting to sound pessimistic? I do have some confidence in Qin Shao. He might be able to turn the tide and turn the situation around to obtain victory for the human world. It's nothing more than creating a miracle. That's nothing much. The Kunlun God Emperor glared at Sage Li and said, Qin Shao is your disciple. Of course, you are speaking up for him. Although this disciple of yours is indeed not bad, and his talents in all aspects are commendable and worthy of praise. It can be said that you have picked up a treasure, sagely. But speaking of which, the current situation is indeed not good. If he wants to create a miracle, it will be an extremely difficult thing. But speaking of which, our human world has already won hundreds of tournaments consecutively. Over at the Earth world, they have long been plotting to win once. Even if they do win once, it won't be that big of a deal. Although there will be some upheavals for normal life forms, and some hardships will happen. But for the entire human world, it won't have much of an impact. Our human world has been peaceful for so long. It might not be a bad thing for them to suffer some hardship. Sagely shook his head and said, "That's true, but I still hope that the human world can win. I also believe that Qin Shao can create a miracle." Chapter 26:16. WWXX by Chapter 26:17. Damn it! The Netherworld race being shouted in shock and anger, then his figure disappeared from where he stood. Obviously, he had been rescued and was directly eliminated by Qin Zhao's sword. The sharpness of this sword could be seen at a glance. Qin Shao was able to eliminate the Netherworld race being in a 1 versus 2 situation. Wu Kun was indeed strong. He did not suffer much from Qin Zhao's attack and was only pushed back 100,000 feet by Qin Shao. However, even though he was pushed back 100,000 feet by Qin Shao, Wu Kun did not suffer much of a shock. In other words, he had completely withstood Qin Zhao's attack. Although he was at a disadvantage, Qin Shao did not injure him. This showed that Wu Kun's strength was indeed terrifyingly strong. He was not much weaker than Qin Shao. His defensive ability was also incomparably strong. Another person was eliminated, but Wu Kun was not injured. Such an outcome made Qin Shao frown slightly. He was a little surprised. His own person was eliminated. Now, only he and Qin Shao were left. Their territory's advantage was instantly swept away. In a 1 versus 1 battle, not only did their territory lose their advantage, but they were also at a disadvantage. After all, he had just suffered a loss in Qin Zhao's hands. The situation had turned around in the blink of an eye. This change came a little too fast. Wu Kun found it hard to accept. The arrogance in his heart was also defeated at this moment. His confidence was trampled to the ground by Qin Shao. Wu Kun's face became a little ugly. He stared at Qin Shao with a gloomy expression. Where was the arrogance from just now? The heroic spirit from before was also gone. Yes, he was happy a little too early. He really did not expect Qin Shao to be hiding his strength. This guy really hid his strength well. So deep that even he was fooled. That was why he was a little careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught off guard and ended up in such a situation. If it was still 2 versus 1, the situation would still be under his control. But now it was a 1 versus 1 battle. Wu Kun found it hard to accept such a huge change in event. Was he going to be stripped of his title as a hero? No, no, no. The more Wu Kun thought about it, the more furious he was. The more furious he was, the more he wanted to kill Qin Shao. However, he knew Qin Zhao's strength. How would he dare to act rashly at this moment? Wu Kun glared at Qin Shao. At this moment, it was as though he had just met an irreconcilable enemy. His eyes were filled with a deep chill as he gritted his teeth. Qin Shao, it looks like I've really underestimated you. I've really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. So deep that even I was fooled. You've been pretending to be weak all this time, hiding your true strength, and only finding an opportunity to explode in the end. You've been using disguises to confuse us. Brilliant. You are indeed brilliant. I thought that everything was going according to my plan and that nothing would go wrong. But I didn't expect you to be able to escape from my control and become the biggest change. It seems like I have no choice but to reevaluate you and put you in the position of my opponent. I thought that you were only SOSO. You are not worthy of being my opponent. You don't have the ability to exchange blows with me. But now, it seems that I was wrong. My thinking was wrong. Qin Shao smiled faintly and did not explain anything. He wanted to hide his strength, but his strength was not that strong. How could he hide his strength? The reason why he broke through and became stronger was because he had a breakthrough and grasped the law of immortal Tao. That was why his strength increased more than twofold. Because of that, he was able to seize the opportunity at the last moment to turn the tide and turn the situation around in one fell swoop. Of course, he had grasped the opportunity very well. If he had unleashed his strength a little earlier, it might not have been so effective. At the last moment, Wu Kun and the other nether being had completely let down their guard. They both thought that victory was already in their hands. They both thought that Qin Shao would be eliminated by them in the next moment. They had already begun to rejoice and let down their guard. At that moment, neither Wu Kun nor the other nether being had expected Qin Shao to still have the strength to counterattack. Moreover, the strength of his counterattack was so terrifying. Therefore, the two of them were caught off guard. At the last moment, there was no way to retreat or dodge. They could only take Qin Zhao's sword head-on. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Zhao's sword was so powerful that it was terrifying. Therefore, the Netherworld race being was unexpectedly eliminated from the competition with a single sword strike. Of course, this kind of effect was also somewhat beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. He also did not expect that he would be able to eliminate the nether being in one fell swoop. Of course, Qin Shao also did not expect Wu Kun to be able to block his attack without suffering any injuries. Wu Kun's strength had also somewhat exceeded Qin Zhao's expectations. He was indeed a very, very strong opponent. If he had not had an epiphany and had not grasped the immortal Tao law, he would not have been Wu Kun's opponent. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was also somewhat confident. He should be one of the top 10 people in the mortal world. If it was only Yuan, Qin Shao was not too sure if he would be Yuan's opponent if they really fought. However, there should not be any problems for the others. At least, they would not be defeated. However, Wu Kun was really too strong. However, even though Wu Kun was very strong, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything at this moment. He had already gained the upper hand. It doesn't matter if I'm wrong or not. What's important is that only the two of us are left now. We have returned to the same starting line. Now, you represent the Earth domain and I represent the mortal world. The outcome of the battle between the mortal world and the Earth domain will be determined by our final battle. The battle just now has already proven that you are not my opponent. Just now, I fought 1 against 2 and defeated you, eliminating your teammate. If it was 1-on-1, I can suppress you and beat you until you have no chance to raise your head. So, why don't I advise you to admit defeat and leave with dignity? Qin Shao curled his lips and said coldly. Now that he had gained the upper hand, his heroic spirit naturally returned. Wu Kun's expression was gloomy and ugly. He stared at Qin Shao like a poisonous snake. He snorted and said, "Admit defeat? Are you stupid or am I stupid? Do you think it's necessary to say something that you know is impossible? You and I are people with the same character. It's impossible for us to bow our heads and admit defeat, even if it means death. You also know that you are representing the mortal world and I am representing the Earth domain. So, the battle between the two of us is not a personal battle, but the final battle between the mortal world and the Earth domain. If I admit defeat, won't I be representing the Earth domain? Admit defeat? Qin Shao, don't be happy too early. You may not be able to defeat me. If we don't fight to the last moment, who will win and who will lose is still unknown. You have your confidence and I have mine. So, I think you should stop talking so much nonsense. Let's talk with our fists. Now that there are only two of us left, there's nothing to delay. Qin Shao nodded. You're right. Let's talk with our fists. This is the eternal truth. Let's fight. The battle between the two of them started again. These two people could basically represent the strongest strength of the younger generation of the mortal world and the earth domain. Both of them had the desire to win and neither of them would bow down. So, the battle between the two of them was naturally very intense. Not only was it a clash of strength, but it was also a clash of spirit and obsession that was unusually intense. It had to be said that Wu Kuan's strength was indeed very strong. Especially his defensive ability, it was abnormally strong. Although Qin Shao was indeed able to gain the upper hand, Wu Kuan was also able to hold on. He was able to continue fighting with Qin Shao without showing any signs of being defeated. In this way, it would not be easy for Qin Shao to eliminate Wu Kuan. The situation might be in a stalemate. If the situation was really in a stalemate, there might be a corresponding change in the rules of the competition. At that time, there would be more unforeseen events. Qin Shao also attacked with all his might, wanting to take down Wu Kuan. However, Wu Kuan's combat power was too tenacious. It was indeed a little too difficult to take him down. The battle between the two of them was incomparably intense. It was simply earth-shattering, as if it was going to stir up the heavens and the earth. If someone was here to watch, they would probably be deeply shocked. On this side, the battle was like fire and tea. On the other side, there were endless cheers. The atmosphere in the pavilion of the Holy Lands of Fuxi had finally recovered. There were finally smiles on everyone's faces, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Hue, Kunlun God Emperor, didn't I say that we should trust Qin Shao? How could the personal disciple of Li Sheng, lose so easily? Li Sheng, do not have such bad foresight. If this lad did not have some heaven-defying capabilities, how could I have taken him in as my personal disciple so easily? How is it? At the crucial moment, I still have to rely on my disciple, right? With his strength alone, he has turned the tides and turned the situation around. And right now, he has gained the upper hand completely. He's just a step away from victory. He has already walked through the most difficult moment. Now that the situation is good, I believe that Qin Shao will definitely be able to grasp the opportunity and obtain the final victory. Li Sheng was elated and gleeful. Earlier on, the Kunlun God Emperor had indeed lost some confidence and thought that the mortal world was about to lose. But, to think that the tables would turn and the situation would be turned around by Qin Shao single-handedly. This caused the Kunlun God Emperor to click his tongue involuntarily as he praised Qin Shao. This Qin Shao brat is indeed not bad. Not bad at all. He's an extremely good seedling. Not only is he not flustered in the face of danger, he is even able to comprehend and break through in the midst of danger, grasping the laws of the immortal Tao. To think that he would have already grasped 3 laws at such a young age. And his sword is extremely profound as well. Not bad at all. That innate potential, that temperament, that conviction, all of them are extremely strong. If this lad is properly groomed, he might even have a chance of becoming a god seat. Li Xing chuckled out, old brother Kunlun, for you to praise him as such is truly a miracle as well. I've never seen you praise anyone as much as you do before. Ha! With the praise of old brother Kunlun, I think there's definitely no problem at all. I've got to thank you for your blessings on behalf of my disciple. But is it just a chance of becoming a god seat? Why do I feel that there's still a chance for him to take another step forward? Take another step forward? Above the god seat? That would be the level of these few old fogies. Li Sheng, you're thinking too much, aren't you? You're getting all worked up just by praising your disciple? the Kunlun God Emperor asked. Chapter 26:18. The battle in the sealed battlefield was still in a stalemate. It was like fire and tea, surging fiercely. It had to be said that Wu Kuan's fighting strength was really tenacious. Although he was being suppressed by Qin Shao, he was still able to hold on and didn't show any signs of defeat. Qin Shao was also attacking with all his might, wanting to take down Wu Kuan. However, Wu Kuan's strength was too strong in all aspects. There was no way for him to defeat Wu Kuan. This feeling was like encountering an unkillable cockroach. You can't win against my Qin Shao. No matter how we fight, it will be a draw. In the end, both of us will be injured. In the end, when we reach a stalemate, new rules will be activated. Once the new rules are activated, you will lose without a doubt. The reason why miracles are called miracles is because it's almost impossible to happen. It's not something that can be created just because you want to. This time, the human world will lose without a doubt. Wu Kuan was very confident as he looked at Qin Shao with a sneer. If the rules of the competition were to be changed, the situation would indeed be a little bad. In terms of rules, the human world would have an advantage over the human world. This was where Wu Kuan's confidence came from. Drag it out until the new rules were activated? This was obviously impossible. Now, they already had the upper hand. If the new rules were activated, there would be many more possibilities. Furthermore, the big rules this time were beneficial to the people of the land. Hence, once the new rules were activated, Wu Kuan would have a greater advantage. It was not easy to turn the situation around. How could Qin Shao let him overturn it again? Will I lose without a doubt? Qin Shao chuckled. He looked at Wu Kuan and said, "Aren't you a little too confident? You want to scare me, but don't forget that your special ability can't be maintained for long. I can drag it out with you, but you can't. If I'm not wrong, you can't maintain your special ability anymore, right? You are on the verge of collapse, right? So, I wonder where your confidence comes from. I don't have any special ability, so I don't have the same problem as you. Can you afford to fight with me? So, let's end this." Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wu Kuan's expression changed drastically. He had been seen through. Damn it, looks like I really can't drag this out any longer. I can only fight the final battle. Burn immortal power! Qin Shao shouted. Immortal power burned, preparing for the final battle. Speaking of which, Qin Shao had never been forced to burn his immortal power before. This was because burning one's immortal power was truly an irreversible process. Once it was done, one's immortal power would be completely burned out in 2 or 3 breaths of time. In the end, one's immortal power would be weakened, and one would completely lose the ability to resist and be trampled upon. If they were in a dangerous situation, then this would be a gamble with their lives. Just like Zhang Yang and the other 2 ladies, they were also burning their immortal energy as a last-ditch effort to perish together with the people from the underworld realm. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't planning to perish together with Wu Kuan. If they were to perish together, it would be a draw. If it was a draw, then this battle would definitely not be over. There would definitely be a new battle. It was already a miracle for them to be able to turn the tide this time. If they were to do it again, the people from the mortal world might not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, under the situation where they already had the upper hand in this battle, they naturally couldn't let Wu Kuan have the chance to turn the tables. They had to eliminate him and win this battle. Fight! When Wu Kuan saw Qin Shao burning his immortal power, he had no other choice. He could only burn his immortal power and make a last-ditch effort. However, there was no way for him to maintain his innate divine ability. Previously, he was already on the verge of collapsing. Now that he was burning his immortal power, his innate divine ability collapsed. The moment his innate divine ability collapsed, Wu Kuan's powerful defense was also reduced sharply. He had lost his Netherworld War God's body. The moment he lost his Netherworld War God's body, Wu Kuan's disadvantage became even more obvious. Wu Kuan knew this as well. However, he had no other choice. It was already hard for him to maintain his innate divine ability. Therefore, he could only choose to burn his immortal power. However, the consequence of burning his immortal power was the collapse of his innate divine ability. Of course, under the situation where Qin Shao was burning his immortal power, even if he didn't burn his immortal power, his innate divine ability would still collapse immediately. There was no other choice. Wu Kuan could only make a last-ditch effort. However, this last-ditch effort felt like a cornered beast. There was nothing he could do to turn the situation around. The disadvantage was getting bigger and bigger. How was he going to continue fighting? Wu Kuan's heart was filled with unwillingness. However, there was nothing he could do. The final outcome was as expected. Under the absolute advantage, Qin Shao finally eliminated Wu Kuan. He persevered until the very last moment and completed this miracle. With his own strength, he turned the tide and turned the situation around. This was an unparalleled achievement. After Wu Kuan was eliminated, Qin Shao retracted his power and heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. Phew! I finally won. I didn't let you down. A ray of light descended and brought Qin Shao out of the sealed battlefield. He landed at the place where everyone gathered. Seeing Qin Shao coming out, everyone's attention was focused on him. After resting for a while, Zhang Yang and the other two looked a little better. However, they still needed some time to recover from their exhaustion. Qin Shao came out in a good condition. This was a good sign for everyone. From the looks of it, Qin Shao should have won. He won. Zhang Yang was the first to come over and asked. He believed that Qin Shao could win. Seeing Qin Shao coming out in such a good condition, he was even more convinced that Qin Shao should have won. But even if he believed it, he still had to hear it from Qin Zhao's mouth before it could count. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Shao. They were all waiting for Qin Shao to say something. They all hoped that he had won. Qin Shao smiled and did not keep them in suspense. He nodded and said, "Yes, we won. They won, they really won." When they heard Qin Shao say that he had won, everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. A rich feeling of joy suddenly gushed out. They were wild with joy. Their tense nerves could finally be relaxed. "That's great, that's really great. Qin Shao really did it. He really did it. He really turned the tide and turned the situation around with his own strength. Ha! I knew that brother Qin Shao would not let us down. You can do it. You can create a miracle. What others can't do, you, Qin Shao, are able to do. This is what makes you different from the rest, what makes you unique." Ha! Happy. This is great news. Brother, you have made a great contribution to the mortal realm. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. It was indeed a great contribution. Yuan laughed happily, like a flower that had just bloomed, bright and sweet. He. I knew that brother Qin Shao could do it. This is really great. Brother Qin Shao, Yuan admires you so much. You are Yuan's idol from now on. Ming? Xian's limpid eyes looked at Qin Shao. Her thin red lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she did not say anything. Her eyes were like limitless limpid autumn water. The Jiuxuan Saintess also looked at Qin Shao in a new light. She looked at Qin Shao with admiration in her eyes. This was the admiration of a beauty to a hero. Jin Bafeng smacked his lips. His heart was sour and jealous. It was not a good feeling. However, at this moment, he did not say anything. He was a little jealous. Why did Qin Shao get the biggest contribution? Why was this guy with no background so powerful? Moreover, he was favored by Yuan and the other two women? Yan Xiaochen walked over and bowed to Qin Shao. Such an action made Qin Shao slightly surprised. Qin Shao, thank you for turning the tide and saving the human world from the crisis. Thank you for winning the battle for the human world. You have protected the human world for millions of eras. You are a hero. You are our hero. You are the hero of the entire human world. Your great contribution will be remembered by the people of the human world. It will be recorded in the history of the human world. In the past, I might have had a wrong view of you, but now I admire and respect you. I see you as the person I respect. I see you as the direction for my future. This time, it is my responsibility to bring the human world into a crisis. I have been deeply reflecting on myself. But fortunately, Qin Shao, you were unyielding. You created a miracle and saved the human world. If the human world had really lost this time, I am afraid that I would not have the face to see anyone for the rest of my life. I would not be able to raise my head. Qin Shao, you won the battle and saved me. So, Qin Shao, you are my benefactor. I, Yan Shaochen, owe you a great favor. If you need my help in the future, please don't be courteous with me. Just ask. Yan Shaochen's face was sincere and grateful. He also said humbly and seriously. Yan Shaochen was indeed very guilty and blamed himself for the previous failure. But fortunately, Qin Shao saved everything. The good situation was back. The final victory was won. Everything could be resolved. 2 figures landed. World God Yellow God and God Ing Long World had arrived. Ah! The figure hadn't landed yet, but the laughter had already spread out. The person who laughed so happily was obviously the god of Ing Long World. Even the normally stoic world god Yellow Dragon revealed a hint of a smile on his face. His gaze towards Qin Shao was filled with gentleness, praise, and admiration. The god of Ing Long World walked directly to Qin Shao's side and nodded with satisfaction. His face was full of praise. Good job. Really good job, Qin Shao. You are a hero. You are the hero of our sacred institute and the young hero of the human world. This time, you turned the tide with your own strength. You turned the situation around and created a miracle. In the end, you won the battle for the human world. This action can be considered to have made a great contribution to the human world. You will definitely be rewarded for your contribution. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Dean, you flatter me. This is what Qin Shao should do. Since I was selected to participate in this battle between the young geniuses of the human world and the earth world, I came here with a sacred mission on my shoulders. I have long been mentally prepared. If I can win the battle for the human world, even if I have to sacrifice my life, it will be worth it. And this victory is not only due to me. Without everyone's unity, without everyone's concerted efforts, this could not have been achieved. The god of Ing Long World nodded and said, Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. Everyone has contributed to this victory. All of you performed well. Although there were some losses in the beginning, overall we still won. Alright, little guys, let's go back. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:19. Fushi Holy Lands, Pavilion Li Xing, congratulations to you for taking in such a good disciple. If not for the fact that Qin Shao had turned the tides and created a miracle, our mortal world would have definitely lost. The Jiuhua God Emperor congratulated. Even though losing once wasn't much of a big deal to the mortal world, it was still best if they could win. After a million eras, no one knew how much chaos the Earth realm could wreak upon the mortal world. The Queen Mother smiled sweetly as well. That's right, Li Xing. You've really picked up a treasure this time around. Qin Shao has truly done a great deed for our mortal world this time around. To be able to create such a miracle under such circumstances, he's truly an incredible lad. If he's properly groomed, he might indeed be able to achieve great things in the future. Who knows, he might even be able to walk down the same path as you, Li Xing. The Queen Mother's evaluation of Qin Shao was extremely high as well. Li Xing chuckled out, that's right. I agree with the words of the Queen Mother. Therefore, fellow senior uncles, please don't be stingy in the future. Ha! The Kunlun God Emperor glared at Li Xing and blew out his long beard. You cunning lad! What are you up to now? Take good care of your own disciple. Don't think of scamming us old fogies. Ha! Li Xing chuckled out, what are you saying, old brother Kunlun? Even my Yuan hasn't received any benefits from you. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything from you for my disciple. I'm just saying this to the others. You. A black line appeared on the forehead of the Kunlun God Emperor. This was tarnishing his bright image. Human Emperor Fuxi spoke up, all right, everyone. This matter can be considered to have come to a successful conclusion. The final outcome is satisfactory. These 10 lads should be given appropriate rewards as well. This matter can be handled by one person alone. Who would be willing to make the trip? Evidently, no one would be willing to make the trip for something like this. Human Emperor Fuxi's gaze swept over. When it landed on Li Xing shook his head. I'd better avoid arousing suspicion. My daughter and disciple are both in there. I'm not going to show my face. Besides, I haven't even made my disciple public yet. It's more appropriate for your sacred emperor to do this. Only then will he be able to display his supreme divine might. Fuxi looked at Shenong, the drunkard. Shenong shook his head. I don't like this kind of thing. Let Xuanyuan do it. He's better. In the end, this difficult task fell on Xuanyuan's shoulders. Xuanyuan could only smile bitterly. Since no one wanted to go, he had to go. He often went to the Sacred Academy. Sacred Institute, the cultivation area of Yinglong world gods. World God Yinglong and World God Huanglong led Qin Zhao's group of 10 to this place. Their actions caused everyone to guess that perhaps they were going to be rewarded. They had won a victory for the human world, so it was only natural for them to be rewarded. This time around, it was a major event that concerned the stability of the mortal world after all. This was indeed a great contribution. Although the biggest contribution was Qin Zhao's, they had also contributed a lot. It was the first time that Yan Shaochen and the others had come to the Sacred Academy. They were somewhat curious about it, but as soon as they arrived, they were in the forbidden area. There was no way for them to see what the Sacred Academy was like and meet the genius students. Originally, they had been somewhat, well, how should they put it? It couldn't be said that they disdained the Sacred Academy, but they certainly didn't think much of it. Although the Sacred Academy was the first academy in the mortal world, and was established by the 3 emperors, and had the god of Yinglong world as its dean, the 5 supreme clans and the people of the 3 holy lands actually disdained to participate and become students of the Sacred Academy. However, after this battle, their view of the students of the Sacred Academy had changed. No matter if it was Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, or Ming, Yuanyuan and Yuanyuan, Xian and Yuanyuan's performance was very good. They were not inferior to them at all. Especially Yuanyuan and Qin Shao. If it weren't for the 2 of them, there would be no way to turn the tide, reverse the situation, and obtain the final victory for the mortal world. If Qin Zhao's contribution was the greatest, then Yuanyuan's contribution was definitely the second greatest. There was no doubt about it. The greatest contribution was Yuanyuan. In the last battle, it was also Yuanyuan who risked her life to block the attacks of the 5 people from the Earth realm. This bought time for Qin Shao and the other 2 to eliminate the ice-wallowing whale and obtain more opportunities for the mortal world. Then, she perished together with another person from the Earth realm. In other words, Yuanyuan alone eliminated 2 people by herself. She even helped to eliminate 1 person. This contribution was naturally very great. The strength of Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan was enough to surprise Yan Shaochen and the others. They admired and felt ashamed of their inferiority. Therefore, their view of the sacred academy had naturally undergone a tremendous change. They didn't look at them seriously in the past, but now they had some reverence for them. A figure suddenly walked out of the void and appeared in front of Qin Shao and the others. As soon as this person appeared, everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to him. It was completely an involuntary and subconscious action. At that moment, all eyes fell on the person who came. Qin Shao looked at the person who came. The person was clearly in front of him, just a few feet away, but it made Qin Shao feel that he was far away. Looking at the person who came, it was as if he was looking at a vast sky. The person's aura wasn't strong. It could even be said that he didn't have a trace of aura. But when he stood there, it was as if he didn't exist in this world. Or it could be said that he had transcended this world. To him, this world was just a mustard seed. He could be everywhere. Greetings to Emperor Xianyuan. Ing Long World God and Huang Long World God immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings to Master. Zhang Yang also reacted at once and hurriedly saluted. Qin Shao and the others all saluted respectfully. Those who hadn't seen Emperor Xianyuan before could guess that the person who came was Emperor Xianyuan. Emperor Xianyuan smiled at everyone, nodded and said, "You may rise. This time, you have all performed well. You have won the victory for the mortal world and protected the stability of the mortal world. You have made a great contribution. This time, I'm here to reward you according to your merits. Those who have made contributions to the mortal world will be rewarded handsomely." The greatest contributor to this victory is none other than Qin Shao. As he spoke, Emperor Xuanyuan's eyes fell on Qin Shao and asked, "Qin Shao, you were able to turn the tide at the last moment, reverse the situation, and create a miracle. Your contribution is indispensable. More than half of the credit for the victory of the mortal world is due to you. You are the biggest contributor. You should be rewarded handsomely. I'll give you a chance. What reward do you want? You can say it yourself. I'll try my best to satisfy you. As long as your request is not too excessive, I will satisfy you. Don't be shy. You can ask for something big. Be bold. My reward will not be stingy. Even if you ask for a divine artifact, I can agree." Hiss! Emperor Xuanyuan's words really made everyone gasp. He could even agree to a divine artifact. God, a divine artifact, a divine artifact. A divine artifact was above a holy artifact. A divine artifact could only be used by the existence of the world God realm. However, Emperor Xianyuan said that he could reward Qin Shao with a divine artifact. It showed how generous he was. Although Qin Shao couldn't use a divine artifact now, it wasn't suitable for Qin Shao. Holding a divine artifact in hand was like a hot potato. It was useless. However, the meaning behind his words allowed everyone to see how big of a deal Emperor Huang Xianyuan had made. However, there was nothing to be envious about. This was the reward Qin Shao deserved. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty Huang Emperor Xianyuan, I, Qin Shao, don't want these rewards. However, I have a bold request. I hope that Your Majesty Huang Emperor Xianyuan can fulfill it. I don't want anything. I just want a divine Emperor Guardian token." What? Divine Emperor Guardian token? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yan Shaochen and the others stared at Qin Shao with their eyes wide open. They were quite shocked. It was the Divine Emperor Guardian token. How long had it been since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors issued one? The Divine Emperor Guardian token wasn't something that belonged to this era. It was something that came into being during the chaotic ancient era. How could there be a Divine Emperor Guardian token in the current era? Moreover, how could this little contribution be worthy of a Divine Emperor Guardian token? That was still far, far from it. Therefore, hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yan Shaochen and the others couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. They also admired Qin Zhao's courage. He actually dared to mention the divine Emperor Guardian token in front of Emperor Xianyuan. World God Huang Long raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice with a hint of sternness, Qin Shao, I just praised you and your tail is about to reach the sky. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth after making a little contribution. Let's not talk about the fact that the divine Emperor Guardian token is gone. Even if there was one, how could your little contribution be enough to get one? Don't you think the divine Emperor Guardian token is too simple? The divine Emperor Guardian token is something that only people who have made a great contribution to the entire human world can obtain. Since ancient times, the number of people who have obtained the divine Emperor Guardian token can be counted on one hand. You are very ambitious. You actually want the divine Emperor Guardian token. You are a typical example of a greedy snake trying to swallow an elephant. Jin Bafang finally found an opportunity. He chuckled and gave Qin Shao a disdainful look. He really didn't know who he was anymore after making a little contribution. Emperor Xianyuan calmly looked at Qin Shao. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he wouldn't agree. The Yinglong world god had promised Qin Shao earlier. Now, he was looking for an opportunity to speak. Yellow Dragon, don't be so agitated. Don't scare the little ones, the Yinglong world god said. World god Yellow Dragon didn't hold back. He glared at the Yinglong world god and said, he's your student. Of course you'll protect him. But no matter how much you protect him, it's useless. This request is too much. You'd better change your mind. The Yinglong world god said, Qin Shao doesn't want the divine Emperor Guardian token for himself. He wants to protect his hometown and prevent it from being harmed by the Bloodbath Alliance. No matter how you look at it, he has good intentions. Of course, this is just a small contribution. It's true that it's far from enough to qualify for the Divine Emperor Guardian token. But I think we should give him a little bit of a chance. Hearing the Yinglong world god speak up for him at a time like this, Qin Shao felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. After all, world god Yellow Dragon's words had already been very harsh. He didn't want to give Qin Shao any chance at all. The Yinglong world god must be under a great deal of pressure to say these words. The others all kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 26:20. Emperor Xianyuan hadn't said anything this entire time, but Qin Shao knew that this was going to be an extremely difficult task. His request was indeed a bit too high, but Qin Shao had no other choice. He had no choice but to thicken his skin and ask for it. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Perhaps he would be given a chance? Qin Shao said once more, World God Yellow Dragon, Emperor Xianyuan. Qin Shao doesn't dare to hope that he will be able to obtain the guardian decree of the Holy Emperor. Qin Shao only hopes that Emperor Xianyuan will give Qin Shao a chance. Whatever you require of Qin Shao is willing to do it. No matter what merit you require, Qin Shao is willing to do it. All I ask is for a chance. Qin Shao doesn't ask for anything more than that. World God Yellow Dragon shook his head, a solemn look on his face. Qin Shao, you are nothing more than a fourth step exalted celestial. You are far, far too weak. Even if you were given a chance, you would still be far from being able to accomplish it. More importantly, the guardian decree of the Holy Emperor will no longer be available. Thus, you should change your request. Don't keep pestering yourself on a path that won't work. Won't work? Really won't work? Qin Shao truly wanted this chance. No matter how difficult it was, he wanted to give it a try. Qin Shao looked at Yinglong World God. Yinglong World God frowned slightly, a look of difficulty on his face. After all, this wasn't something he could make a decision on. He needed Emperor Xuanyuan's approval. But getting Emperor Xuanyuan's approval was easier said than done. Zhang Yang suddenly spoke up. Master, I'm also willing to forego the reward. I'd only like to make this request on behalf of Qin Shao. I hope that Master will give Qin Shao a chance. I'm also willing to use my reward to make this request on behalf of Qin Shao. I hope that Uncle Yellow Emperor will grant my request. Yuan immediately followed. Zhang Yang and Yuan had requested for Qin Shao without any rewards. Heart, Fu Zhongshuan, and the 9 profound saintess all spoke out. After that, Yan Xiaochen also made a request. Xian Qing and Tai Gu hesitated for a moment before making the same request. Among the 9 people, only Jin Bafang did not come forward to make a request. Of course, in the end, he did not go with the flow and follow the trend to make a request for Qin Shao. In his heart, he was very unhappy with Qin Shao. At this time, seeing that everyone was willing to give up their own rewards to plead for Qin Shao, he sneered in his heart. Seeing that everyone was pleading for her, and even Xian Qing and Tai Gu had joined in, Qin Shao felt a warm feeling in her heart. She was touched. Thank you for pleading on my behalf, but there's really no need for that. Yan Xiaochen, Xian Qing, Tai Gu, Fu Zhongshuan, and the 9 profound saintess, Qin Shao, appreciate your good intentions. But there's really no need for that. My heart is very uneasy for you to lose such a big reward. Here, I thank everyone. Qin Shao will remember everyone's kindness. Qin Shao said to Yan Xiaochen and the others. To Zhang Yang, Yuan, and Ming, Qin Shao was not polite to the 3 of them. He treated them as his own people. If it was him, he would do the same. Yan Xiaochen shook his head and said, Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be so polite with us. To be honest, if you did not turn the tide and create a miracle, the mortal world would have lost. If the mortal world lost, we would also be sinners of the mortal world. We would feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Especially for me, I will feel the same. You turned the situation around and won the victory for the mortal world. We are grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. We admire and respect you. That's why we're a little ashamed to accept this reward. A single reward is something we can do without. But for you, Brother Qin Shao, the meaning of the Holy Emperor's protection order is incomparably extraordinary. So, it's nothing for us to plead for you. This is what we should do. So, Brother Qin Shao, if you still think highly of us, please accept it. If you can accept it, we will feel better in our hearts. Yes. Xian Qing also nodded immediately and agreed with Yan Xiaochen's words. Qin Shao, I respect you as a man and a hero of the mortal world. This small matter is what we should do. If you don't accept it, then you really look down on us. Facing the enthusiasm of the AI, Qin Shao did not know how to refuse for a moment. He could feel that everyone was sincere. Qin Shao did not have the heart to hurt a sincere heart. It was just that Qin Shao was really sorry to accept everyone's help. But now it seemed that he could not refuse. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that it was still unknown whether Emperor Xianyuan would agree or not. If Emperor Xianyuan did not agree, it would be of no use. Qin Shao looked at Emperor Xianyuan eagerly. His heart was tense. He was waiting and praying, hoping that Emperor Xianyuan would give him this opportunity. Everyone looked at Emperor Xianyuan, hoping that Emperor Xianyuan would agree and help Qin Shao this time. Qin Shao, who had a very good temperament, felt inexplicably nervous at this time. He did not know how long it had been since he felt this way. This action was related to the safety of his hometown, the Hongmeng universe. This matter was too important to Qin Shao. He would rather do everything to fight for the Holy Emperor's protection order. That's enough. Emperor Xianyuan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His eyes fell on Qin Shao and he said, Your heart and sincerity are praiseworthy. You are willing to do this for the safety of your hometown. You are loyal and righteous. But, Hearing Emperor Xianyuan say that he could not win, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the situation was not good. In fact, Qin Zhao also knew that it was indeed very difficult to make the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors break this rule. He also knew that the chances were slim. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Qin Zhao's heart tightened even more. The Holy Emperor's protection order has not been issued for a long time. It can be said that it no longer exists. And the Holy Emperor's protection order has very high requirements for the person who issued it. Qin Zhao, although you have made a great contribution this time, it is difficult to meet the requirements of the Holy Emperor's protection order. Was there no hope? Hearing the meaning of Emperor Xuanyuan's words, Qin Zhao knew that the hope was indeed slim. But there was no other way. Qin Zhao had expected this situation, but he did not give up. He had to give it a try himself and try hard. No matter what, he did not regret fighting for it this time. Opportunities always came with fighting. If he did not fight, there would be no hope at all. If he fought, at least there was a glimmer of hope. No matter how small it was worth it. Emperor Xianyuan continued, but this time, everyone is willing to give up the reward to plead for you. I will also give you a chance. I can give you the chance, but you will lose your reward. Are you still willing? What? Give him a chance? Hearing this turn of events, Qin Zhao was overjoyed and almost jumped up in joy. He thought that there was no hope, but he did not expect that there was still hope. This was really good. Qin Zhao immediately nodded desperately. Of course, he was willing. The others all expressed their willingness as well. Only Jin Bafang did not say anything. He had not asked for it earlier, and there was no way he would do so now. Still, although he did not say anything, he did not say anything against it either. It was also possible that he did not dare to say anything against it. After all, Emperor Xianyuan had already relented. Jin Bafang did not dare to say anything against it. World God Yellow Dragon frowned slightly, then said, "Your Imperial Majesty, don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? Their contributions are far from enough to qualify for the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion. If we make an exception for Qin Zhao, wouldn't that mean that in the future, there will be others who will come to ask for the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion as well? In addition, what would those clans who received the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion feel about it? In the past, they sacrificed so much and made so many great contributions in order to receive the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion. This medallion cannot be given out lightly." Emperor Xianyuan glanced at World God Yellow Dragon. That was then, and this is now. In a time of peace, it is naturally impossible for them to make such great contributions to the Sacred Emperor. Qin Zhao and the others have all made great contributions to the Sacred Emperor. This child is a promising talent, and his heart is sincere. Why don't we give him a chance? But of course, the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion cannot be given out just like that. World God Yellow Dragon, upon hearing Emperor Xuanyuan's words, didn't try to argue any further. Emperor Xianyuan looked at Qin Zhao. "Qin Zhao, I can give you a chance, but this chance must come with a condition. You must be able to fulfill this condition. If you are unable to fulfill this condition, then you will have lost this chance. This condition should be fairly difficult. If you are able to break through to the Sacred Emperor level within 3 million years without relying on any outside help, then I will bestow upon you the Sacred Emperor Protector Medallion. What do you think?" "What? Break through to the Sacred Emperor level within 3 million years? How was this even possible?" This was simply an impossible task. As soon as Emperor Xianyuan stated this condition, everyone felt that it was simply impossible. How long had Qin Zhao been cultivating for? In total, he had been cultivating for less than 40 million years. If he were to add in another 3 million years, that would be around 40 million years. One must know that Qin Shao had come from an extremely humble background. He had cultivated step by step from the lowest level of the universe. In terms of Xiantian, Qin Shao had a serious problem. How was it possible for someone to break through to the sacred emperor level in 40 million years? If it were one of the 5 supreme clans, or one of the young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought, then it might be possible. But for Qin Shao to accomplish this task, it was simply too difficult. It could be said that there was almost no hope. 300,000 years, how short was that? If it was 30 million years, then perhaps there was still hope. They could give it a try. But 3 million years was simply too short. Whether it was Zhang Yang or Fu Zhongxian, they did not have the slightest bit of confidence. If they were given such a time, they felt that it was simply impossible for them to accomplish it. At the very least, it would take 10 million years for them to have a chance to try. Master, isn't 3 million years too short? Zhang Yang wanted to argue for Qin Shao, but Emperor Xianyuan glanced at him. Zhang Yang was so scared that he did not dare to say anything more. Qin Shao knew that he had no other choice, so he immediately said, "All right, Emperor Xianyuan, Qin Shao accepts this condition. In 3 million years, Qin Shao will definitely break through to the sacred emperor level." Well, if that's the case, then it depends on your performance. Remember, this is your only chance. If you can't grasp it, then don't make such a request in the future. Emperor Xianyuan said. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. He naturally understood this point. If he failed this time, then he would naturally not mention it again in the future. But Qin Shao believed that he would succeed this time. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-21. Emperor Xianyuan and World God Huang Long left. Yan Shaochen and the others went back on their own. They also wanted to take a look at the Sacred Academy, so they did not go with Huang Long. Having obtained this opportunity, Qin Shao was already very grateful in his heart. No matter how small the chance was, no matter how difficult the conditions were, there was still a chance. As long as there was a chance, no matter how small it was, there was still hope to go to reality. All right, everyone can go now. Qin Shao, stay for a while. I have something to say to you. Long World God said to everyone. Everyone bid farewell and left, except for Qin Shao. Mr. Dean, thank you. Qin Shao bowed to Long World God gratefully. World God Rain Dragon chuckled calmly. It can be said that you have won some face for our sacred institute. You have accomplished a great task and rendered a great service to us. Therefore, it's only right for this old man to speak up for you. I've already promised you before. However, to be honest, the old man is a little surprised that His Majesty Yellow Emperor actually gave you a chance. Actually, I am not afraid to tell you that the old man did not think that he would agree to it. However, His Majesty Yellow Emperor gave you an exception. Of course, although he gave you an exception, the conditions are also very harsh. Becoming a saint within 3 million years is also a huge challenge. I wish you good luck. I also hope that you can complete this seemingly impossible task. Perhaps you will create a miracle again. The old man has seen you create 2 miracles with his own eyes. For you, creating a miracle is nothing. Do your best. Difficult. It was difficult. It was indeed a seemingly impossible task. Even Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxuan felt that it was impossible. If it was someone else, they would not even think about it. There was no chance at all. However, Qin Shao was not willing to admit defeat. He was not willing to lower his head. As long as there was a slight chance, he would not let it go easily. Yes, I will do my best. No matter how difficult it is, I believe that I can succeed. If it's impossible, then I'll create a possibility, Qin Shao said solemnly. According to the god of Long World, there must be a reason why Emperor Xianyuan made an exception for him. Could it be Master? The god of Yinglong world didn't seem to know that he was Sage Li's disciple, but Emperor Xianyuan definitely knew. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if the Emperor Xianyuan made this exception for him because of his master's original position. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such an exception so easily. Although he had given him a condition that seemed impossible, he had still given him a chance. Since they had given him a chance, it meant that they had relented. How could the guardian order of the Sage Emperor be used so easily? Even if Master didn't say anything, this matter was probably related to Master more or less, right? Qin Shao, I asked you to stay behind because I wanted to tell you that you shouldn't have any objections to World God Yellow Dragon. The reason why he was so strongly opposed was because he was standing on the side of justice. In truth, World God Yellow Dragon didn't have any selfish motives, nor did he deliberately target you. He just didn't want the Yellow Emperor to agree to your request, the god of Yinglong world said in a serious tone. Only now did Qin Shao understand why the god of Yinglong world had asked him to stay behind. So this was what he wanted to say. Qin Shao smiled calmly and said, Headmaster, you worry too much. Qin Shao is aware of these things. Qin Shao isn't a petty person. He still understands what's right and what's wrong. I don't have any objections to World God Yellow Dragon. I understand. The god of Yinglong world nodded in relief and said, that's good. Then the old man can rest assured. However, the old man also feels that you are a broad-minded person. You won't be so narrow-minded. All right, since you understand, the old man won't say anything more. Go and cultivate. I wish you success. I believe that the Sacred Academies tomorrow will be proud of you. Qin Shao nodded and left. As soon as he came out, the outside became more lively. Because of the arrival of Yan Shaochen and the others, especially the 9 profound saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the Sacred Academy became more lively. Many students ran out to catch a glimpse of these people. The 9 profound saintess was the representative of the Jade Lake saintesses. The Jade Lake saintess was a synonym for beauty. How many people dreamed of becoming the saintess's son-in-law? Those who could become the Jade Lake saintess were all top-notch in terms of both beauty and talent. They had to meet strict requirements to become the Jade Lake saintess. The 9 profound saintess could be said to be the best of the Jade Lake saintesses. Therefore, the 9 profound saintess was enough to attract the attention of countless men. Many men came for the 9 profound saintess. They also wanted to catch a glimpse of Yan Shaochen and the other outstanding youths with supreme surnames. And now Ming, Xin and Yuan's identities were basically exposed. Ming? Since Xin represented the Kunlun sacred ground, she must be the saintess of the Kunlun sacred ground. Of course, there was no one who knew Ming. Xin was actually the granddaughter of the Kunlun god emperor. This identity was enough to make him feel respected. As for Yuan, many people guessed that she was the daughter of Sage Li. After all, there was news of Sage Li's daughter running away from home. Many people had tried to find her. Therefore, now that they knew that Yuan represented the Langya heaven, it was easy to guess that she was the daughter of Sage Li. If that was the case, then everything would make sense. Yuan and Ming? Once Xion's identity was exposed, the number of men who wanted to curry favor with them naturally increased. It could be said that they were popular among the people. Therefore, the 2 women were so scared that they hid in their own cultivation places. The news of the battle between the 2 young geniuses of the human realm and the earth realm spread in the Sacred Institute. This matter might not be spread throughout the human world, but a place like the Sacred Academy was very well informed. Basically, all the major forces knew about this matter. Therefore, many people in the Sacred Institute naturally knew about it. Now that Yan Shaochen and the others appeared in the Sacred Institute, it confirmed the news. As soon as Qin Shao came out, he returned as a peerless hero and instantly attracted many people's attention. Originally, Qin Shao was quite popular in the Sacred Institute. However, he rarely stayed in the Sacred Institute. Even when he was in the Sacred Institute, he spent most of his time in seclusion in his own cultivation area. He rarely came out. Therefore, he rarely met the other students in the Sacred Institute and didn't have many chances to interact with them. As soon as Qin Shao came out, Jin Bafang's eyes swept over with some displeasure. Qin Shao naturally knew why Jin Bafang was so displeased with him. He was already displeased with him, and with what happened just now, he was even more displeased. Jin Bafang walked over to Qin Shao, and Yan Xiaochen followed with a solemn expression. He said to Jin Bafang in a low voice, "Bafang, don't mess around." However, Jin Bafang didn't care about Yan Xiaochen. Instead, he walked straight to Qin Shao. As soon as the two of them met, they felt like they were enemies. Fierce sparks flew as they collided. The students of the Sacred Institute were also puzzled and looked over curiously. One was the first on the Sacred Institute's saint ranking, and the other was the young genius of the Jin family. As the young genius of the 5 great families, Jin Bafang's status was there. Naturally, no one dared to provoke him, and they all praised him. Seeing Jin Bafang walking towards him, Qin Shao frowned and looked at Jin Bafang calmly. He wanted to see what Jin Bafang wanted to do. "Humph, it's all because of you that I lost my reward. I made such a great contribution to the human realm, but I didn't get a reward. It's all because of you. Don't you think that you should compensate me?" Jin Bafang said coldly. To be honest, it was indeed because of Qin Shao that Jin Bafang lost his reward. Emperor Xianyuan didn't give anyone a reward, even though Jin Bafang didn't stand up to plead for Qin Shao. However, in the end, Emperor Xianyuan treated everyone equally and didn't give anyone a reward. He treated it as if they were all pleading for Qin Shao. Therefore, Jin Bafang felt bitter in his heart. He felt very wronged. It had nothing to do with him, but he lost his reward because of it. Originally, he thought that the reward this time would definitely be a big one. However, this big reward was gone when it was at the tip of his tongue. How could Jin Bafang be courteous to Qin Shao with the addition of new enmity and old hatred? He couldn't suppress his anger anymore. In the face of Jin Bafang's accusation, Qin Shao said coldly, "If it's because you lost your reward, I can forgive you. I'll let you say it this time. However, if you want to talk about how much credit you have, it's better for you to know your own limitations. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have credit. Instead, you would blame yourself. I didn't mean to take the credit for myself. This time, the credit belongs to everyone. But I, Qin Shao, have never owed you anything. You said that it was because of me that you lost your reward. I reluctantly admit that. But I'm sorry. I can't compensate you, and it's impossible for me to compensate you. If you want to blame me, go ahead. I don't have time to deal with you. Go ahead." After saying that, Qin Shao ignored Jin Bafang and was about to leave. Qin Shao didn't want to bother with such a person who didn't get along with him. He just left. When Qin Shao was about to leave, Jin Bafang reached out his hand and stopped Qin Shao. He stared at Qin Shao angrily and unhappily. Qin Zhao's words just now seemed to make him feel humiliated, so he was even more unhappy. Seeing that Jin Bafang dared to stop him, Qin Zhao's face darkened. He looked at Jin Bafang coldly and said rudely, "What? Do you still want to block my way? With such provocative behavior, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better behave yourself. You came to the Saint Academy as a guest. I don't think you want to embarrass yourself, right? If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being rude. You should know my character. I'm definitely a man of his words. If you want to provoke me, you can try. I don't want to do anything to you, but I can't tolerate your provocation." Qin Shao stared at Jin Bafang coldly. He was waiting to see what he would do next. If he really didn't take his hand away, Qin Shao wouldn't be polite to him anymore. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense and oppressive. The air couldn't help but be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone quieted down and looked at Qin Shao and Jin Bafang. They thought that these two people wouldn't really fight, right? Yan Xiaochen kept winking at Jin Bafang. He naturally didn't want to see Jin Bafang continue to provoke Qin Shao. In terms of strength, Jin Bafang was definitely no match for Qin Shao. If the two really fought, Jin Bafang would definitely be the one who suffered. Jin Bafang secretly gritted his teeth. After looking at Qin Shao deeply, he finally gave up the idea of provoking him and took his hand back. Because he was very clear in his heart that if they really fought, he would definitely be no match for Qin Shao. Chapter 26-22. When he returned to his cultivation place, it was finally quiet. Jingyang, Xiaogu, and Starry Sky had already heard some news about the young geniuses' competition between the human realm and the underworld realm. They also knew that Qin Shao had made the greatest contribution to the young geniuses' competition between the human realm and the underworld realm. Therefore, when Qin Shao returned, the three of them congratulated Qin Shao. They were very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Shao was not only the pride of the Saint Academy, but also the pride of the primordial universe. He had always been the pride of the primordial universe. The primordial universe had a new light and a better tomorrow because of Qin Shao. The endless lives of the primordial universe were also waiting for Qin Shao to bring the primordial universe into the great thousand worlds and bring some of the powerhouses of the primordial universe to the Saint Realm. They would go to a wider world and enter a bigger stage. Qin Shao gathered with everyone and chatted for a while. He also asked about the cultivation situation of the three of them. There was no need to ask Xiaogu. After all, he did not need to cultivate by himself. Jingyang and Starry Sky had made great progress, especially Jingyang. After regaining his confidence, his path had become clearer. After all these years of progress, Jingyang had actually touched the edge of a breakthrough. If he took another step, he would be a third step Celestial Venerate. How many years had he been trapped in the second step Celestial Venerate? Jingyang probably could not remember clearly. In short, it had been a very, very long time. Originally, Jingyang did not have much hope for his own cultivation path. However, new hope had now descended upon him, allowing him to see the light again. He regained his confidence and embarked on a new path. Qin Shao was now looking forward to seeing Jingyang and Starry Sky break through to the fourth step Celestial Venerate. Then, he would ask them if they wanted the Divine Vitality fruit. People like Baichuan Fusu and Young Master Yu definitely did not need the Divine Vitality fruit. Their talent and potential were still very strong. They should be able to open up their own ancient paths and become sacred venerate. Desolate Land, Jiangzu, and 9 Dragons. Desolate Land's talent and potential were still very good. Although Jiangzu and 9 Dragons were slightly inferior, they should still be very good. Therefore, they would see the situation when the time came. They would see if they could open up the ancient road on their own. If possible, it would be better to open up their own ancient paths and become sacred venerate. Even if he couldn't see any hope, he could still use the Saint Origin fruit to directly ascend to the ancient sage realm. There were only 2 divine vitality fruits were enough to nurture 2 sacred venerates, the primordial venerates. At that time, with the addition of Xiaogu and himself, the power of the Grand Mist universe would be relatively strong. They would be able to establish a territory in the immortal realms that belonged to the Grand Mist universe. However, this matter was clearly not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. It would require a very long period of time. For the time being, there was no need to rush. By the way, young master, according to the news from the Wind Cloud City, Young Master Baichuan and Young Master, you have both broken through to the fourth step Heavenly Venerate Realm and become core disciples of the Wind Cloud Academy. The future of the two young masters is still immeasurable. They are considered rare geniuses. At least to Hu Ling, they are considered to be among the top geniuses. The situation of the two young masters is still good. No one is going against them. The situation at Freedom City is still good. It is still relatively stable for the time being. Ah Dong suddenly said. Qin Shao had previously instructed Ah Dong to help pay attention to the situation at Wind Cloud Academy and Freedom City. Qin Shao was usually busy and did not have time to care about these situations. Therefore, he had handed this task to Ah Dong. If there was any situation, Ah Dong would immediately report to Qin Shao. Baichuan Fusu and Young Master, you had also broken through to the fourth step Heavenly Venerate Realm. It was not bad. Qin Shao had long been looking forward to them breaking through to the fourth step Heavenly Venerate Realm. The next goal to work hard for was to become a saint. Qin Shao still believed that Baichuan Fusu and Young Master, you would be able to become saint. They had very good talent and potential. They also had good luck and had obtained good legacies. They were also fortunate enough to become students of Wind Cloud Academy early on. After giving some instructions to Ah Dong, Qin Shao went back into the closed-door training group. Jing Yang and Starry Sky were also encouraged. Starry Sky said with a serious face, Jing Yang, Qin Shao has already given it his all. There is no reason for us not to give it our all. Why don't we compete and see who will break through first? Let's see if you break through to the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm first, or if I break through to the second step, Heavenly Venerate Realm first. Jing Yang smiled and said with confidence, I have already touched the threshold of breaking through. I am only a step away from breaking through. If you compete with me, you will be at a disadvantage. Haha, you will definitely lose. Ha ha ha, Jing Yang, don't be happy too early. It is not a good thing to jump to conclusions too early. It is good that you have this confidence, but I also have mine. Since I dare to compete with you, I naturally think that I can fight with you. Competing with you will give me some motivation and pressure so that I can improve myself faster. Come on, let's fight. Ha, why do I feel that we should compete with Qin Shao? Ha. Starry Sky laughed. Jing Yang smiled. Compete with Qin Shao? Then I am afraid I will lose. No, I can't have this kind of thinking. I am weak before fighting. Then, let's fight. In the seclusion room, Qin Shao sat cross-legged on a jade stone. He quickly threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind and calmed himself down. His mind was free of distracting thoughts. It was like still water, like an ancient well without a trace of ripple. 3 million years is indeed a very short time. To outsiders, this is indeed an impossible task. To me, it is indeed a very, very difficult task. It is too difficult to complete. From the looks of it, it is indeed impossible to accomplish. But this is my one and only chance to make the impossible possible. Only then will I be qualified to obtain the sacred Emperor Guardian token. If it's really that easy, how can I have the face to take the Saint Emperor's Guardian token? Emperor Xian Yuan is willing to give me this opportunity and propose such a seemingly impossible task. First, it is a test for me. Second, it is to shut the mouths of others. So, I must create another miracle. Only then can I break through to the Saint Realm and open my own ancient path. After all, it has been less than 40 million years since I started cultivating. It is indeed too short. I am afraid that even among the 5 supreme surnames, it is difficult to find someone who can break through to the Saint Realm in 40 million years, right? There should be. After all, there are. The children of the 5 supreme surnames are far superior to me in terms of birth. They are almost immortals at birth. They have powerful bloodlines, many cultivation resources, and many good elders to teach them. Their cultivation conditions are millions of times better than mine. But even so, it is still rare to break through to the saint realm in 40 million years. After all, I have only cultivated for a short period of time. My accumulation in various aspects is still weak. So, I can't rely on my accumulation to achieve success. I can't rely on my epiphany to break through and create a miracle. Only then can I break through to the saint realm in 3 million years. How can a miracle be so easy to create? But I have no other choice. This is my only chance. For my hometown, for my family, for my friends, and for the countless lives in the primordial universe, I must do it. I must create a miracle. I have created many miracles along the way. This time, I believe that I can do it. I can do it. Everyone in my hometown is looking at me. They all need me to protect them and protect them well. The strength of the Bloodbath Alliance makes me very uneasy. So, I must get the Sage Emperor Guardian token as soon as possible. Only then will I be able to focus on dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance without any worries. First, Yao Xuelian was captured by Sovereign Lord Galan because of my lack of strength. Then, Baby Mo was captured by Prime Sage Yu Luosha. Although I've captured Sovereign Lord Galan's true body, I don't dare do anything to him out of concern for the safety of the primordial universe. If there's anything to worry about, it'll be my fatal weakness. The Blood Killer Alliance will use it to deal with me. Therefore, I must get rid of this weakness that causes me to lose. Only in this way can I become strong enough. No matter how strong a person is, if they have a weakness, then it will be fatal. Qin Zhao's conviction was incomparably firm. He knew what path he should take. Next, he would cultivate with all his might. How would he break through to the saint realm? Obviously, he wouldn't be able to cultivate by sticking to the rules. He only had 3 million years to cultivate in seclusion. It was basically impossible for him to succeed. Although Qin Shao had grasped the laws of the immortal Tao and had broken through to the elementary level, he had stepped through the door of the immortal Tao and gained a lot of understanding of the laws of the immortal Tao. Logically speaking, Qin Shao had indeed met the conditions to break through to the immortal Tao level. However, although the conditions were met, it was not easy to complete the breakthrough. Qin Shao hadn't even begun to open up his ancient path. He had to open up his own ancient path first and completely step onto it. Only then would he be considered to have broken through. Opening up the ancient path was changing one's destiny. Completely stepping onto the ancient path was a sublimation of one's soul. He had to take these 2 steps to complete the breakthrough, accept the baptism of the heavenly Tao, transcend the long river of time, step out of the 3 realms, and be no longer bound by the 5 elements. From then on, he could entrust his soul to this vast, boundless world. As long as the world didn't perish, he wouldn't perish. As long as the world didn't perish, he wouldn't perish. As long as the heavenly Tao didn't collapse, he wouldn't collapse. This was the ancient saint realm. Stepping onto the ancient path, he would become a saint. The ancient path was to find the ancient path of the immortal Tao, open up the ancient passage, see through the ancient firmament, learn the laws of the immortal Tao, and control this world. This was the existence of the ancient saint realm. What Qin Shao had to do now was to open up his own ancient path, and open it up. However, how difficult was it to open up one's own ancient path? Grasping the laws of the immortal Tao was only a basic condition. In other words, Qin Shao was now qualified to open up the ancient path. However, whether he could open up the ancient path or not depended on whether Qin Zhao's ability in other aspects was sufficient. The breakthrough of the realm involved all aspects. The state of mind, the soul, the will, the accumulation of various aspects, and other factors were very important. All of them had to be combined to make a breakthrough. Of course, for Qin Shao now, the main thing was that time was too short. It was only 3 million years. If Qin Shao was given 30 million years or even 10 million years, it would be much easier and he would have a much greater chance. He could slowly try various methods. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-23. Very few people knew about the battle between the young geniuses of the human realm and the earth realm. It was a hot topic in the Sacred Academy for a while, but it did not spread to the entire human realm. Ordinary people naturally didn't know about this kind of secret. After Yan Xiaochen and the others toured around the Sacred Institute, they left one after another. Qin Shao continued to cultivate in seclusion. Zhang Yang and the others also cultivated separately. Meng Dali, Wu Fengqing, Princess Little Yu, and Princess Ru Xian came to visit Qin Shao once, but they did not see Qin Shao. After knowing that Qin Shao was cultivating in seclusion, they also left. The Sacred Academy had been established for more than 20 million years. Not knowing when, there was a discussion in the Sacred Academy about who was most likely to be the first to break through to the Saint Realm. Regarding this discussion, once it started, it was very enthusiastic. Some people said it was Qin Shao. Qin Shao was the first on the Saint ranking and was known as the number one young genius in the immortal realm. Some people said it was Zhang Yang. After all, he was the personal disciple of the Emperor Xianyuan. With the personal guidance of the Emperor Xianyuan, his improvement speed would be extremely terrifying. Some people said it would be Fu Zhongshuan. After all, he was a person of the 5 supreme surnames and had the noblest background. However, his foundation was the best. Some people said it might be Xia Donghe. Although Xia Donghe's performance was not as dazzling as Qin Shao and Fu Zhongshuan, he was still very good. He was the third on the saint ranking and was accepted as a personal disciple by the god of the Ying Long world. Moreover, Xia Donghe's background was also very good. His foundation was better than Qin Shao and Zhang Yang. Therefore, these 4 people were the most popular. Even Yuan and Ming Xian's identity was spread out, but they were not as popular as Qin Shao and the other 3. Because of this matter, many people even secretly made bet. The Sacred Academy had been established for more than 20 million years. Counting the time that everyone had been cultivating, most of them had been cultivating for 40 to 50 million years. Therefore, it was about time for someone to break through to the Saint Realm. Being the first student of the Sacred Institute to break through and become a saint was quite a good title. After Qin Zhao's secluded cultivation for 2 million years, it was a sunny and windy day. It was a good day. Most of the students of the Academy of Sacred Arts were also cultivating seriously. They were scattered all over the place. Some were listening to lectures, some were discussing the Tao through martial arts competitions, some were discussing the Tao in groups of 3 to 5, and some were cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, boom! The might of the heavenly Tao suddenly descended upon a mountain and enveloped it. Holy light shone brilliantly, and heaven and earth resonated as the great Tao shone brilliantly. A majestic saint aura filled the entire mountain and spread out, attracting everyone's attention. Numerous gazes and figures swiftly approached and looked at the mountain top. This is. Someone is breaking through and becoming a saint. Yes, someone is about to break through and become a saint. Our Sacred Institute is going to welcome the first student to break through and become a saint. Humph, the embarrassing thing is that no one guessed it correctly. Wow, how could he be the first to break through and become a saint? It's not Qin Shao and the other 3 who are the most popular. Is this a slap to our faces? We made a bet, so how is this counted? At that time, we all thought that only Qin Shao and the other 3 had a chance, but we didn't expect that the first to break through and become a saint would be the Heavens Chosen, the 5th on the saint ranking. How unexpected. But after thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. This Heavens Chosen is a reincarnator, so he has the memories and experience of his previous life. It's said that he was a half-saint in his previous life, but he was unwilling to be a half-saint, so he reincarnated. That's why he's so dazzling this time. Moreover, it's said that he's been cultivating for a long time, the longest among all the students. Yes, according to his cultivation time, it's understandable that he's the first to break through and become a saint. It seems that he's been cultivating for almost an era. He's probably dozens of times older than Qin Shao and the others, so it's not a big deal. Not entirely. No matter what, the Heaven's Chosen is the first to break through and become a saint in our Sacred Institute. Someone from the Sacred Institute broke through and became a saint, taking the honor of being the first. Naturally, it shocked the entire Sacred Institute and attracted most of the students to come and watch. Some teachers were even alarmed and came out, but they went back after watching for a while. It was normal for the Sacred Institute to have an ancient saint. It was just a matter of who was the first. Outside the Heaven's Chosen's cultivation area, it was surrounded by people, and there were many discussions. After an unknown amount of time, the Tao might and saint light that shrouded the Heaven's Chosen's cultivation area disappeared. A figure flew out and stood in the void, releasing his saint might to his heart's content. The person who flew out was none other than the Heaven's Chosen. Ah! All of a sudden, the Heaven's Chosen burst into laughter. His laughter was so hearty and wild with joy. It was as if he was venting all the negative emotions that had accumulated in his heart for 2 lifetimes. I, the Heaven's Chosen, finally have a day to become a saint. I, the Heaven's Chosen, have finally stepped into the ancient saint realm. I've finally transcended the river of time and the shackles of heaven and earth. I've leaped out of the 3 realms and transcended the 5 elements. I'm eternally immortal and indestructible. Ha ha ha, I, the Heaven's Chosen, have lived 2 lifetimes. How many hardships have I experienced? How many hardships have I suffered? How many dangers have I taken to enter the cycle of reincarnation and finally reach the peak step by step? Today, I've finally broken through and become a saint. I've stepped onto the ancient road to pursue the immortal Tao. I've waited for this day for too long. Ha ha ha, but I've done it. I've done it. I, the Heaven's Chosen, have relied on myself all along. I've gone against the rules to get to where I am today. It's all because of my own hard work. Ah! The Heaven's Chosen laughed out loud again and again. This was a way to vent his feelings over the years. It was a way to feel gratified and happy about his success. He, the Heaven's Chosen, was also a lowly person without any status or background. He went from being extremely weak to breaking through and becoming a saint. Therefore, this was also an extreme pride for the Heaven's Chosen. This great success was something that he should be proud of. He also became the first student of the Sacred Institute to break through and become a saint, taking this glory. He lost the battle of the Holy List and took first place. His limelight these years was completely snatched away by Qin Shao and the other 3. Qin Shao was first on the Holy List, Fu Zhongshuan was from the Fuxi clan, Xia Dongho was the personal disciple of the god of Long World, and Zhang Yang was the personal disciple of Emperor Xianyuan. The Heaven's Chosen, who was 5th on the Holy List, had no reputation at all. Therefore, not many people would talk about him. But this time, he turned the tables and became the first person of the Sacred Institute to break through and become a saint. Congratulations, Heaven's Chosen. Congratulations on becoming a saint. Haha, brother Heaven's Chosen, you're the first student of the Sacred Institute to become a saint. Congratulations. Congratulations, brother Heaven's Chosen, you'll have to treat us to a drink. Many people also began to congratulate him. The Heaven's Chosen was even happier after receiving everyone's congratulations. After being happy, the Heaven's Chosen looked at Qin Zhao's cultivation place. The first person he thought of at this time was none other than Qin Shao. Since the Battle of the Holy List, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Qin Shao. Later on, they clashed again at Fu Tai mountain range, and suffered a loss again. The Heavens Chosen's hatred for Qin Shao had been accumulating in his heart. At this time, it had accumulated to an extremely deep level. Now that the Heavens Chosen had broken through and become a saint, he naturally wanted to find Qin Shao to vent his anger and suppress Qin Shao. In the past, he was not as strong as Qin Shao, but now that he had broken through and become a saint, he was confident that he could completely suppress Qin Shao in terms of strength. Now that he could suppress Qin Shao in terms of strength, the Heavens Chosen naturally wanted to find Qin Shao to vent his anger. He had suppressed this anger in his heart for too long. If he did not vent it, it would be too uncomfortable. Qin Shao, the Heavens Chosen's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure moved and he actually headed towards Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Seeing the Heavens Chosen's actions, many people could not help but be stunned. What was going on? The Heavens Chosen had just broken through and became a saint, and he was going to find trouble with Qin Shao? Wasn't that bullying? In terms of reputation and prestige, Qin Shao was obviously better than the Heavens Chosen in the Saint College. So when they saw the Heavens Chosen's actions, many people muttered in their hearts. Obviously, they were not very optimistic about the Heavens Chosen's actions. Wu Fengqing and Meng De were nearby just now. When they saw the Heavens Chosen's actions, the two of them immediately went to Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Many people also followed the Heavens Chosen to Qin Zhao's cultivation place. No one was willing to stand out and interfere in this kind of trivial matter. The Heavens Chosen directly went to the entrance of Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Wu Fengqing and Meng De arrived at the same time and blocked the entrance. Dong, Wu Qi, and Jing Yang also came out when they heard the news. They stared coldly at the Heavens Chosen. Heavens Chosen, what do you want? Wu Fengqing shouted. The Heavens Chosen glanced at Wu Fengqing indifferently. He laughed disdainfully and said, "This has nothing to do with you. I'm here to find Qin Shao. It's not up to you to stand up for Qin Shao, is it? If you know what's good for you, then get lost. I don't want to bully you." Being scolded so disdainfully by the Heavens Chosen, Wu Fengqing's face instantly turned ugly. He stared at the Heavens Chosen unhappily. Meng De stared coldly at the Heavens Chosen and said, "I don't believe you. You've just broken through and become a saint, so what? You've just broken through and become a saint, and you think you can do whatever you want and trample on whoever you want? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you, a prodigy, want to fight today, then we brothers will play with you. Besides, you'd better think about your own situation. You've just broken through and become a saint. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to behave atrociously here." Xiao Gu was unhappy. He smacked his lips and pointed at the Heavens Chosen. He said rudely, "Who allowed you to make a fuss here? Don't you know this is where my big brother cultivates? Without my big brother's permission, who gave you the authority? What? You've just broken through and become a saint, and you want to show off your strength? If your hands are itchy, then come, I'll play with you. It just so happens that my hands are itchy too." Xiao Gu had broken through and become a saint long ago. Besides, his strength was relatively strong, so he was naturally not afraid of the Heavens Chosen. How could the Heavens Chosen not know that Xiao Gu was an ancient saint? So why would he really fight with Xiao Gu? Why would he do something that he had no chance of winning? Everyone looked at the Heavens Chosen, wanting to know what he wanted to do today. Logically speaking, the Heavens Chosen was not a fool. If he wanted to fight here today, wouldn't he be asking for a snub? Besides, the Saint Academy's rules did not allow students to kill each other. If the Heavens Chosen dared to fight, it would be against the Academy's rules. Even if he had broken through and become a saint, once he violated the Academy's rules, he would be severely punished. As a genius, he shouldn't have done such a foolish thing. Author, Cruel Death. Chapter 26-24. What on earth does Chosen One want to do? Why can't I understand him? That's right. I have no idea what he wants to do. Although we all know that he has some grudges with Qin Shao, even if there is a grudge between them, he should do it in private. He shouldn't make it so public, right? That's right. Even if you want to make it public, it's fine. But you just broke through to the Sage Realm, and you want to make trouble for Qin Shao immediately. It's really not a wise move. Besides, how can he make trouble for Qin Shao in the Sacred Academy? If he really dares to make a move, isn't he asking for trouble? Make a move? Qin Shao now has 3 ancient sages following him. Chosen One has just broken through to the Sage Realm. If he dares to make a move, isn't he courting death? Look, Prince Zhang Yang and Miss Yuan Yuan are also here. If he wants to make trouble for Qin Shao, he has to ask for their permission first. The onlookers were all discussing this matter. None of them understood Chosen One's actions. They really didn't know what Chosen One's intention was. His behavior was really incomprehensible. Perhaps he had really suppressed it for too long. The hatred in his heart was too deep, so he wanted to find an opportunity to vent it at this time. Zhang Yang, Yuan Yuan, and the others also heard the news and rushed over. If Qin Shao had something to do, they would naturally do it as soon as possible. They rushed over as quickly as possible. As soon as Zhang Yang arrived, he pointed at Chosen One's nose rudely and shouted, "Chosen One, what do you mean by this? You're the first one to break through to the Sage Realm. Do you think you're so great? Do you think you can strut around and look for trouble with others? Let me give you a piece of advice. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Humph, you're a bad guy. I hate you." Yuan Yuan also said angrily. Chosen One glanced at the crowd coldly and said, "I just came to have a few words with Qin Shao. Why are you all so agitated? This is the Sacred Academy. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to make a move on my classmates in the Sacred Academy? I, Chosen One, am not arrogant enough to ignore the Academy's rules. What? I can't even find Qin Shao? Is there a need for you to muster such a large force to stop me? Aren't you making a big fuss over a small issue? From the looks of it, it seems like I'm really going to do something to Qin Shao today. Booty really want to do something to Qin Shao today. Master hasn't even said anything yet, and all of you are already shouting so harshly. Are all of you here to express your loyalty? From what I can see, Qin Zhao's method of winning over people's hearts is really top-notch, to be able to make all of you die for him." Zhang Yang snorted in response to Heaven's Chosen's sarcasm. "You've never made a true friend before. How would you understand the true friendship between brothers? You've always been very self-righteous. You've always thought that you're high and mighty. How could you understand the feelings between us? We just happened to come here to find Qin Shao. We just happened to bump into you, so we wanted to give you a little reminder. This is also a kind of friendship between classmates, isn't it? I'm afraid that you'll step on a mine, so I wanted to give you a friendly reminder." Haha. Heaven's Chosen smiled faintly and said, "I appreciate your kindness, Prince Zhang Yang. But I don't think we're that close, right? So, in my opinion, such a reminder is no different from meddling in other people's business. You guys go ahead. I think it's better to shut up." After Heaven's Chosen broke through to the Sage Realm, his momentum naturally overwhelmed everyone. This made Zhang Yang and Yuan Yuan feel a little inferior in front of him. But there was nothing they could do about it. After all, there was a gap between their realms. "Where's Qin Shao? I want to see him." After saying that, Chosen One ignored Zhang Yang and the others and looked at Ah Dong and asked, "What about you?" Ah Dong said in a low voice, I'm sorry, young Master Heaven's Chosen. My young master has been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He said that no one is allowed to disturb him. If young Master Heaven's Chosen wants to see my young master, you can tell me. I'll tell him as soon as my young master comes out of seclusion. If young Master Heaven's Chosen doesn't want to tell me, you can come and see him after my young master comes out of seclusion. But the time of my young master's seclusion is uncertain, so it's also unknown when you can see him. Meng Dali said unhappily, You heard it, Heaven's Chosen. My brother Qin Shao is cultivating in seclusion. Shouldn't you show some basic courtesy when you ask to see him? He's cultivating in seclusion now, so can you leave now? You've attracted so many people here. People who don't know what's going on will really think that something big has happened. Shut up. The Chosen One glared at Meng Dali coldly and spat out 2 words. Did I talk to you? Who are you to interrupt? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're a guard dog? I'm asking Qin Zhao's men. Why are you answering? I don't believe you. Meng Dali was very unhappy. If it weren't for the rules of the academy, he would really want to fight with Heaven's Chosen first. But what made him angry was that he couldn't beat Heaven's Chosen. Although he couldn't beat Heaven's Chosen, Meng Dali had a bad temper. Ah Dong said again, Young Master Heaven's Chosen, I've already said that my young master is cultivating in seclusion. Before he started, he told me not to disturb him at all. So please go back and don't make things difficult for us. Haha, cultivating in seclusion. What a good excuse. Forget it. Since Qin Shao wants to be a coward, then let him be. Heaven's Chosen sneered. Many people were speechless at Heaven's Chosen's unreasonable behavior. Cultivating in seclusion was a very normal thing. Why did he have to make it sound so unpleasant? Zhang Yang, Meng Dali, and the others were really angry. But no matter how angry they were, this matter wasn't directed at them. It didn't seem appropriate for them to stand up for Qin Shao. It would seem that Qin Shao was afraid of Heaven's Chosen. Secondly, it was mainly because of the Academy's rules that they couldn't directly take action. It wouldn't be interesting to have a war of words. Heaven's Chosen had come to Qin Zhao's place as soon as he broke through. Obviously, he wanted to show off his strength and vent his anger. Now that he had almost achieved his goal, he didn't want to continue making trouble. Instead, he turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a figure walked out from inside. It was Qin Shao. Young Master Heaven's Chosen, you're the first person to come and tell me the good news after breaking through to become a saint? It's such a big matter. Naturally, I have to come out and welcome you. Qin Shao said as he walked over. Soon, he arrived in front of Heaven's Chosen and looked at him coldly. Heaven's Chosen had just broken through to become a saint, and Qin Shao had sensed the huge commotion. Qin Shao also sensed the huge commotion outside, so he came out. The main reason was that he had almost reached a bottleneck after cultivating in seclusion for 2 million years. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion like this, the effect wouldn't be so good. Therefore, Qin Shao was about to come out when Heaven's Chosen had broken through to become a saint. Heaven's Chosen had come to find trouble with him. When Heaven's Chosen saw Qin Shao come out, the sinister smile on his face deepened. For these geniuses, the sight of Qin Shao was akin to the sight of a great enemy. Qin Shao, I thought you would hide and not come out. After watching for so long, you're finally willing to come out? It seems that you still have some backbone. Heaven's Chosen mocked again. Qin Shao smiled coldly and said, Heaven's Chosen, you're so charming today. It's the first time you've come to visit me, Qin Shao, in person. I have to play host, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that I'm just as petty as you? Although there are old grudges between us, no matter what, we're old acquaintances. I, Qin Shao, can't do such a petty thing. I'm afraid I'm not like you, Heaven's Chosen. Faced with Heaven's Chosen's mockery, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't show weakness. He also retorted back. In an exchange of blows between experts, even their words were sharp and direct. So what if Heaven's Chosen had broken through to become a saint? Qin Shao wouldn't think highly of Heaven's Chosen just because Heaven's Chosen had broken through to become a saint. Qin Shao was indeed a little surprised that Heaven's Chosen had become the first person in the Saint Academy to break through to become a saint. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Heaven's Chosen had cultivated for the longest time among all the students. Moreover, he was a reincarnator, so it was normal. Such an achievement wasn't considered a big deal. At least, Qin Shao didn't care about it at all. It seems like your ability to talk is only getting better and better. It seems that you've been practicing your eloquence in seclusion this time. Not bad, not bad. Your eloquence is really admirable. Heaven's Chosen mocked again. Qin Shao curled his lips and chuckled, saying, "Yes, it's not bad. I'm not like someone who's obviously not good at eloquence and fighting, but still has a crazy self-confidence. No matter what, he always thinks he's invincible. You like to control the fate of others and trample on others, don't you? Heaven's Chosen has just broken through, but you want to show off in front of me and make trouble for me. You've put in a lot of effort. Thank you for your hard work. But I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you." "Oh, you're going to disappoint me?" Heaven's Chosen laughed, looked at Qin Shao and said, "Why do you say that? If you want to disappoint me, how do you want to disappoint me?" Qin Shao said, "Didn't you come here today to make trouble for me and vent your anger on me? I know what you're thinking. Don't you just want to make trouble for me so that you can take revenge on me? Since you don't want to say it, I'll say it for you. Don't you want to have a fight with me? Am I right?" Heaven's Chosen looked at Qin Shao and sneered. This was indeed what he was thinking, but he didn't say it out loud. He had just broken through to become a sage. If he said it out loud, it would seem that he was bullying the weak. Therefore, no matter what he was thinking, Heaven's Chosen didn't say it out loud easily. But unexpectedly, Qin Shao took the initiative to say it out loud. Heaven's Chosen smiled and said bluntly, "Since you know, it's easy. You're right. I do want to trample on you to take revenge on you and vent my anger. It's just that I don't want to bully you, so that others won't gossip about me. But if you take the initiative to come to me, I'll be happy to keep you company." "What? You, Qin Shao, took the initiative to speak of this matter. Could it be that you, Qin Shao, dare to challenge me or accept my challenge?" "Ha ha ha, don't say that I'm bullying you. You have to think about this carefully. I won't force you to do anything." Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-25. Isn't that what you want? Why do you still want to pretend to be arrogant? If you want to pretend, you can pretend that I didn't say anything. I, Qin Shao, will never take the initiative to offend others. It's just that if others offend me, I must return the favor, Qin Shao said with a chuckle. This was such a great opportunity that Heaven's Chosen wouldn't accept it even if he was stupid. Just now, he just wanted to pretend to be noble and virtuous so that others would think that he wasn't the one who wanted to bully the weak and force Qin Shao to fight. It was Qin Shao who sent himself to the door. "Since you're willing to fight, how can I not accompany you? Don't say that I'm bullying you. You decide the time and place, you decide the rules. Everything is up to you. Of course, if you want to fight tens of millions of years later, or hundreds of millions of years later, it's also possible. As long as you say so." Heaven's Chosen was even more delighted. Qin Shao had always been a thorn in his heart, a thorn that he wanted to pull out. Today, he didn't really want to do anything. After all, this was the Saint Academy. Even if he wanted to do something, he would have to be careful. However, he didn't expect that Qin Shao would take the initiative to come to him. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Qin Shao said, "Since you said that the time and place are up to me, I might as well be a good person to the end. I'll help you to the end and completely fulfill your wish. 1,000,000 years later, let's fight in the arena of life and death. How about that? Of course, if you want to fight to the death, it's also possible. Qin Shao naturally knew what Heaven's Chosen was thinking. Therefore, he simply took the initiative to propose it directly, so that Heaven's Chosen wouldn't have any other ideas. Arena of life and death? Fight to the death? 1,000,000 years later? This. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, many people were too shocked to speak. They stared at Qin Shao, dumbfounded. This Heaven's Chosen was crazy, and Qin Shao was also crazy? Heaven's Chosen had broken through to the Saint Realm, and was now in the Ancient Sage Realm. No matter how strong Qin Shao was and how he had defeated the Heaven's Chosen before, the situation was completely different now. Once a prodigy became a saint venerate, their strength would increase by 10-fold or even 100-fold. It was a great leap forward. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he couldn't possibly be a match for a genius, could he? Let alone the others. Even Zhang Yang and the others who knew Qin Shao the best were shocked. They stared at Qin Shao blankly. They had never thought that Qin Shao would be so crazy. If it was just a friendly exchange of pointers, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, once Qin Shao decided to play, he dared to be so ruthless and decisive. He directly challenged them to a life and death battle. Restricted by the Academy's rules, students of the Sacred Institute were not allowed to kill each other. However, the Sacred Academy had the same rules as the other academies. That was, if two students had an unsolvable conflict, as long as they were willing, they could also go to the life and death arena for a duel. Life and death were up to fate. The Sacred Institute would also allow such a thing. Therefore, as long as both Qin Shao and the Heaven's Chosen agreed to it, they could definitely enter the life and death arena and fight it out. Something like this was naturally something that all geniuses yearned for even in their dreams. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. It took him a long time to react and confirm that it was true. Qin Shao really took the initiative to challenge him to a life and death battle in the life and death arena. He couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. Ha ha! He couldn't get this opportunity even if he begged for it. Qin Shao actually took the initiative to give it to him. Good. It was really good. It seemed that even God wanted to help him take revenge and pull out the thorn. This thorn had been stuck in his heart, making him very uncomfortable. Ha, good. Then we'll do as you say. I'll wait for you in the life and death arena 1,000,000 years later. I hope you won't be late. The Heaven's Chosen laughed loudly, feeling unprecedentedly happy all the way. The unhappiness accumulated in his heart for too long had been completely vented at this time. Okay, it's a deal. See you in 1,000,000 years. Qin Shao replied in an incomparably firm tone. The duel had been confirmed. Ha! The Heaven's Chosen left with a laugh. The onlookers all looked at Qin Shao with strange eyes. They really didn't know why Qin Shao wanted to challenge the Heaven's Chosen, and it was a life and death battle in the life and death arena. Crazy, this was really a little crazy. Could it be that Qin Shao had the confidence to break through and become a sage within 1,000,000 years? This thought also came to many people's minds, but it was still not very possible. Break through and become a sage within 1,000,000 years? How was that possible? How long had Qin Shao been cultivating until now? At most, it was only 40,000,000 years. Had anyone ever heard of someone who became an ancient sage at 40,000,000 years old? There might be such a person in the 5 supreme clans and the 3 holy lands, but there might not be such a person in other places, right? In the historical records there were probably only a handful. The crowd slowly dispersed. Zhang Yang and the others stayed. As soon as everyone left, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask anxiously, Qin Shao, are you crazy? Are you really going to fight the Heaven's Chosen in the life and death arena? Qin Shao smiled without worry and said, Yes, didn't I say it very clearly just now? I'll see you in the life and death arena in 1,000,000 years. If you said it, of course it's true. How can you not take it seriously? Actually, the heaven's chosen doesn't like me. He has always regarded me as a thorn in his side. I don't like him either. If he doesn't provoke me, then I'll let it go. But if he provokes me, it will make me even more unhappy. So, since both sides are so unhappy, why don't we just find an opportunity to resolve it? He just broke through and came to me to show off and trample on me. What's his purpose? Isn't it to take revenge? It's just that he likes to pretend to be sanctimonious. He's afraid that others will say that he's bullying the weak, so he deliberately forced me to take the initiative to propose it. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill his wish. It will save him the trouble of thinking about how to trample on me. What I hate most is trouble. What's more, now is a critical time for me. I don't want him to bother me. So, I simply took the initiative to propose a battle in the life and death arena. Since we're going to solve it, we might as well play it big and hard. It's best if we can solve all the problems at once. Then, we can rest easy in the future. Qin Zhao's move seemed crazy, but in fact, he had a lot of considerations. Are you sure you can break through and become a saint in 1,000,000 years? Zhang Yang thought for a while and asked again. It was not that he didn't believe in Qin Zhao, but he knew that it was too difficult. He didn't know if Qin Zhao could do it. Of course, he hoped that Qin Zhao could do it, but this kind of thing couldn't be done just because he wanted it. Who didn't want to create a miracle? But how many people could really create a miracle? Qin Zhao curled his lips, smiled faintly and said, "It's obviously unrealistic to say that I'm 100% sure. I don't have much confidence, but I have full faith and determination. So, I believe that I can definitely create a miracle. I have no other choice. I can only fight this time. For my family, clansmen, friends, and hometown, I must succeed. I must succeed. So, I need more pressure, more power to suppress me, to stimulate my full potential, to let me create a miracle. The genius sent himself to me. Then, I can just take advantage of it." The reason why I agreed to his wish was that, first, I was afraid that he would try all kinds of ways to make trouble for me in the past 1,000,000 years. He would create problems for me and distract me. Second, I also wanted to use him to force me. So, that's why I proposed a life and death arena battle with him. If I can't break through and become a sage within 1,000,000 years, not only will I lose the chance to get the Holy Emperor's protection token, but I will also die in the hands of the genius. So, I'm now under pressure from two sides, forcing me to a dead end. I have no other choice but to give it a try. If I don't succeed, I will die for a righteous cause. Since I've chosen this path, I believe that I can definitely go on and succeed. You should also believe in me and give me some confidence. In the sealed battlefield, I also made it through and created a miracle. This time, I also believe that I will create a miracle. So, you don't have to look at me like this. Don't worry about me. Relax. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Although Qin Zhao's words did make some sense, such an action was indeed a little too crazy. Truly, if he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't be able to survive. Forcing himself into a desperate situation was an extremely huge risk. If he didn't succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. There was no third result. Such an action was really crazy. However, the word crazy to Qin Zhao was nothing out of the ordinary. Alas! Zhang Yang patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily, pursed his lips hard, and said, "I'm sorry, brother. We can't help you much. You can only rely on yourself for this matter. We can only watch you silently, cheer you on, and wait for your success to celebrate." Ha ha! Qin Zhao smiled and said, "Yes, there will be such a day. Just wait for the wine. With your cheers, it's enough. That's the greatest encouragement and help for me. I don't need anything else. Besides, I'm not allowed to borrow external forces. I have to rely entirely on my own efforts. Well, there's nothing else here. You can all go back and cultivate. We'll work hard to open up the ancient road and strive to become saints as soon as possible. I'll open this road first. You guys should hurry up and follow me. After becoming saints, I believe the world will be more exciting for us. The stage of the immortal realm will definitely not be able to satisfy us soon. Our future stage should be the great wide world. Everyone, hurry up and become saints. Wait for us to go to the great wide world together in the future. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang also smiled and nodded heavily. Okay, Qin Shao, just wait. We definitely won't drag you down and fall too far behind you. You'll be the first, then I'll be the second. Okay, I'll wait for you. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. Everyone took their leave. Xiao Gu gnashed his teeth and said unhappily, "Brother, that genius is really too hateful. He's too much of a bully. He's just broken through to become a saint, and he's already acting all high and mighty here. It's really annoying. Brother, why don't you let me go over and eat him? I've been wanting to eat him for a long time." Seeing Xiao Gu's incomparably angry look, Qin Shao put his arm around his shoulder and said, "You only know how to eat. He's a student of the Holy Academy. If you eat him, then even I can't protect you." Chapter 26. There were only 1,000,000 years left before the 3,000,000-year deadline. After 2,000,000 years of seclusion, Qin Shao had already figured out many ways to open up the ancient road. However, he was still unable to take this step. How could it be so easy to step onto the ancient road? Taking this step was a qualitative transformation and an upgrade of one's fate. The ancient road was actually a path that led to the immortal Tao. The ancient road was a path that pursued the pinnacle of the immortal Tao. Stepping onto the ancient road was to search for the pinnacle of the immortal Tao. It would lead to the ancient times, peek into the ancient firmament, and master the laws of the immortal Tao. Who would be the peak at the end of the immortal road? Stepping onto the ancient road would lead to the end of the mortal world. Seclusion had already caused Qin Shao to reach a bottleneck. Now, as long as Qin Shao broke through this bottleneck, he would be able to break through and step onto the ancient road to become a sage. Taking this step would lead to a whole new world. This was a whole new world, and it wasn't that easy to step out of it. Although it was just a bottleneck, it was possible that it could even trap someone to death. It was just a step away, and it would only take an instant to take it out. If one couldn't step out, it wouldn't work even if millions of universe epochs passed. This was like the ancient firmament. How far away was it? One would never be able to travel through the long river of time and see through the ancient times. However, if one stepped onto the ancient road, one would be able to see through the ancient times and see far, far, far away. Although some things were just a thought, this thought was like a natural chasm that stretched across there. It might seem close, but in fact, it was far away. All of this depends on how you decide it. There were still 1,000,000 years left. How could he break through this bottleneck and step onto the ancient road to become a sage? This was also what Qin Shao was thinking hard about right now. Blindly cultivating in seclusion was no longer feasible. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how he could cultivate in order to achieve better result. Now, he was looking for a good path to break through to the sage realm as soon as possible. He didn't have much time left. He only had 1,000,000 years left. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Time waits for no man. He had to seize it. Right now, the pressure on Qin Shao naturally increased by a lot. If he had failed to complete this mission in the past, the most he would have done was fail to obtain the Holy Birth Guardian Order. In fact, Qin Shao wasn't worried about the safety of his family and friends. He could bring them all to the immortal domain. Qin Shao was only worried about the safety of the primordial universe. He couldn't move the primordial universe, so it would be difficult for him to protect it. However, if there was really no other way, then he could only choose to sacrifice more. That was the only way. Of course, Qin Shao did not wish for such a thing to happen. He naturally wanted to protect his primordial universe. Now, with the addition of the Heaven's Pride, there was a dangerous factor. If he couldn't break through to the Saint Realm within 1,000,000 years, the Heaven's Pride would definitely not show mercy in the life and death arena. He would definitely kill him as soon as possible. It was foreseeable that he would definitely die in the hands of the Heaven's Pride. Therefore, the threat of death was deeply imprinted in Qin Zhao's heart, forcing Qin Shao to work hard to break through. He had to do it within 1,000,000 years. Since the effect of cultivating in seclusion here isn't good, why don't I go out for a walk and enjoy the scenery? Maybe I'll get some good inspiration. When you're stuck in a bottleneck, the most important thing is a kind of spiritual release, a kind of liberation, a kind of transformation, a kind of transcendence. Only then can you understand and break through this bottleneck. How to step on the ancient road, how to open up the ancient road, I've almost figured it out. Only this last step is left. Although I've almost figured out the ancient road, these things are only theoretical after all. In fact, how to take this step is a practical action. It's very, very difficult. The main reason is that my foundation is a little weak and my accumulation is somewhat insufficient. Therefore, it's naturally not easy to break through in a short period of time. This step is the result of my shortcomings in various aspects. If I want to break through, I must have an epiphany. Cultivating the heart is the most important thing. When you're stuck in a bottleneck, to put it simply, your heart is trapped in a puzzle. It was precisely because she thought of this that Qin Shao wanted to go out and travel for a while. She wanted to relax her mind and body. This way, it might be easier to break through. Qin Shao called Xiao Gu and left the Sacred Institute. Jing Yang and Xing Xing let them continue to cultivate in the Sacred Institute. Qin Shao didn't bring Ah Dong and Wu Qi with him. They would also give Jing Yang and Xing Xing appropriate guidance. Qin Shao didn't have to worry about anything after temporarily solving the problem of the Heaven's Pride. After leaving the Sacred Institute, Xiao Gu asked, "Big brother, where are we going?" "Where to?" Qin Shao hadn't thought about this question. He didn't know where to go. "Since we're going for a walk, let's do as we wish. Wherever we go, there's no need to deliberately care about the destination. Let's just walk around casually. Wherever we feel is good, we can stop and take a look," Qin Shao said after thinking for a while. 1,000,000 years, if used to travel and relax, was not a short period of time. As for time, it was only when one was cultivating that they would feel that time passed by very quickly. This time, Qin Shao didn't come out deliberately to cultivate. Instead, he cultivated for the purpose of relaxing. Moreover, Qin Shao focused on small things. He didn't look for those bustling cities. Instead, he walked around the countryside and sightsaw. Heaven and earth were all guides for cultivation. Sometimes, it might be better to look at these small things and be inspired by them. Only when one was small could one be subtle. Only when one was subtle could one make up for some unseen shortcomings. Sometimes it was necessary to make up for those unseen shortcomings. Only then would there be a qualitative transformation. Pan Nation, First Prince's residence. Ever since the first prince lost to the 9th prince and failed to become the crown prince, the first prince seemed to have disappeared. He never left the first prince's residence again. He didn't show his face and disappeared from everyone's sight. In the past, it was very lively. Countless officials and generals went in and out of the first prince's residence every day. They loved to ask for the first prince's opinion on matters big or small. But now, the tea had cooled down. The first prince's residence was so cold that it had accumulated dust. The doors were also closed every day and wouldn't be opened. It was a world of difference from the bustling scene before. In a palace, the first prince was drinking wine. He didn't care about his appearance and looked very dispirited. The loss of the crown prince's residence was a huge blow to him. A gray-robed figure walked in with his brows furrowed. He was exuding a strong murderous aura. The gray-robed elder walked quickly to the first prince. The first prince was still drinking his wine, as if he didn't see the gray-robed elder. "First prince, you can't be so dispirited. This isn't the glory you should have. This old man is willing to follow the first prince to the death, because I can see that the first prince has great ambitions. I believe that the first prince can accomplish great things, so this old man is willing to give the first prince a hand and help the first prince achieve great things. The first prince is so dispirited. It's not like you. If you continue to be so dispirited, I'm afraid that the first prince's fighting spirit will be completely wiped out. At that time, the first prince will really return to being an ordinary person. The first prince should have achieved great things and been able to establish a great foundation. This old man is also unwilling to see the first prince so dispirited and depressed." The gray-robed elder said in a deep voice. The first prince drank his wine and laughed self-deprecatingly. He said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, teacher. In the past, I had great ambitions and wanted to achieve great things. But, I lost. I completely lost. I worked so hard for so long, made so many preparations, put in so much effort, did so many things, and performed so well. More than half of the civil and military officials supported me. But, in the end, what was the result? In the end, father still made the 9th prince the crown prince. The position of crown prince is not mine. It's not mine. What meaning is there in my life? What's the point of fighting? Why don't I just drink wine and look at beauties? Isn't that also very carefree? Teacher, you came at the right time. Why don't you drink with me?" Looking at the wine that the first prince handed over, the gray-robed elder slapped the wine over. The first prince wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Since teacher doesn't like it, I won't force you. Teacher, go and do your own things. Don't bother about me." The gray-robed elder said, "Since this old man has promised to help the first prince build great things, I naturally won't give up so easily. It is this old man's responsibility that the first prince is so depressed. This old man came here today to bring the first prince out of the quagmire and restore his glory. I want to bring back the confident first prince of the past. The position of crown prince is temporarily lost. Why talk about defeat? As long as the 9th prince doesn't ascend the throne, the first prince will still have a chance. The key is whether the first prince is willing to fight for this opportunity. If the first prince isn't even willing to fight for this opportunity, then there's no hope at all. However, if the first prince is willing to fight for it, this old man feels that there's still a great chance. At the very least, you can fight for it. It's not impossible for you to succeed." The first prince was stunned and looked at the gray-robed elder. However, he still shook his head and said, "Teacher, you don't have to comfort me. Since father has already made the 9th prince the crown prince, the emperor's will can't be changed. Therefore, it's impossible for me to still have a chance. I originally thought that father would definitely make me the crown prince. I've performed so well all these years. Most of the civil servants and armed forces supported me. Even 2 of the 3 kings supported me. But what happened in the end? You saw it for yourself. Father still made the 9th prince the crown prince. Teacher, do you really think that there's still hope? I've been playing with power all my life, but I still lost to the 9th prince and father in the end. No matter how I play, I can't win against father. I'm tired after playing with power all my life. I don't want to play anymore." The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "What if the first prince breaks through to the second step of the ancient saint stage? Do you think it's possible to change the emperor's will? What? Break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage? The first prince's eyes lit up instantly. They shone like a sharp sword that had just been unsheathed, shining with a peerless sharpness. What if I break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage? Would I be able to fight for it? The gray-robed elder took advantage of the situation and continued, "Therefore, it's not that there's no chance at all. It just depends on how strong your will is." The first prince stood up and finally regained some of his vigor. He looked at the gray-robed elder seriously and said, "Teacher, what do you think I should do now?" Chapter 26-27 Hong Meng Universe, Heavenly Dragon Continent. Only the cool breeze on the river and the bright moon in the mountains can be heard by the ears and seen by the eyes. There is no limit to it, and it is inexhaustible. Between the mountains, on the lake, a white-robed man stood on a small boat and looked at the scenery in the mountains. Under the illumination of the bright moon in the evening, it was exceptionally beautiful. Quiet, clean, and tranquil. The water reflected all the shadows of heaven and earth. At this moment, the water surface was like a mirror. Looking at the water surface, one would see the miraculous scene of the water and the sky merging into one. It was even touching and beautiful, making one feel relaxed and happy. Such a scene could indeed touch the most fragile side of one's heart. Tao was natural and everything was integrated into the nature of heaven and earth. Bit by bit, they were all Tao. It was just that the Tao was invisible, making it difficult for others to grasp. Cultivation was also about the minute details. Being able to peek at Tao from the minute details of nature was sometimes a good cultivation method. Cultivation was big and big, but there should also be such minute details. The originally calm lake seemed to have a slight ripple. The white-robed man still stood there calmly and his gaze did not move. It was as if he turned a deaf ear to the movement and did not care at all. With the help of the weak moonlight, one could vaguely see something flowing in the lake and moving around the small boat. After swimming a few rounds, the white-robed man still did not have any reaction. Bang! Suddenly, the calm lake suddenly exploded and water splashed out 100 feet. The water splashed out like countless silver pearls. It was very beautiful. A figure was hidden among the countless silver pearls. It was faintly discernible and looked like a mermaid. However, the water droplets that filled the sky could not get close to the small boat. The moment they got close to the small boat, they were blocked by an invisible wall and bounced away. After the water splashed out completely, a beautiful figure landed on the small boat. Her star-like eyes flickered with a bright luster as she blinked at the white-clothed man. Her face was filled with laughter and a special sense of worship and admiration. This kind of feeling was a bit like a love-struck fool. There were still a few water droplets on the beautiful girl's head and face. At this moment, she looked like a hibiscus that had just come out of the bath. It was especially enchanting. In terms of appearance, she was indeed very beautiful and also very elegant. More importantly, her realm was not low. She was actually a first step, heavenly venerable. In the primordial universe, to be able to break through to the heavenly venerable realm was definitely a heaven-defying existence. At this moment, the white-robed man shook his head and smiled faintly. He said, "Mingyue girl, you're being naughty again. You hid in the lake for so long. What were you trying to eavesdrop on?" This beautiful young girl was none other than Chang Mingyue, Chang Feng and Qin Yanji's daughter. She was exceptionally gifted, exceptionally intelligent and mischievous. She was Mingyue. Qin Xiao Xiao. But how could she really trick Qin Xiao with that little trick of hers? Most of the time, Qin Xiao gave in to her and played with her. Qin Xiao liked Chang Mingyue since she was a child. "Hee, I am just checking to see if uncle is thinking about someone again," Chang Mingyue said with a chuckle. Qin Shao was Chang Feng's brother. If Chang Mingyue followed her father, and called him uncle, then she should call Qin Shao uncle. However, Qin Shao and Qin Yanji were brother and sister. Therefore, if Chang Mingyue followed her mother, she should call Qin Shao uncle. In this way, Qin Shao was both Chang Mingyue's uncle and Chang Mingyue's uncle. Therefore, the mischievous Chang Mingyue called Qin Shao uncle. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her way of addressing him. However, he didn't allow her to change her way of addressing him, so he simply let her be. It became a habit. Now, Qin Shao was also used to it. It was reminiscent of the past. At this moment, Qin Shao did think of Gu Lingyue and Yao Shuoyan. Love was too important. You little girl, don't always think about this. Qin Shao touched Chang Mingyue's head and said. Chang Mingyue pouted and said, I'm not young anymore. I'm almost 40 million years old. I'm not much younger than you. I'm just 2 million years younger than you. You were in love when you were more than 1 million years old. Why can't I be in love when I'm 40 million years old? Qin Shao was speechless. He didn't know how to answer Chang Mingyue. In terms of age, Chang Mingyue was indeed almost 40 million years old. He was indeed not much older than her. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, Chang Mingyue had always been a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. Everyone doted on her, so she had always been in the palm of their hands. She had never suffered any hardships or experienced any hardship. Therefore, she naturally gave people the feeling that she hadn't grown up. She was still so naive and cute. However, the current Hongmeng universe was indeed stable and peaceful. It was very difficult to experience anything. In addition, Chang Mingyue was also very cute and had a sweet mouth. Therefore, everyone doted on her. Naturally, they wouldn't let her be bullied at all. Okay. Then I won't talk about you. Qin Shao smiled helplessly. Chang Mingyue smiled. She held her chin with both hands and looked at Qin Shao like this. She was becoming more and more infatuated. Qin Shao felt a little strange being stared at by Chang Mingyue like this. This little girl had worshipped him since she was young. She had always wanted to stick to him. Now, the older she grew, the more she became. She would find opportunities to pester him from time to time. Qin Shao also doted on Chang Mingyue since they were young. Therefore, he never had the heart to scold her. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't know what to say about Chang Mingyue's actions. Uncle Qin Shao, you're so handsome. The more I look at you, the more handsome you become. I can't get tired of looking at you. Why do you think this is? It's as if I'll be looking at you for the rest of my life. Chang Mingyue suddenly said. Qin Zhao's forehead couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. What was this little girl thinking? This little girl was too pure and naive. She had deepened the admiration in her heart. These words sounded a little flirtatious, but in fact, they weren't flirtatious. However, Qin Shao didn't know what to say to this girl that it wasn't ambiguous. Little E, don't hide anymore. Come out quickly. When he was embarrassed, Qin Zhao's eyes fell on a place in the lake. As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a delicate young man flew out of the lake and landed on the boat. The person who came was none other than Qin Zhao's younger brother, Qin Yi. At this time, Qin Yi was also more than 30 million years old. He was only a few 100,000 years younger than Chang Mingyue. More than 30 million years old, Qin Yi's edges and corners were a little more resolute, and his face was a little more mature. He was 70 or 80% similar to Qin Shao, and he was also very handsome. Qin Yi showed a heaven-defying talent as soon as he was born. He was not inferior to Qin Shao at all. He was also the second person in the Hongmeng universe to break through to the celestial venerable realm. Chang Mingyue was the third. He even broke through to the celestial venerable realm one step earlier than Chang Mingyue. Such a speed was faster than the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Of course, people like Jiang Zhu, 9 Dragons, Desolate Land, and Starry Sky had already broken through to immortality in the immortal realm. However, they had no way to connect with their souls, so their clones had broken through, but their original bodies had not. Only when their original bodies and clones were together could they drive their original bodies to break through. Therefore, for the time being, there were only 3 celestial venerables in the Hongmeng universe. They were Qin Shao, Qin Yi, and Chang Mingyue. These 2 were more playful and had been spoiled since they were young, so they caused a lot of trouble. Originally, Chang Mingyue was not so playful. Later, he was led astray by Qin Yi, so the 2 of them were basically inseparable. Wherever something happened, they would be there. But now it was okay. After breaking through to the celestial venerable realm, the 2 of them restrained a lot and were not so playful. Maybe it was because after they reached the celestial venerable realm, their horizons were high, and they could not play with those ants. In the Hongmeng universe, it could be said that those below the celestial venerable realm were ants. If you don't enter the celestial venerable realm, you will never reach that realm. The 2 of them had always been inseparable and playful. Fortunately, although they were playful, they did not fall behind in their cultivation. Qin Shao sometimes thought that if Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue were not close relatives, then it was not impossible for them to be together. Everyone felt that these 2 people were very well matched. They were simply a match made in heaven. There were even many people who had made such jokes and given such suggestions. However, to be honest, although the 2 of them were close relatives, they had actually been together for more than 3 generations. If they really wanted to be together, it was not impossible. It was just that the 2 of them were still naive and had not thought about this. Qin Shao did not care about the 2 of them in this regard. Let them develop on their own. If they could succeed, then it was okay. There was no need to be so constrained by the red tape of the secular world. Why did the 2 of you come to my place for no reason? I need to be alone for a while. Go and play by yourself. Don't disturb me. Qin Shao shook his head and said to Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue. Qin Yi moved in front of Qin Shao with an aggrieved face and said, "Big brother, aren't we really bored? We have played all over the Hongmeng universe. There is really no fun place. Those people's realms are too low. As for Brother Monghuang and the other old men, they can't play with us at all. So we are very bored. We can only come to you, Big brother. Big brother, why don't you let us leave the Hongmeng universe and let us go to the immortal realm to explore? Big brother, you see, we have already broken through to the celestial venerable realm. If we want to improve in the Hongmeng universe, it is too difficult. So, Big brother, you should let us go to the immortal realm earlier. It's only after entering the immortal domain that our talents can be revealed. It is a waste of talent to stay in the Hongmeng universe. It is a waste of our talent and potential. It might even make us ordinary. Big brother, I beg you. Let us go to the immortal realm." Chang Mingyue nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Uncle Qin Shao, please do us a favor and let us go to the immortal realm." "Uncle, aren't you doing very well in the immortal realm now? There are many people in the Hongmeng universe. Xiao Gu has also become an Empyrean saint. We will definitely be very safe with your care. We are the future hope of the Hongmeng universe. Uncle, do you really want to erase our talent? Let us go to the immortal realm." Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. All right, I understand. Just wait a little longer." My clone will make a trip back to the primordial universe in 1,000,000 or 2 years, and I'll take all of you there then. It is too dangerous for you to go by yourselves. I won't allow it. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-28. 1 or 2 million years. Hearing that Qin Shao finally agreed, Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue were surprised and happy. 1 or 2 million years, they could still wait for a while. "Big brother, this is what you said. If it's more than 2 million years, then you have to let us go to the immortal realm by ourselves, Qin Yi said happily. Chang Mingwei said with a smile, Don't worry, little brother Qin Shao. Since Uncle Qin Shao promised, he will definitely not break his promise. Don't be rude, call me uncle, Qin Yi glared at Chang Mingwei and corrected her. Okay, little brother Qin Yi, I know, Chang Mingwei said. It's Uncle Qin Yi. Well, little brother Qin Yi. After the two quarreled, they left obediently. They came to quarrel with Qin Shao every few days and asked Qin Shao to let them go to the immortal realm. Qin Shao didn't let go before, and this time he finally let go. Watching the two leave, the world returned to peace. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Shortly after Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei left, two more people visited. A man and a woman came hand in hand, overflowing with love. Obviously, they were a pair of enviable, immortal Taoist companions. They were like conjoined twins. Both of them couldn't wait to integrate each other into their bodies. This feeling of strong friendship is really enviable. Big brother Chang Feng, sister Yanji, do you two have to be so tired in front of outsiders? You're an old man and an old wife. Can you not be so mushy? Can you consider my feelings as a single person? Qin Shao shook his head and said. The two people who came were none other than Chang Feng and Qin Yanji. The story of the two people's love had indeed spread in the Hongming universe as the story of the most beautiful immortal Taoist companions. It was widely known and envied by the world. The two people's talent potential was originally not high. But with Qin Shao around, the two people's current realms naturally would not be low. Although he didn't have much talent and potential, Qin Shao had forcibly raised him to the level of a universe master. As long as they were in the Grand Mist universe, the two of them could live freely and live as long as the universe. The two of them did not need to cultivate. Hence, they spent most of their time together. Then, they would slowly travel around the primordial universe, enjoying a happy and blissful life. Haha, it's precisely because you're single that I want to stimulate you even more. Do your best and find Gu Lingwei as soon as possible. We're all waiting for the day you and Gu Lingwei get married. Chang Feng smiled. He was very straightforward in front of Qin Shao and didn't have any misgivings. Between brothers, if there was something between them, they should say it directly. There was no need to hide it. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. How could he not want to find Gu Lingwei as soon as possible? But how could it be so easy? Gu Lingwei had gone to the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace, the elemental sacred realm. It was not a place Qin Shao could go to for the time being. If he wanted to find Gu Lingwei, then he had to become stronger. Not only Gu Lingwei, but also Yao Shuoyan and Brother Pure, Qin Shao. After all, both of them were reincarnated people. Sometimes, when Qin Shao thought about it, he felt that it was too amazing. Two reincarnated people just happened to be by his side. The success rate of reincarnation was extremely low. Even if they succeeded, it was extremely difficult to awaken their memories. Even Brother Pure and Gu Lingwei had succeeded. If they died, their soul consciousness would enter reincarnation again. The more reincarnations there were, the lower the success rate. Sigh, I wonder what love is. Chang Feng suddenly said with emotion. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Yanji with deep affection. Qin Yanji also replied tenderly, It makes people want to devote their lives to you. It makes people want to devote their lives to you. What the hell was this? Shouldn't it make people want to devote their lives to you? What was love? Qin Shao did not have such a deep and thorough understanding of it. Love was too difficult to understand. For the time being, Qin Shao did not want to think about such things. Qin Shao shook his head. You guys, don't provoke me. Continue with your love. I still have to cultivate. Chang Feng immediately said, Don't be anxious, Qin Shao. Although we just happened to pass by here and came to see you, we found something very interesting some time ago. We'll tell you about it while we're at it. Something very interesting? Qin Shao looked at Changfeng curiously. What was so interesting that it was worth telling him about it? Changfeng continued, "That's right, Qin Shao. Don't you occasionally tell us about the immortal realm? You've introduced us to some basic information about the immortal realm. We just came from a world called Earth. We found something very interesting in this small world. We found that this world called Earth wrote some myths and legend. The system is basically similar to the situation in the immortal realm that you mentioned. We used time reversal to check, and indeed found that this world called Earth did have such a similar system in ancient times. The immortal Tao was also prevalent for a period of time, but later on, it changed into the Tao of science and technology. Now, this Earth has a very good technological civilization. It has created things like airplanes, spaceships, mobile phones, computers, the internet, guns, missiles, and so on. This kind of technological civilization should not be a system that our primordial universe has. From the immortal Tao civilization to the current technological civilization, this small world called Earth evolved with a very small system. We played on Earth for a period of time. We really felt that it was very interesting there. It was very fun. Whether it was the clothes, the convenience of life, or the language, it was very interesting. For example, they can use a lot of very novel words to scold people, such as pretentious, idiot, motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur, and so on. Compared with their words, I really feel that our words are too monotonous. Their mobile phones are also very fun. No matter how far away they are, they can achieve a conversation. They can even communicate face to face. This is much more convenient than our soul communication. The technological civilization is really a bit incredible. Hearing Changfeng say so, Qin Zhao's interest was also greatly piqued. He knew about the technological civilization and had come into contact with it before. There were also foreign technological civilizations in the primordial universe, so he probably knew what a technological civilization was. Qin Shao didn't care much about those things. What Qin Shao cared about was that this Earth had a system similar to the immortal realm in the past. This was very interesting, very interesting. Changfeng's hand moved, and a few books appeared. He handed them to Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, I specially brought a few books about myths and legends written by them from Earth. It is very similar to the situation in their ancient times, but there are some fantasies added, but most of them are real." Qin Shao took a few books from Changfeng's hands. Some were called Journey to the West, some were called Investiture of the Gods, some were called Classic of Mountains and Seas, some were called Ancient Mythology, and so on. There were dozens of books in total, all of which were books about different myths and legends. Qin Shao quickly checked them. With Qin Zhao's current strength, it was naturally very fast for him to check these books. In an instant, he read all the contents inside and understood them clearly. After reading, Qin Shao was also surprised. It is really very similar to some of the situations in the immortal realm. There are also 3 realms, Heavenly Court and Western Buddhism. There are also Sakyamuni, 1 Qi into 3 pure ones, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and 100 schools of thought. There are also those surnames which can be matched. There are also the 4 ancient mythological beasts, and even the Ying Long World God and the Yellow Dragon World God. Interesting, this is too interesting. Many situations in the immortal realm seem to have been moved here by someone and recreated on Earth. It's just that everything has been recreated in a small world like Earth, and all the things have been reduced. But in general, most of the stories are still similar. It feels like this Earth is a version of the immortal realm. This is very strange. Such a strange thing actually happened. It's really very interesting. I have been to this world called Earth once before, but I didn't dig too deep. It seems that I still have to go to Earth again. Qin Shao also wanted to take a look at this strange situation and see if he could figure out what was going on. Could it be that there was some kind of connection? Qin Shao really couldn't think of a reason for such a strange thing. He didn't know anything about the situation in the immortal realm before he arrived there. If he didn't know, others wouldn't know either, so there was no way that someone would deliberately do this. After saying a few words to Changfeng and Qin Yanji, Qin Shao went to the small world called Earth that Changfeng mentioned. Qin Shao was the universe origin master of the Hongmeng universe. Thus, he could go anywhere he wanted to in an instant. Therefore, in an instant, Qin Shao came to the small world called Earth, to a country called Huaxia. The technological civilization here seemed to be very developed. Of course, it was only very developed for this small world. There were high-rise buildings everywhere, and the entire world was built very beautifully. On the road, cars flowed endlessly, and airplanes formed a dense net in the sky. Men and women were all dressed very strangely, but they were very good-looking, refreshing, and full of character. When Qin Shao came to this small world, he immediately felt that he was so out of place with this world. After walking in this small world for a while, Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh with emotion, a small world with vitality and vitality. Although everyone, all life, is extremely ordinary without any trace of ability, and can't be more ordinary, they can't cultivate. However, technological civilization has made their lives so convenient and full of fun, and there are also some powerful technological weapons. If you don't personally experience the charm of technological civilization, it is indeed very difficult to understand. It is indeed a great Tao. With the most ordinary and humble body, they can control powerful technological weapons, and thus have powerful abilities. This is exchanged with technology. There is no need to cultivate. Everyone has been learning from a young age, and from knowledge they can obtain the power of technology. This is the same as our cultivation. However, technological civilization only allows them to obtain knowledge, not their own power. Our cultivation is to directly obtain our own power, but we don't have such technology. Then they use technology to create many things that we can't imagine, changing their world and everything about them. What an interesting Tao. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26-29. Scientific and technological civilization was indeed very interesting. Scientific and technological civilization could also be said to be the great path of scientific and technological cultivation. Of course, although it was called the great path of cultivation in a small world like Earth, it was still at a very low level of cultivation. Even the most powerful scientific and technological weapons in the world could not deter the gods of the Hongmeng universe. Therefore, the level of life on Earth was still very low, and they were all in the most primitive state. However, Qin Shao found a more interesting thing, that was, the life on Earth was generally smarter. Perhaps scientific and technological civilization was more helpful to the development of intelligence. Thinking about it, Qin Shao also felt that if people kept learning about scientific and technological civilization, it would indeed make people smarter and smarter. Just like many things on Earth, Qin Shao felt a little amazed. This feeling was even more shocking than when he encountered a powerful opponent, or when he saw an extremely harmful saint art or saint weapon. There were many things that were indeed far beyond Qin Shao's imagination. He did not expect that it could be like this. Scientific and technological civilization could do things that other forces could not do. Magical, it was indeed a very magical thing. In the vast Hongmeng universe, only a small world like Earth was like this. The other places were very normal and were covered by the Great Path. All life was born to cultivate the Great Path and become a cultivator. By cultivating the Great Path, they could slowly change their fate and improve their level of life. The great path of scientific and technological cultivation was indeed very unusual. It could be regarded as a unique school among the 8 great paths of cultivation. After learning about it, Qin Shao did not waste any more time. Instead, he found a quiet and uninhabited place, and then began to backtrack in time to see what the history of this small world called Earth was like. Tracing the trajectory of time, Qin Shao soon found that he only had to backtrack for tens of thousands of years to see the mythical system. From the one Qi into 3 pure ones, to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to the establishment of Buddhism by Shakyamuni. The history of these developments was all in the romance of history. The characters in these history actually walked on the great path of immortal cultivation and really cultivated to a certain level. In the long river of time, Qin Shao read the history of the romance of the 3 kingdoms, and his heart was touched. This kind of feeling was a kind of how to put it, a kind of feeling like he had seen through the ages. Opening up the ancient road, wasn't it to see through the ages? Wasn't it just to find the end of the immortal Tao from the ancient road? Just as the saying goes, seek immortality and seek the Tao. Immortal Qin Shao had already started searching. What he needed to do now was to seek the Tao. He was asking about the immortal Tao at the end of time. He had asked about history, seen through the ages, seen the romance of the immortal Tao, the formation of the 3 realms, and the birth of the gods and devils. All of this had given Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. However, Qin Shao had a question in his mind. The history of the small world on Earth has only been around for tens of thousands of years? Since the beginning of the immortal Tao, it has been less than 10,000 years, and it has only lasted for a few thousand years. After that, it entered the transition to a technological civilization for 2,000 years, and then it entered the technological civilization again. The development of a technological civilization is also not long, but the speed of its development is the fastest and the most stable. That's not right. I remember that I have been to Earth once before, and I also saw life. Could it be that the current Earth is different from the one I saw before? Did it go through a reincarnation? With this guess, Qin Shao continued to go back in time. Sure enough, in the long river of time, he saw several reincarnations. The previous reincarnations did not last long. The short ones were 10,000 years, and the long ones were only tens of thousands of years. Since the beginning of the era, Qin Shao had discovered the small world on Earth. It had gone through 9 reincarnations. After 9 reincarnations, Earth had finally embarked on the path of a technological civilization. In the previous reincarnations, there was no technological civilization. It was all about the development of the immortal Tao and the cultivation of the great Tao. Unfortunately, it was destroyed every time. And the most interesting thing was that in each of the 9 reincarnations, the Qi into 3 pure ones, the 3 realms, the heavenly court, Shakyamuni, and other mythical systems of the immortal Tao were basically the same. In different eras, even though they had gone through reincarnations again and again, some things would still be developed over and over again. Such a situation was truly a little strange. It was simply unimaginable. Qin Shao had never seen such a strange situation before. This time, he saw all the ancient times of Earth. From these ancient times, he seemed to see the path of the immortal Tao, an ancient road that led to the end of the immortal Tao. And these were great inspirations for him, impacting his soul again and again. The ancient road, looking through all the ancient times, looking for the ancient road in the ancient times. Isn't the history of the ancient times also an ancient road? In a vivid way, they are presented one by one, showing the wonderful history of the immortal Tao. Only by grasping the laws of the immortal Tao and comprehending the true meaning of the immortal Tao can one set foot on the ancient road, see through the ages, and comprehend the firmament, These inspirations pushed Qin Shao closer to the ancient road. Again and again, they battered the barriers of the ancient road and helped Qin Shao set foot on the ancient road. A beam of light appeared in front of Qin Shao, guiding him forward. Immortal realm, human world. It was a small town with simple folk customs. The people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Most of the people in this town were first step celestial venerate lesser immortals. Human immortals were extremely rare, and great immortals were nowhere to be found. However, such an ordinary town gave Qin Shao a different sense of folklore. It was as simple as the wind. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but stay in this town for a while and become familiar with many of the people here. In a small restaurant, Qin Shao and Xiao Gu sat at a table on the side of the road, drinking wine. "Yo, Sir Qin, you're here to drink again. Young Master Qin, thank you so much. After your guidance last time, my cultivation has improved a lot. Sir Qin, when will you give me pointers on immortal arts again?" From time to time, people would pass by and greet Qin Shao cordially. Qin Shao would respond to them with a smile. Qin Shao had stayed in this town for 100 years. During this time, Qin Shao had helped many people, treated many people to drinks, and taught others. Therefore, Qin Shao's reputation in the town was naturally good. Many people were friendly to Qin Shao. Every time the owner of the small restaurant saw Qin Shao, he would give the best seats and the best dishes to Qin Shao. "Big brother, it's pretty boring to stay here. We've been here for 100 years. Shouldn't we leave?" Xiao Gu couldn't stay any longer. The main thing was that this town was really very small and there was nothing new. The people he got along with every day were extremely ordinary people. Therefore, Xiao Gu naturally felt a little bored and wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, Qin Shao smiled and said, "What's the hurry? I think this place is pretty good. We can stay here for a while longer. I already feel that I'm about to break through. Often, one can comprehend more things in the ordinary. My original body has been greatly affected. If this continues, I should be able to break through to the Saint Realm soon. Therefore, we're not in a hurry to leave for the time being. When I'm about to break through, we'll find a quiet place." "Ah, Big Brother is about to break through. Haha, good news, good news. Congratulations in advance, Big Brother. Big Brother is really experienced. I knew you could definitely do it. If that's the case, it won't take 1,000,000 years at all." Hearing Qin Shao say that he was about to break through, Xiao Gu immediately became happy. If this trend continued, it indeed wouldn't take 1,000,000 years. Originally, Qin Shao was determined to break through to the Saint Realm within 1,000,000 years. Now, it seemed that there should be no problem at all. Seeing through the ancient times, Qin Shao was greatly affected and helped a lot. It pushed Qin Shao forward. However, just as he was feeling happy, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt two powerful auras coming in this direction. "Oh no, there's an enemy attack. Let's go." Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed. He was about to leave with Xiao Gu. However, just as they were about to leave, two figures had already landed. When the two of them suddenly descended from the sky, the surrounding people were shocked. They subconsciously retreated far away and looked at them with frightened eyes. Qin Shao frowned deeply when he saw the person who had arrived. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared at the person who had arrived. Xiao Gu also looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He clenched his fist and stared at the two people. "It's you!" Xiao Gu gritted his teeth fiercely. The two people who had arrived were none other than the first prince and his teacher, the gray-robed old man. They were both one-step ancient saints. With Xiao Gu's strength, he could only deal with one of them. Moreover, he could only deal with one of them. He wouldn't be able to gain much of an advantage. Therefore, the current situation naturally made Xiao Gu feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He couldn't help but feel worried. This time, Qin Shao only brought him out. He didn't bring Ah Dong and Wu Qi with him. Such a situation was very bad. Qin Shao also knew that the situation was bad. He didn't expect that the first prince and his teacher would come to find trouble with them. Wasn't the previous incident already over? What was wrong with these two people? How dare they come to find trouble with him? Qin Shao said coldly, "First prince, what do you mean by this? The previous incident is already in the past. Why? Do you still want to settle some scores?" The first prince looked at Qin Shao with a sinister and cold expression. He laughed eerily and said, "What do you think I mean? I didn't come all the way here just to invite you for a drink, right? It's all in the past, but I haven't settled the score with you yet. It's all because of you that I lost the position of crown prince. With such a deep hatred, don't you think I should settle it with you?" In the end, Emperor Pan had passed the position of crown prince to the 9th prince. Qin Shao also knew about this. He thought that after losing the position of crown prince, the first prince would stop. However, he didn't expect the first prince to fly into a rage out of humiliation and take the risk to seek revenge on him. It seemed that this guy was a little crazy. Qin Shao laughed softly and said, "First prince, it's up to Emperor Pan to decide whether to make you the crown prince or not. I don't have the ability to influence Emperor Pan's decision. Therefore, I can't admit that you want to seek revenge on me. However, you, the first prince, had better think it through. Do you have the ability and foundation to make a move against me? You'd better think it through carefully." Chapter 26:30. The current situation was obviously very bad for Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao did not intend to get into a conflict with the crown prince of the Pan Kingdom. If it was possible to avoid it, it would be better to avoid it as much as possible. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. Shao Gu could hold one person back. Although he was only a 4th step heavenly venerate, Qin Zhao's strength should be able to exchange blows with an ordinary 1st step ancient saint after he broke through in the sealed battlefield. Of course, he was no match for the crown prince. The crown prince's strength was very strong among the 1st step ancient saints. However, it was not to the extent that he was completely helpless. Moreover, Qin Shao still had the light magic cube with him. It was still possible for him to hold the crown prince back for a short while. If a fight really broke out, he might be able to put up a fight. However, Qin Shao was now facing a breakthrough and did not want to be distracted by this matter. Therefore, Qin Shao was willing to settle the matter peacefully. However, it was obvious that the wind would not stop blowing. Since the crown prince had come looking for trouble, he would not let it go so easily. I know that you are a student of the Sacred Academy and the genius student who ranks first on the saint ranking. So what? Don't think that you can suppress me with the Saint Academy. I didn't come here with the intention of killing you. I just want to humiliate you. Even if I don't kill you, I can still trample on you, right? You are a genius student of the Sacred Academy. In fact, there is not much meaning in killing you. You will only bring about a fatal disaster. Moreover, even if I kill you, the powerhouses of the Sacred Academy will resurrect you. Therefore, it is better to humiliate you than to kill you. Only by trampling on you and trampling on you will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Since I am here, do you really think I can let this matter go so easily?" The crown prince sneered. His hatred for Qin Shao had already seeped into his bones. If it weren't for Qin Shao, he would have already been the crown prince and ascended to the throne. It would only be a matter of time before he succeeded the throne of Emperor Pan. All of this should have been in his bag. He had worked so hard for so long to ascend to the position of crown prince. However, he didn't expect that all of this would be defeated by Qin Shao. Because of the appearance of Qin Shao, everything changed. How could he not hate him? How could he not hate the fact that the position of crown prince had been snatched away? Qin Shao had been a thorn in his heart for all these years. She had been provoking him fiercely, making him depressed and uncomfortable. If he could, he really wanted to kill Qin Shao. However, it just so happened that Qin Shao was a student of the Sacred Institute. With this identity protecting him, he really didn't dare to kill Qin Shao. Doing so would definitely bring a fatal disaster upon himself. However, if he didn't kill Qin Shao, he would just trample on Qin Shao and humiliate him. There shouldn't be any problem. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold as he stared at the Crown Prince. Looking at the situation, he knew that a battle was unavoidable. Since that was the case, there was no other way. If you really want to fight, I will accompany you. However, this place is a bit of a hindrance. Why don't we find a more spacious place and have a good fight? Qin Shao said in a low voice. The great emperor coldly snorted. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and said, This prince feels that this place is quite good. Since we're already here, how can we change places? Why? Do you feel sorry for these lowly ants? They are just a bunch of ants. The more you feel sorry for them, the more I want to stay here. I'm afraid you won't be able to save the lives of these ants. Although the population of this town wasn't large, it was still more than 1 million. The Crown Prince didn't care about the lives of millions of innocent people. A battle between ancient sages was bound to affect the innocent. Most likely, none of the lives in the town would be able to survive the battle. Even if they ran fast now, it would be difficult for them to escape. It was indeed very difficult for Qin Shao to save the lives of the people in this town. The Crown Prince's words angered Qin Shao. Even if they are ants, they are still innocent. Do you really want to kill the innocent? Aren't you afraid that you will be haunted by evil karma if you do too many evil deeds? You are also a cultivator, and you are not a demon. Do you really want to use such vicious means to do evil? Ha ha ha! The first prince laughed out loud. So what? The more you care about something, the more I am willing to do it. This prince knows that you care about these ants. It's because you care that they've lost their lives, the prince said with a smile. It's okay. They are just ordinary ants. Aren't you very capable, Qin Shao? You can resurrect them in the future as long as you want, right? This prince will not purposely kill these ants. These ants are not worthy of this prince personally killing them. However, if they are affected and die an unnatural death, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. They can't blame me, can they? Whether they live or die depends on you, Qin Shao. If you, Qin Shao, don't want these innocent ants to be implicated, then that's easy to deal with. As long as you obediently let me vent my anger and don't fight back, then wouldn't everyone be happy? Don't worry. I said I won't kill you, so I won't. You're right. I don't dare to kill you. I admit it. So, as long as you don't resist and let me teach you a lesson and vent my anger, then this matter will naturally be over. What do you think? My suggestion is not bad, right? How benevolent Qin Shao is. It depends on your choice now. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and looked at the eldest prince coldly. Asking him not to resist and be humiliated? How could that be possible? Qin Shao would never agree to such a thing even if his brain was flooded with water. Qin Shao didn't want to hurt the innocent, but sometimes he couldn't take care of them. If the people in this town really died because of him, then Qin Shao would choose to resurrect some of them. I think it's best if you don't dream about it, Qin Shao said coldly to the first prince. At the same time, Qin Shao said to the people in the town, Don't just stand there. Hurry up and leave. Go as far as you can. Hurry up. The people in this town were already scared silly. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot and forgot to run away. After being shouted at by Qin Shao, they came to their senses and ran away one after another. The whole town suddenly became extremely chaotic. This was a peaceful and ordinary town. According to historical records, nothing major had happened. But today, such a big thing happened. There were still some people who didn't run away because they still didn't know what was going on. Naturally, they couldn't see that there were 3 ancient sages here. Therefore, some people didn't run away. They were still watching with the posture of watching a good show. Humph! The first prince laughed mockingly and said, "It seems that you, Qin Shao, are only SOSO. I really thought that you were so benevolent and kind and so righteous. Now it seems that you are just SOSO. Compared to those Buddhist cultivators, you're really too far behind. You're just a selfish person. Don't pretend to be so noble and virtuous. It's really annoying. Well, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Since you don't know what's good for you, I have no choice but to make a move." Humph, humph. This prince wants to see where your confidence comes from. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of this prince? With that, the eldest prince was about to make a move. Xiao Gu clenched his teeth and transmitted to Qin Shao, "Big brother, hurry up and tell Ah Dong and the others to come over. I will hold him back. Hurry up and leave. Wait for Ah Dong and the others to come over." Qin Shao replied, "It's too late. It will take Ah Dong and the others some time to get here. It's too long to hide. It's fine. Since they have come to find us, we can only fight. It's not a big deal. It's fine, Xiao Gu. Just take care of yourself. You just have to hold that gray-robed old man back. Leave the eldest prince to me." "Big brother, you can't. You are no match for him." Xiao Gu panicked. He knew how strong the eldest prince was. He was stronger than Ah Dong and the others. He was not an ordinary first-step Empyrean saint. His strength could be considered as one of the stronger ancient saints in the first step. Therefore, Xiao Gu was naturally worried about Qin Shao. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was no match for the eldest prince. There's no other way. Since things have come to this, we can only face it head-on. Do as I say and take one step at a time. No matter what, the eldest prince doesn't dare to kill me. Besides, I have a treasure with me. It's not impossible for me to hold him back. Let's fight first. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, the first prince's oppression might actually help me. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough now. I'll be able to break through soon. Who knows, the eldest prince's pressure might even help me break through earlier. So, you just have to take care of yourself for this battle. No matter what, I'll be fine." Xiao Gu wanted to say something, but he knew he could not change the current situation. The situation before his eyes was indeed not something that he, Xiao Gu, could handle by himself. Therefore, he could only choose to believe in Qin Shao. "Big brother, stop!" Just as the eldest prince was about to make a move, a woman's voice rang out. A figure quickly rushed over and stood in front of Qin Shao. She looked at the eldest prince angrily. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback when he saw the figure. He smiled helplessly. Why was she here? The person was none other than Panya. Qin Shao had asked for her from the unfettered saint. After being conquered by Qin Shao, she had confessed to Qin Shao that she liked him and wanted to marry Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao had sternly rejected her. Because of this, Princess Panya was very angry. Qin Shao didn't expect that Princess Panya would jump out at this time. This made Qin Shao speechless. He didn't like to see this woman. He did not like this woman at all. He did not even want to be friends with her. He only felt a little disgusted. However, Princess Panya had her eyes on Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao not feel helpless? "Panya, why are you here?" The eldest prince's expression changed when he saw Panya. He was very surprised. He did not expect Panya to appear at this time. Moreover, Panya was protecting Qin Shao. Panya said, "I heard that a person appeared here that looked very much like Qin Shao, so I hurried over. I did not expect to see Big Brother trying to deal with Qin Shao as soon as I arrived. It seems that this is a chance given to me by the heavens. This time, I came at the right time. This is my destiny." Hearing Princess Panya's words, Qin Shao suddenly felt like dying. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:31. Fate my ass. Accurate my ass. How could this woman be so coincidental? He had kept a low profile this time, and did not reveal his identity in the small town. How did Princess Panya find out about his whereabouts? He was really resourceful. He didn't know how many informants he had spread out before he was able to find out about him. However, this was not important. What was important was that this woman was standing in front of him at this moment. She even said that she wanted to protect him in the name of protecting him. This made Qin Shao speechless. Qin Shao really wanted to say that he, Qin Shao, was not willing to accept her protection. Panya, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? Go away quickly. This is not a place for you to mess around. The eldest prince shouted sternly. However, Panya had no intention of moving aside. Instead, she stretched out her hand to stop the first prince and said, I won't move aside. Qin Shao is my man. I won't allow you to touch him or harm a single strand of his hair. Eldest brother, I don't care what grudges you have with Qin Shao. As long as I'm here, I won't allow you to hurt him. If you dare to hurt him, you'll have to kill me first. Otherwise, I won't move away. Princess Panya said with determination. She did not have the slightest intention of backing down, and stood there firmly. If the eldest prince dared to move, she would fight him to the death. The first prince was also very annoyed by Panya's actions. He once again said sternly, Panya, this is not a place for you to be willful and unreasonable. I am not imperial father, who will always indulge and pamper you. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. This is between Qin Shao and me. Don't you dare interfere. Don't force me to make a move on you. Today, no matter who comes, they can't stop me. The crown prince was aggressive, but Princess Panya didn't budge an inch. Her temper was also very fierce. If she was not so fierce, she would not have been punished by the unfettered saint for so long. However, she was still unrepentant. If Qin Shao had not rescued her, she did not know how long she would have been tortured by the unfettered saint. So at this moment, how could Princess Panya easily take half a step back? Eldest brother, are you threatening me? You are my biological eldest brother. We are siblings from the same father and mother. Don't you care about our sibling relationship? Do you want to make a move on your sister? Are you still my eldest brother? You know your sister's temper. Since I'm standing here today, even if you beat me to death, I won't back down even a little bit. Big brother, you can attack, but the prerequisite is that if you want to kill Qin Shao, you have to kill me first. If you're so heartless and don't care about your sibling relationship, then go ahead and do it. If you kill me, let's see if Imperial Mother and Imperial Father will kill you. I said that I don't care about the grudges between you and Qin Shao. Qin Shao is the man I like. I won't allow you to hurt him. The grudges between the two of you can be settled with a single transaction. Hearing Princess Panya's resolute words, the eldest prince was so angry that his face turned green. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Panya, have you gone mad? Or have you gone mad? What's so good about Qin Shao that you actually fell for him? Don't mention Imperial Mother and Imperial Father. You know my personality. No one can stop me when I decide to do something. You are my biological sister. I don't want to make a move on you. But if you really force me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course, I won't really hurt you. But it's easy for me to stop you. You should be aware of your own strength. Don't do anything stupid in front of Big Brother. Princess Panya also knew that she was not strong enough to stop the eldest prince. But she still wanted to jump out. Panya gritted her teeth and said, Big brother, you know that I have had countless suitors for so many years. But no man has been able to move my heart. Only Qin Shao moved my heart. I have long decided that I will marry no one else but him. He is the man I am destined to marry. I like him. I like him very much. I can do anything for him. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I am willing. I know. This is the feeling of love. Qin Shao is the first person who made me feel love. He is so different. He is so unique. He is so manly. He is the most handsome and the best man I have ever met. Other than him, I don't want anyone else. I don't like anyone. He is my favorite. These days, I have been thinking about him all the time. I miss him so much that I am about to go crazy. I have been asking around for news about him. I hope that he will leave Sacred Academy and come outside. That way, I will be able to find him. So, I will not allow anyone to hurt him. Anyone who hurts him will be my enemy. That includes you, Big Brother. Big Brother, I know that my strength is far inferior to yours. I also know that I can't stop you. But I'm begging you, please let Qin Shao go, okay? Let go of the grudges between the two of you. I promise that in the future, I will put in a good word for you in front of Imperial Father. I will speak on your behalf so that Imperial Father will value you more. Big Brother, if you insist on hurting Qin Shao, then you will become Little Sister's enemy in the future. Then, Little Sister will do everything she can to make you suffer. I will also speak ill of you to Imperial Father. I will make sure that he will no longer trust you and put you in an important position. You should know my position in Imperial Father's heart. Most of the time, Imperial Father will listen to what I say. So, I hope that you will think twice before you act. Panya spoke so resolutely that there was no room for doubt. Seeing that Panya was willing to risk her life to protect Qin Shao, Xiao Gu was secretly happy. He already knew about this matter last time. However, he knew that Qin Shao was not happy about this matter, so he did not joke about it. Qin Shao was naturally very depressed. He smiled bitterly and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, he wanted to run away. If it was another woman who said these words and did these things, Qin Shao would definitely be moved. However, Qin Shao was not moved by Princess Panya's actions. He only felt bitter and helpless. Panya's threat made the eldest prince think twice. He really had to think it over. He believed that Panya was a woman who would do what she said. He knew his sister very well. Therefore, the eldest prince was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Should he act recklessly? Or should he bear with it for a while and let go of this opportunity? However, if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to get such a good opportunity in the future. It could even be said that it was almost impossible. Therefore, if he did not act today, he probably would not have another chance in the future. This was also what the eldest prince was thinking about and what made him hesitate. An opportunity was not something that could be obtained just because he wanted it. Once he missed it, it might be gone. The current situation was exactly like this. No, he could not miss this great opportunity. However, the eldest prince was indeed hesitating and could not make up his mind. At this moment, the gray-robed elder transmitted his voice to the eldest prince. Eldest prince, you should make a decision if you are decisive. If you don't, it will be chaotic. You can't miss this opportunity. When it comes to important matters, His Majesty will not listen to Princess Panya. The situation now is not good. The 9th prince has snatched the crown prince's throne. Eldest prince, do you still care about it? What the eldest prince needs to do now is to break through to the second step ancient saint realm as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to turn the tide and turn the situation around. Everything else is fake. There is no need to pay attention to them. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the eldest prince immediately made up his mind. The eldest prince snorted coldly and looked at Qin Shao. he said sarcastically. What's wrong, Qin Shao? Have you become so cowardly now? You have already started to hide behind a woman. In order to protect yourself, you are really shameless. A 7 feet tall man, a genius student of the Sacred Academy, the #1 youth genius of the immortal domain, is actually hiding behind a woman like a coward. Ha ha ha, if this were to spread, it would really bring shame to the Sacred Academy. Let the world see what kind of character the #1 youth genius of the immortal domain has in their hearts is. With this little backbone of yours, I think you should be called the #1 coward of the immortal domain, right? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why have you suddenly become mute? Hiding behind a woman and not daring to say a word? If you still think you're a man, if you still have the slightest bit of manliness left in you, then you should stand out yourself instead of hiding behind my sister like a tortoise with its head in its shell. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. The eldest prince's provocation was ingenious. It was used with great force and was just right. How could Qin Shao not know that it was a provocation? It was just that he had no choice but to accept it. Qin Shao said to Princess Panya, Princess Panya, thank you for your kind intentions and also for your love. However, I have already told you before that we are not suitable for each other. I already have a woman I love in my heart. My heart is very small and can't hold another person. So, I can only apologize for your misplaced love. As for today's situation, that is between your brother and me. Princess Panya, there is no need for you to interfere in this matter. I will naturally settle my own matters. Princess Panya, there is no need for you to interfere in anything. If you do this, you will only embarrass me. Of course, I appreciate your kindness, Princess Panya, but I really don't want it. Thank you. So, Princess Panya, please step aside. The grudge between your brother and me will be settled sooner or later. Since your brother has come to find me today, then let's settle it on the spot. All right. The eldest prince clapped his hands and cheered as soon as Qin Shao finished speaking. The sinister smile on his face deepened, thinking that his scheme had succeeded. In fact, how could Qin Shao not know what he was thinking? Qin Shao took the initiative to fall into the trap because he did not want to owe Pan Yu a favor. Instead of owing Pan Yu a favor, Qin Shao would rather fight with the eldest prince. Qin Shao, it seems that you are a man. You are a man. If you are not willing to be a coward, then you have some guts. Only then can you be considered worthy of me making a move on you. As he spoke, the eldest prince looked at Pan Yu and said, Pan Yu, you heard it. He doesn't like you at all. He doesn't like you and doesn't want you to help him. Do you still not understand? When it comes to love, you can't force a melon to be sweet. Why do you have to do this? So listen to your brother and quickly step aside. Brother won't kill him. Why do you have to work so hard? Be a good girl and step aside. Panya gritted her teeth and looked back at Qin Shao. However, she did not intend to leave. She still shook her head firmly and said, No, I won't step aside. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2632. Reading on a mobile phone, Panya. Seeing that Panya still refused to move aside, the first prince was furious. He doesn't even like you, so why are you still pestering him? You are the high and mighty princess of the Pan Kingdom. What kind of man can't you find? Why waste your time on this guy? Can't you see? He hates you and doesn't want to get close to you. What do you like about him? You're going against your brother for someone who's impossible. You're going to protect him with your life. Is it worth it? Panya, wake up. Don't be silly. You're a smart girl. You shouldn't waste your time on someone who doesn't mean anything. You'll only trample on yourself. Panya turned around to look at Qin Shao. She clenched her teeth and her eyes sparkled. Actually, How could she not know that Qin Shao didn't like her? She even hated her. How could she not understand these principles? But understanding was one thing. Love was a huge poison. Once you're poisoned by love, it'll be hard to extricate yourself. She didn't want to be like this, but she couldn't control herself. She was poisoned too deeply. There was no cure. Qin Shao shook her head and said to Panya again, "I'm sorry, there's no possibility of us becoming friends. We won't talk about anything else. Our personalities don't match and we walk different paths. So please don't waste your time on me. Learning to fight Ling Yuanzhan after being heartless, so please move aside. Don't get involved in this matter." "You're crazy." Panya's eyes became even more watery. She said, "If I move aside, you'll be in a miserable state. My brother won't let you off so easily. With your strength, you are no match for my big brother and the others. No matter what happens today, I won't let my brother do anything to you. Qin Shao, I know you don't like me and don't want to be friends with me. You even hate me. But it doesn't matter. I don't care who made me fall in love with you. I've been poisoned by you. It's too deep. I can't do anything. I really can't do anything. So I can only risk my life to protect you. Even if I lose my life, I think it's worth it. Perhaps loving you is my own business and has nothing to do with you. But since I, Panya, have fallen in love, I will do it vigorously. I will go through water and tread on fire. I will not hide it. Even if you love, you must love until your heart is broken. Even if you are in pain, you must be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. This is my character. You can dislike me, but you can't stop me from liking you, and you can't stop me from doing anything for you. I can't change my past self. I can't change into the person you like. But in the future, I will work hard to become what you like. If you don't like people like me, then I will try my best not to kill people in the future. If you don't like me being unruly and willful, then I'll work hard to change. I'll try my best to become whatever you like. Even if you don't like me in the end, I don't care. It's enough that I love you. I don't care if this is my fate or not. I only know what I want now. If I want to do something, I will do it without hesitation. I love you. You're my everything. You're more important than my life. How could I let anyone hurt you? Even though I, Panya, am not strong enough, I still have determination and I still have this life. Panya's heartfelt confession and unforgettable words were indeed very touching and touching. No matter how much Qin Shao hated Panya before, at this moment, he also felt that Panya wasn't as annoying as before. Of course, Qin Shao just felt a little relieved and moved, but it didn't change his feelings for Panya. If he didn't like Panya, he didn't like Panya. They had different principles, so it was still difficult for them to be friends. Although Qin Shao was moved, he still couldn't accept it, and he still didn't want Panya to stand up for him. But looking at Panya's attitude, it seemed that Qin Shao couldn't stop him. "You're crazy. You're crazy. Panya, you're crazy and stupid. Are you out of your mind? Do you really want to go against your big brother? Fine, fine, fine. Since you're crazy and stupid, I'll wake you up." The first prince was completely enraged. He felt as if he was driven crazy by Panya. "Qin Shao, hurry up and make a move. I'll help you deal with my brother." Panya also knew the first prince's character. When he saw that the first prince was really going to make a move, he immediately panicked and immediately said to Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao was indifferent. It was as if he didn't hear Panya's words. Qin Shao knew that he wasn't as strong as the first prince, but he definitely wouldn't be so lowly as to borrow Panya's strength to deal with the first prince. Whether Panya was willing or not, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't owe him a favor. He wouldn't have any interaction with Panya. In his heart, Qin Shao could be touched, but Qin Shao knew that he couldn't touch this line. Otherwise, it would only bring him endless trouble. The crazier Panya acted, the colder he should be. The first prince had already made his move. How could Panya be able to withstand such a powerful attack? Panya was only a fourth step heavenly venerate. Moreover, her strength could only be considered average. At most, she was probably only a second-rate fourth step heavenly venerate. This ship is far from cool, and the enemy is cold. When Qin Shao didn't make a move, she became even more anxious. More than that, she felt helpless and her heart ached. She was so crazy, so reckless, and so straightforward. She had confessed so bluntly just to win Qin Zhao's smile. However, she couldn't win it. However, she didn't regret it. This was what she had decided to do. Panya naturally didn't have any power to resist in front of the first prince. He directly grabbed her, tied her up, and threw her into his internal world. Back far away alone technique MOU, I am the most young before she left. Panya threw out a roar. Pan Su, I hate you. We can't exist under the same sky. After dealing with Panya, the first prince looked at Qin Shao with a gloomy and cold expression. He was like a wild beast that had gone mad. I really can't see what's so good about you. You can actually make my sister so infatuated. For you, she's so crazy and reckless. She even wants to break off relations with her elder brother. Qin Shao, what kind of drug did you use on my sister? The first prince was very unhappy. In order to deal with Qin Shao, he had now offended his sister, Princess Panya. The Pan Kingdom only had one princess. She was also his biological sister, from the same father and mother. Moreover, his parents doted on Panya very much. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, how could he be willing to offend Panya? However, there was really no other way. He could only break off relations with Panya. Since he had already come to this point, he had no other choice. He could only walk the path to the end. However, he was going to vent all his anger on Qin Shao. He was angry. He hated. That's her business. It has nothing to do with me, Qin Shao said with a cold frown. Humph! The first prince let out a cold snort. Prepare to suffer my endless fury. As soon as his voice fell, the first prince and the grey-robed elder attacked at the same time. Xiao Gu was already prepared for battle. Therefore, as soon as the grey-robed elder attacked, Xiao Gu immediately rushed forward. He was responsible for restraining the grey-robed elder. As soon as the ancient saint attacked, his powerful holy aura and the power of the immortal Tao surged out. Suddenly, as if it was the end of the world, all the buildings in the town collapsed and turned into fragments. In an instant, the area within a radius of 100,000 miles was razed to the ground. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. With Panya stalling for some time, most of the people in the town managed to leave the town and successfully escape. However, there were still some people who didn't manage to escape in time. Some people didn't think there was any danger at all and stayed to watch the show. Therefore, in an instant, those who didn't escape were all killed. Back enemy Earth Ghost back Shu Mo Luo Tong Qing Lung, the area within a radius of 100,000 miles, was turned into nothingness. The Earth Ghost Empress Shu Maneo coldly saw that many innocent people were killed the moment she made her move. This small town that had existed for many years was also razed to the ground, destroying the homes of others. This caused the people who were far away to be dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked, and they were so frightened that they continued to leave this place. As soon as the first prince attacked, many innocent people died. This town, which had existed for many years, was also razed to the ground, destroying the homes of others. Qin Shao looked coldly at the first prince. In his anger, he attacked with all his strength. Using the spatial laws at full power, the first prince was trapped in a sealed space. At the same time, the light magic cube was thrown out, trapping the first prince. At the same time, Qin Shao fully displayed the heaven-splitting sword art. The power of the three laws, the power of the inner world, and the power of the heart were displayed together. They turned into an endless sharp light that surged toward the first prince. Qin Shao was quite confident in his current strength. He believed that it should be enough to deal with an ordinary half-sage. Against ordinary Empyrean saints, he should be able to hold his own against them. With the help of the light magic cube, he should be able to fight the first prince. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. In fact, he might even be able to hold the first prince back. As long as he could hold the first prince back, the first prince would know the difficulty and retreat. He wouldn't fight with his life on the line. Although it was too late to ask for help, Qin Shao had already informed Ah Dong and Wu Qi to rush over. However, it would take them a little longer to arrive, and they definitely wouldn't be able to arrive in a short period of time. If things continued to drag on, then they would be of great use. Of course, Qin Shao was also considering that the first prince and the gray-robed old man still had their original bodies. If they really went crazy and rushed over, the situation would be more dangerous. If that really happened, he still had a backup plan. He hadn't used his master's name yet. However, this time, no matter how crazy the first prince was, he wouldn't dare to take his life. Therefore, there really wasn't a need to use his master's name. Now, he had to fight first. His enemy was far away from his love rival. What a sharp and domineering swordsmanship. This swordsmanship actually contains the power of the three great laws, as well as other powers. 5 or 6 types of powers are perfectly combined, allowing this sword to reach such a terrifying level. Just what kind of monstrous reincarnation is this Qin Shao? How can he be so strong? He's only a 4th step heavenly venerate, but the power of this swordsmanship is comparable to an ordinary ancient saint's full force attack. He's only a 4th step heavenly venerate, but he's actually so powerful. I'm afraid that he'll be able to hold his own against an ordinary 1st step ancient saint. He won't be defeated easily. Although you're a peerless genius, you're still destined to be defeated by me today. Jieyuan Kuqiu Fang Ho Shu Zhan Yang Jiejia, your strength has far exceeded this prince's expectations. You're much stronger than the last time we met. However, it's useless. You're still far from being my match. What kind of sacred weapon is this? How can it be so strong? I can't break it? A lower-grade sacred weapon shouldn't be so powerful. Could it be a middle-grade sacred weapon? How can it be? How can this guy have a middle-grade sacred weapon? The first prince's brows furrowed deeply. This book came from Chapter 2633. The first prince soon discovered that even with his full strength, he couldn't send the radiant magic cube flying. He couldn't get out of the radiant magic cube. The radiant magic cube was a treasure for trapping. It was a mid-grade sacred artifact. Not only was it a trapping sacred artifact, but it could also guide people to comprehend and cultivate the law of light. Its actual value was comparable to that of an upper sacred artifact. Although Qin Shao had mastered the law of light, his level was still too low. Therefore, the radiant magic cube couldn't unleash its full strength. Normally speaking, it would have been difficult to trap an ancient sage with the Heaven's Path sword. But now, Qin Zhao's strength could also play a great role in binding the crown prince. Therefore, when she cooperated with the radiant magic cube, she basically restrained the crown prince, making him unable to come out of the radiant magic cube for a while. The first prince really didn't expect Qin Shao to be so strong. It was simply unbelievable. Qin Shao was only a 4th step heavenly venerate. No matter how strong he was, it didn't make sense for him to be so terrifyingly strong. Even some half-step saints who had lived for a long time had many powerful means. Some of them were comparable to an ordinary 1st step ancient saint. However, Qin Shao wasn't a half-step saint. Although he had borrowed the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact, it couldn't be denied that Qin Zhao's strength was indeed very strong. Just the fact that he had mastered the law of space, the law of light, and the law of immortal Tao at the same time was enough to show how heaven-defying Qin Zhao was. It would be difficult to find a second person among the younger generation in the entire immortal domain who had mastered 3 laws at the same time. However, Qin Zhao had done it. Not only did he do it, but he could also unleash the power of the 3 laws almost perfectly. It was so terrifying that it reached an unbelievable level. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao was able to restrain the first prince. The first prince couldn't take advantage of him for the time being. The gray-robed elder could not help but frown at this situation. He wanted to help the first prince, but Xiao Gu would not let him do as he wished. In terms of strength, Xiao Gu might not be as strong as the gray-robed old man, but Xiao Gu's strength lay in his defensive ability. He was an ancient giant beast, someone who had inherited the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Therefore, there was no problem at all for him to drag the gray-robed old man down. He could do it. Seeing that the first prince was restrained, Qin Zhao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he wasn't completely confident, but now it seemed that the effect was better than he had expected. The magic cube of light was indeed a very good sacred artifact. If it was only used to suppress and restrain the enemy, its effects would be very good. The first prince attacked furiously, using all sorts of technique. Endless saint aura surged out. Howls filled the sky. However, Xin Ran had no way to escape from the light magic cube. She was still suppressed by Qin Zhao. First prince, my followers are already on their way here. If you give up and leave now, I can let bygones be bygones and not be calculative with you. Otherwise, once my followers arrive, I'm afraid your life will end here today. I, Qin Zhao, have never liked trouble, but I've never been afraid of trouble. Let bygones be bygones. However, if the first prince insists on settling the score with me, I, Qin Zhao, will accompany you to the end. Today's matter can be big or small. At least you didn't provoke me, so I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you persist in going about things the wrong way and insist on settling the score with me, I'm afraid it won't end so easily. Qin Zhao said. In fact, Dong and Wu Qi would not be able to rush over so quickly. Qin Zhao's words were just to scare the first prince and give him a way out. If the first prince knew what was good for him, he should stop while he was ahead. This matter could be considered to have ended here, and it would not cause too much trouble. Now that the first prince could not get anything out of it, he would be in a dilemma if he continued to fight. What would happen and how the situation would change were all unknown. Since it was unknown, anything could happen. The first prince was also weighing this matter in his heart. The situation before him was indeed not good. If he continued to fight, he would also be calculating his chances of winning. It was indeed a dilemma for him. Since he had already made his move, how could he stop so easily? However, if he did not stop and continued to fight, what would happen? First prince, you can't stop. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it this time, I'm afraid there won't be another one. If you don't remove this thorn, it will become your inner demon. Once the inner demon grows, I'm afraid your cultivation will be severely hindered. Once your cultivation is hindered, I'm afraid you won't have any hope of breaking through to the second step of the ancient saint stage. I'm afraid the fate of the first prince will end here. If you can't break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage, what's the point of the rest of your life, first prince? Although the situation today isn't very good, if you rush over now, you'll definitely be able to arrive before Qin Zhao's subordinates. Since you've already done it, let's do it to the end. You can't back down even a little. Just as the first prince was hesitating and wavering, the gray-robed old man transmitted his voice to the first prince. After hearing his teacher's transmission, the first prince thought about it and felt that his teacher's words made sense. This might be his only chance. If he missed it, there wouldn't be another one. Since he had already fought today, how could he stop now? Even if he had to fight to the death, he should fight to the end. If he dragged it out until his own body arrived, the situation would be completely under his control. If he didn't remove this thorn, how could he cultivate in peace and pursue his dreams? If there was an inner demon in his heart, his cultivation would be hindered. Removing the thorn and removing the inner demon was something he had to do today. After thinking it through, the first prince's resolve was completely set. Humph! The first prince sneered and said, "Qin Shao, don't talk nonsense here. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Your two subordinates are in Sacred Academy. If they rush over, they'll need some time. My main body isn't far from here. It's already on its way here. Tell me, will your follower arrive here first, or will my main body arrive here first?" "Stop here? You're not going to hold it against me?" "Humph, humph, you don't care, but this prince is going to care. Since I've already made my move, I've completely provoked you. Given your vengeful nature, how can you not care? Since I've already taken this path, there's no turning back. Since I've already left, I've already thought through everything. So, you don't have to waste your breath. Just wait for me to teach you a lesson. If I don't vent my disgust, I won't be able to bear it." Qin Shao frowned deeply once again. It seemed like the first prince had really steeled his heart and was determined to break off relations with him. But now it was really a big problem. If the first prince's own body had already rushed over, it was indeed possible that he would arrive before Ah Dong and Qin Shao. Once the first prince's own body arrived, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to resist and would be defeated immediately. Qin Zhao's only consolation was that the first prince wouldn't dare to kill him. But even if the first prince didn't kill him, he wouldn't let him have an easy time. What should he do? It seemed that there was no good way to solve the problem now. As long as it didn't involve life and death, he couldn't use his master, sagely, as his last resort. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao could only laugh bitterly. It seemed that he could only resign himself to fate. His last hope was to see if he could break through and become a sage in one fell swoop in such a desperate situation. If he could break through and become a sage, he might be able to fight another battle. He might still lose, but he might not suffer too much. It was still possible for him to break through and become a sage. After all, Qin Shao now had a lot of inspirations and feelings, and he felt that he was about to break through. Moreover, Qin Shao had strong confidence that he could break through and become a sage in a short time. This feeling was already very strong, so he wasn't far from breaking through. But even though he wasn't far, he wasn't very sure if he could take this step. There was no other way. He could only grit his teeth and fight. Since he couldn't see the road clearly for the time being, he would take it one step at a time. He believed that there was always a way out. Light often appeared abruptly at the end of the road. Humph, a one-step ancient saint can't do anything to a fourth-step celestial venerable kid. You, the first prince of the Pan Kingdom, have lived a dog's life. In any case, your strength isn't bad. How can you be restrained by a fourth-step celestial venerable kid? Don't you feel ashamed? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice was heard. A powerful sage aura descended and surged toward them. The aura was full of hostility and murderous intent. Obviously, the visitor didn't come with good intentions. He was also targeting Qin Shao. Qin Shao was very familiar with this aura. He had fought several times before, so naturally, he wouldn't forget it. Sensing this powerful aura, Qin Shao knew who had come. His heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom. His expression instantly became extremely cold and gloomy. The situation was really not good. When it rains, it pours. Did the heavens want Qin Shao to die? Who is it? The first prince frowned coldly and shouted. The gray-robed elder also glanced over coldly. A figure descended. He was wearing a bamboo hat and was holding a fishing rod. His head was slightly lowered, so only half of his face could be seen. Even his eyes couldn't be seen. Fisherman, it's you. The first prince was surprised to see the person who had come. He didn't have much interaction with the fisherman. At most, they were just acquaintances. The fisherman was an extremely dangerous ancient saint existence. The first prince would never easily provoke such an old fellow. He didn't expect the fisherman to appear here today. Moreover, judging from the fisherman's aura, he was also targeting Qin Shao. The enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Therefore, even though the first prince and the fisherman didn't have much interaction, the first prince laughed and said, "Senior fisherman, do you have a grudge with Qin Shao?" The fisherman looked at Qin Shao sinisterly. He gnashed his teeth as soon as he saw Qin Shao. He was angry and hateful as if he saw a great enemy. It's not just a grudge. It's a great grudge. The fisherman sneered, full of killing intent. Chapter 26:34. Ha ha ha! Hearing the fisherman's words, the first prince immediately laughed heartily. It seemed that there was no need for his main body to rush over. The road had really taken a turn for the better. With the fisherman's participation, they would be able to deal with Qin Shao. This was an unexpected surprise. Senior fisherman, I have long heard of your great name. Today, I finally get to see your true appearance. This Qin Shao is quite capable. This saint artifact is quite powerful. I can't do anything to him for the time being. It's just that my strength is still lacking. Now that Senior Fisherman has joined us, we will naturally be able to easily take down this brat and slaughter him as we please. However, Senior Fisherman, don't worry. I won't fight with you. How you want to punish Qin Shao is entirely up to you. My teacher and I will be responsible for taking down these two people and assisting you. The first prince's performance was somewhat respectful. The fisherman snorted and glanced at the first prince. He said mockingly, "Don't show off your little tricks in front of this old man. If you don't dare to kill this Qin Shao, then just say it. This old man came here today for no other reason than to kill this Qin Shao. This old man is not afraid of what your Pan-Kingdom's first prince is afraid of. If you want to help this old man, then this old man won't stop you. If you want to leave, then this old man won't stop you. However, don't make it sound so dignified. You make it sound like this old man will take advantage of your Pan-Kingdom's first prince." The first prince felt a little embarrassed when his thoughts were directly exposed by the fisherman. However, at this time, he really did want to borrow the fisherman's strength. If the fisherman could really kill Qin Shao, then it would be a good thing. He really did want to kill Qin Shao, but he didn't dare to. If the fisherman dared to kill Qin Shao, then the first prince naturally wanted to see it happen. He also knew that the fisherman's words were just arrogant words. If he really didn't help, then the fisherman probably wouldn't be able to deal with Qin Shao and Qin Shao at the same time. However, at this time, the first prince didn't want to argue with the fisherman. Instead, he said, "All right, then I'll listen to Senior Fisherman's arrangements." The fisherman was not in a hurry to make a move. After all, everything was under his control. Qin Zhao's life was already in his hands. The fisherman walked towards Qin Shao step by step, his eyes full of anger, hatred, and murderous intent. His hatred towards Qin Shao had indeed already reached a very deep level. Therefore, he wanted to kill Qin Shao at all costs and be happy. He had killed one in the Azura battlefield before, but he had failed and missed a good opportunity. Fortunately, another good opportunity had come. Even if he killed Qin Shao now, He would be held accountable by the Academy of Sacred Arts, but he didn't care. Qin Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and a sense of crisis surged up. What to do? The fisherman was determined to kill him. He had already reached the point of disregarding everything and was incomparably crazy. With the fisherman's current temperament, Qin Zhao knew that even if he pulled out the banner of Master Li Xing, the fisherman would definitely not stop. Unless Qin Zhao directly sent a voice transmission to Master Li Xing for help and asked Master Li Xing to save him personally, there was no other possibility. Such a move was the last resort. In his heart, Qin Zhao really didn't want to ask Master Li Xing for help. However, if there was really no other way, this was the only way. Other than this, was there any other way? Qin Zhao was also thinking hard. He was thinking quickly. Was there any other possibility? How should he go about it? Breakthrough? This way was still not enough. Even if he broke through and became a saint, he still couldn't defeat the first prince and the fisherman. In the end, the outcome would probably be the same. It was just that he might be able to delay them for a while. If he couldn't change the outcome by delaying for a while, then it was meaningless. The fisherman must have gone completely crazy. There was no doubt that he wanted to kill him. The first prince was also crazy. At this moment, he probably wouldn't give up so easily. After thinking about it, he still couldn't find a solution. It seemed that there was really no other way? Did he really have to take the last option? Sigh. Qin Zhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The fisherman closed in on Qin Zhao step by step. He was like a god of death as he slowly approached Qin Zhao. Once he was completely in front of him, he would take Qin Zhao's life. The pressure of death was very strong, very cold, and very uncomfortable. Qin Zhao really didn't want to feel this feeling, but at this moment it was pressing down on him. Qin Zhao, I can sense the fragment of my holy artifact. It's about 100 million miles over there. It should be the last piece. If I can gather that piece, I will be able to take back my physical body and recover. At this moment, a voice rang out in Qin Zhao's mind. It was the voice of Holy Sovereign Meng Ci. Holy Sovereign Meng Ci hadn't spoken for a long time. Unexpectedly, he spoke now, and his voice was very emotional. Qin Zhao had already helped Holy Sovereign Meng Ci collect 2 fragments of the holy artifact. However, he needed to gather all the fragments to find Holy Sovereign Meng Ci's physical body and recover him. This was also what Qin Zhao had promised Holy Sovereign Meng Ci before. He didn't expect that there would be such a surprise at this critical moment. There was really always a way out. Hearing Holy Sovereign Meng Ci's words, Qin Zhao was delighted. He finally saw some hope. 100 million miles is not short. It's still a little difficult. Qin Zhao smiled bitterly. Holy Sovereign Meng Ci said again, it's a little difficult, but it's the only way for you to get out of this situation. As long as you help me get that fragment of the holy artifact and recover my physical body, I can recover and help you find your enemies and keep you safe. From now on I, Ma Tong, no longer need to hide in your soul and never see the light of day. How many years have I waited? How many years has it been? I finally see some hope of seeing the light of day again. Ah! Qin Zhao, no matter what, you must help me get that last fragment. If something were to happen to you, my soul would also scatter and scatter. So, you must succeed. You must. Then I can only give it a try. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth. Although this wasn't his only path, it was the best one for the time being. Although he didn't know how strong Holy Sovereign Meng Ci was, he shouldn't be weak. As long as he could revive Holy Sovereign Meng Ci, there wouldn't be any problems. He should be able to get through this crisis. He had to grab hold of this opportunity. However, the first prince and the fisherman were surrounding him. How could he get rid of them? 100 million miles wasn't a long distance, but it wasn't a short distance either. There wasn't a good way, so he had to give it a try. Give it a try. Chances were often obtained by giving it a try. Xiao Gu, do your best to hold them back. If you can't hold back 3, hold back 2, Qin Xiao said to Xiao Gu. Okay, big brother. Xiao Gu will go all out against them. Big brother, leave quickly, Xiao Gu said immediately. After saying that, Xiao Gu immediately changed back to his true form. His incomparably huge true form appeared and directly attacked the fisherman and the other 2. Qin Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to flee in the direction Holy Sovereign Meng Ci had pointed out. You want to run? Do you think you can escape? The fisherman snorted. He didn't care about Qin Xiao's method at all. The first prince sneered and said, "Let's kill this bastard first. How dare he use his body to block the 3 of us? He's really courting death." Xiao Gu did his best to stop the 3 of them. He was using his body to resist and fight. The fisherman was temporarily held back, so the 3 of them attacked Xiao Gu ferociously. How could Xiao Gu fight against the 3 of them? At this moment, he was using his life to resist. Terrifying attacks bombarded his body one after another, leaving bloody marks on his body. Soon, more than half of Xiao Gu's body was dyed red with blood. No matter how strong Xiao Gu's defense was, he couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of the 3 saints. His saint body was quickly shattered. Xiao Gu's face was filled with determination. He was already prepared to die. As long as he could protect Qin Xiao, he wasn't afraid of death. Therefore, Xiao Gu stopped the 3 of them at all costs. He used his body to block their path, making it difficult for them to chase after Qin Xiao. At this moment, Qin Xiao was also rushing over as fast as he could. 100 million miles wasn't a long distance. If Xiao Gu could hold on, 2 or 3 breaths of time would be enough for him to get there. Qin Xiao's heart was bleeding when he saw Xiao Gu using his life to stop him. He kept praying, "Xiao Gu, please don't let anything happen to you. You must hold on. Soon, I'll be there soon. Soon." With Xiao Gu's desperate effort, the fisherman and the other 2 didn't realize what Qin Xiao was doing. They only thought that Qin Xiao wanted to escape. However, they didn't think much of a 4th step Celestial Venerable's ability to escape. That was why Qin Xiao had a chance to escape. He was getting closer and closer. Soon, Qin Xiao finally reached the place that Saint Venerable Luan Tong had mentioned. Saint Venerable Luan Tong was extremely excited when he got there. He hurriedly urged Qin Xiao, quick, quick, quick. It's right here. Dig down 100,000 feet and you'll find it. Ha ha ha, I, Saint Venerable Luan Tong, can finally see the sun again. I can finally recover. Qin Xiao, quick, don't miss this opportunity. Quick. Without needing Saint Venerable Luan Tong's urging, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate. He used the fastest method to dig down and soon reached 100,000 feet underground. Sure enough, he saw an ancient fragment of a saint relic. Being buried so deep underground, it was really hard to find. If Saint Venerable Luan Tong didn't have the ability to sense it, Qin Xiao wouldn't have been able to find it. Qin Xiao had been searching for it for Saint Venerable Luan Tong all these years, but he didn't get any news. He didn't expect that the fragment of a saint relic would be buried in such a desolate place. Not only was it buried underground, but it was also hidden in an interspatial ring. It blocked the spread of saint aura so no one could detect it. Perhaps only Saint Venerable Luan Tong had the ability to sense it and find it. Qin Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately took out the fragment of a saint relic and flew it into his sea of consciousness. After getting the fragment of a saint relic, Qin Xiao didn't run anymore. Instead, he rushed back. Seeing Qin Xiao stop running and come back, the fisherman and the other 2 were intrigued. Qin Xiao, you're not running anymore? I thought you didn't even care about your spirit beast's life. It seems like you still have some affection. The crown prince sneered. Qin Xiao didn't run anymore. He was waiting for Saint Venerable Luan Tong to wake up and save him. It wouldn't take long, so he didn't need to run anymore. Qin Shao said, "Let Xiao Gu go. I won't run anymore. I'll let you do whatever you want to me. Xiao Gu is innocent. Let him go." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Gu said anxiously, "Big brother, don't. Go. Xiao Gu is not afraid of death. Xiao Gu is ready to die. Big brother, go." Chapter 26:35. Xiao Gu. Qin Shao gazed at Xiao Gu and said, "How can I watch helplessly as you die for me? How can I hide in the back like a coward? Even if you risk your life, I still won't be able to escape. Rather than that, why don't the two of us face it together? If someone has to die today, I'll bear the responsibility. The person they want to kill is me. Even if you risk your life, you won't be able to protect me. So rather than that, why don't I protect you? That'll be some consolation." Clearly, Qin Shao deliberately said this to stall for time. "Big brother," Xiao Gu said seriously, "Xiao Gu's life has always been yours. After Xiao Gu recognized you as my master, Xiao Gu became your spiritual beast. We will live and die together. Xiao Gu is your most loyal follower. Xiao Gu should call you master, but you don't treat Xiao Gu as a servant. Instead, you treat Xiao Gu as a brother. So, Xiao Gu affectionately calls you Big Brother. Without Big Brother, Xiao Gu wouldn't be here today. So, Xiao Gu has always been prepared to die for Big Brother. Xiao Gu isn't afraid of death. Even if Xiao Gu only has this one life and doesn't have a clone, Xiao Gu won't even frown. Xiao Gu can't watch Big Brother die. You're Xiao Gu's master. How can a spiritual beast watch its master die?" Qin Shao knew Xiao Gu's heart very well. Qin Shao was also moved by Xiao Gu's words. The eldest prince laughed mockingly and said, "I say, are you done expressing your emotions? What's the use of touching people's hearts? Your master and servant love is deep. You won't be able to escape death. So, you don't have to be so conflicted. I'll fulfill your wish. After I kill you all, there's no need to fight. Look, isn't it great? Isn't it great?" Xiao Gu's face was resolute. He stared fiercely at the eldest prince and said, "Come, I'll eat you first. If you want to kill my big brother, you'll have to kill me first." "Humph, you reckless animal. Even if you want to die, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I'll send you to your death soon." The first prince snorted coldly. "Tian Yu," the fisherman said coldly and rushed towards Qin Shao. Xiao Gu ignored his own pain and wanted to stop the fisherman. However, the eldest prince and the gray-robed old man also made their moves. The two of them entangled Xiao Gu and trapped him, not giving him a chance to help Qin Shao. The matter of killing Qin Shao could be left to the fisherman. They only needed to create good conditions for the fisherman. In this way, the crime of killing Qin Shao would not be blamed on them. At this moment, the first prince was naturally scheming. How could the fisherman not know what the first prince was scheming? However, he didn't care. He had come here to kill Qin Shao. The first prince and the first prince were able to help him get rid of Xiao Gu, which gave him a chance to kill Qin Shao. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill Qin Shao alone. Die, Qin Shao. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. This time, you won't be so lucky. You won't have the chance to escape again," the fisherman said coldly, sentencing Qin Shao to death. Qin Shao used all his strength to block the fisherman's attack and said, "How do you know that I won't be lucky this time? Who knows, maybe I'll be able to escape again. I, Qin Shao, have always been very tough. My luck has always been good. God will always be on my side. So, maybe this time, the heavens will give me good luck again and let me escape this calamity again? If I can escape once, then I can escape again, right? Qin Shao didn't use the light magic cube this time because he didn't need it. His full-powered attack was equivalent to the full-powered attack of an ordinary one-step ancient saint. However, it was clearly impossible for him to stop the fisherman. But it didn't matter anymore. You're really daydreaming. You'd better shatter your fantasy. You've already escaped twice. This is the third time. They say that you can't do things more than 3 times. This time, you won't be so lucky. The fisherman sneered. The first time in the worry-free boundary world, Qin Shao was surrounded by so many ancient sages, but Qin Shao escaped. The second time, in the Azura battlefield, Qin Shao also escaped. Not only that, but his clone was also sacrificed in the Azura battlefield. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let Qin Shao escape again. He must kill Qin Shao. He must. The pain of losing his clone and the humiliation of losing the divine origin fruit were deeply engraved in his mind. Most importantly, he had no other choice but to kill Qin Shao. The corners of Qin Shao's mouth curled up slightly as a faint smile slipped out. Since you, the fisherman, said that I've already escaped 2 calamities, then what's so impossible about another calamity? Since I, Qin Shao, can create miracles once or twice, I can do it a 3rd time. Because, at this moment, a figure flew out of Qin Shao's sea of consciousness. It was the moment when the fisherman arrived in front of Qin Shao. Therefore, Holy Sovereign Luan Tong's sudden appearance naturally caught the fisherman off guard. A powerful saint aura surged out, and a cold light flashed and pierced through the fisherman's saint body. The speed of this attack was very, very fast. It was so fast that even Qin Shao was quite shocked. It was too fast. Before he could react, Holy Sovereign Luan Tong had already pierced through the fisherman's saint body. What kind of technique was this? It was too fast. It was too fast. Not to mention Qin Shao, even the fisherman himself couldn't react in time. He was instantly stunned. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was petrified as they looked over in shock. What's wrong with me? Who attacked me just now? How can he be so powerful? I couldn't react at all. I couldn't even fight back. How can that move be so terrifying? It pierced through my saint body in an instant, and the powerful force quickly destroyed and tore my saint body apart. With just one move, my saint body has been destroyed by 60 to 70%. I'm so severely injured by just one move. It's terrifying. It's too terrifying. This isn't a first-step Empyrean saint at all. This is at least a second-step Empyrean saint. How can this be? How can this be? Wasn't Qin Shao pretending to be weak just now? Wasn't he trying to escape? How could he possibly have a second-step Empyrean saint with him? That's impossible. That's not the information I received. How can this be? The fisherman spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pained and ugly, and his eyes shone with a complicated light. He really couldn't understand what was going on. How could this happen? The fisherman was completely dumbfounded. The first prince and the gray-robed elder were also dumbfounded. What's going on? The two of them looked at each other. They were also stunned by the sudden situation. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Earlier, they had wanted to teach Qin Shao a lesson and humiliate Qin Shao. If the fisherman hadn't appeared, they would be the ones injured right now. Who was this second-step Empyrean saint in front of him? Where did he come from? Since when did Qin Shao have such a powerful existence by his side? It's Saint Sovereign Luan Tong. He's actually recovered. Ha, this is great. No wonder Big Brother did this. It turns out that he has a countermeasure. Big Brother's luck has always been good. Heaven won't be so cruel to let anything happen to him. Ha ha, I've been beaten up so badly. I'm going to fight back. Seeing this, Xiao Gu immediately knew what was going on. His blood and fighting spirit were completely ignited. He was indeed beaten up badly. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. It was simply too horrible to look at. At least 30 to 40% of his saint body was broken. Fortunately, Holy Sovereign Wan Tong had appeared, and all the problems would be solved. Who are you? The fisherman stared at Saint Sovereign Wan Tong. Saint Sovereign Wan Tong had just recovered. He was feeling the new life and the familiar world that he hadn't seen in a long time. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he'd been living in the dark? How many universe epochs? Dozens of universe epochs? Hundreds of universe epochs? It had been so long that he couldn't remember. How many of his old friends still remembered him? These weren't important anymore. What was important was that he had recovered and come back to life. He saw the sun again and returned to the familiar immortal realm. He could feel everything that was so familiar to him. This feeling was simply too wonderful. It was so wonderful that at this moment, he just wanted to embrace this world to his heart's content. However, he had to solve this problem first. Saint Sovereign Wan Tong retracted his gaze and glanced at the fisherman coldly. You're just a one-step ancient saint. You don't deserve to know who I am. Besides, what's the use of knowing all this for someone who's about to die? A dying man? Wasn't this a death sentence for him? The fisherman's face was bitter. His first thought was to escape. However, how could he escape? Not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even Qin Shao could take him down. Moreover, there was a terrifying existence here. If the other party didn't let him escape, how could he escape? Eldest Prince, let's escape. The gray-robed elder knew that the situation wasn't good, so he immediately transmitted a message to the eldest prince. If they didn't escape as soon as possible, they would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, the two of them didn't hesitate and turned around to escape. Xiao Gu had been keeping an eye on the two of them to prevent them from escaping. Seeing that the two wanted to escape, how could Xiao Gu allow them to do as they wished? Now you want to escape? What were you doing just now? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Didn't you want to kill us? Now you want to escape? Do you think I'll let you escape? You're all going to die. All of you will die today. Don't even think about escaping. Xiao Gu sneered and rushed forward, blocking the two of them with his huge body. Eldest Prince, run. I'll stop him, the gray-robed elder said to the eldest prince. The eldest prince understood the situation very well. He didn't bother to be courteous with his teacher. He only said, "Okay, thank you, teacher. I'll remember it." The gray-robed elder was really going all out. He burned his immortal energy and wanted to stop Xiao Gu by himself. This was a completely suicidal way of fighting. Xiao Gu naturally didn't dare to fight against this kind of fighting style. If he did, even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. Qin Shao, I'll leave this person to you. I'll go kill them first. Saint Sovereign Wan Tong handed the fisherman to Qin Shao and charged toward the eldest prince. Author Qinshang said, Third update, we will continue fighting tonight. Cultivators of our generation will never admit defeat, we will only fight to the end. Chapter 2636. Qin Shao didn't want to let the first prince go either. The gray-robed old man was really loyal to the first prince. He even burned his immortal power to fight for the first prince. Such a way of dying could be considered somewhat heroic. Xiao Gu couldn't do anything about it. He could only stop the gray-robed old man, but he couldn't stop the first prince. Xiao Gu had no way of stopping him. If the first prince was determined to escape, Qin Shao had no way of stopping him. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally willing to let Sovereign Luan Tong take the initiative to attack. As soon as Sovereign Luan Tong left, the fisherman's mind was stirred. He immediately ran for his life. Qin Shao knew that the fisherman wanted to escape. Therefore, when the fisherman moved, Qin Shao threw out the light tesseract and trapped the fisherman. At the same time, he fully exerted the law of space. Spatial walls blocked the fisherman's escape. Spatial walls couldn't stop the fisherman, but the light tesseract could trap him. After all, the fisherman had less than 30% of his strength left. He was seriously injured and had lost most of his saint body. He didn't have many tricks left. Therefore, under such circumstances, the fisherman was naturally unable to break the light Rubik's cube and escape. Unable to escape, the fisherman became anxious. Was he going to die in Qin Zhao's hands today? His clone was already dead. If his original body were to die as well, then he would completely disappear from this world. Faced with the threat of death, the fisherman's expression was extremely ugly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Qin Shao. He looked like he wanted to eat Qin Shao alive. He was angry, he hated Qin Shao. But more than that, he felt bitter and helpless. Everything was going according to plan, but such an unforeseen event happened. He couldn't accept it. Originally, he should have been able to smoothly kill Qin Shao this time and then leave the immortal realms. Everything had been planned out long ago, and he had made ample preparations before coming here. But no matter how meticulous he was, he didn't manage to kill Qin Shao. Instead, he was going to die in Qin Zhao's hands. How did the situation turn out like this? Qin Shao, knowing that he couldn't escape, the fisherman simply gave up. He stared at Qin Shao and laughed self-deprecatingly. Good, Qin Shao. You're so young, but you're so shrewd. This old fisherman has to admire you. You've been pretending to be weak and unwilling to reveal your true trump card. You've been giving us the wrong signal that we've forced you into a desperate situation. We've always believed that we'll be able to kill you today. But we didn't expect that you had been hiding your strength all this time, toying with us all this time. In the end, you used your trump card and killed us all. Ha ha, this old man has lived for so many years. I've really lived like a dog. To think that I would fall for a brat like you several times. No matter how unwilling this old man is, there is nothing I can do. Sad, lamentable, and even more hateful. But even if I die, I won't let you have it easy, Qin Shao. When Qin Shao saw the fisherman's frenzied determination, he knew that the fisherman was about to go all out. Sure enough, the fisherman erupted with a final burst of madness. He burned his immortal force with all his might and instantly recovered his strength. He charged madly at Qin Shao in a final struggle. He was burning his immortal power so crazily that when his immortal power ran out, it would be the time of his death. Moreover, he didn't have much immortal force left, so he could only maintain this state for a breath's worth of time at most. Maybe even less than that. Maybe it would only be enough for him to attack once. This was akin to self-detonation. Of course, an Empyrean sage couldn't do that. He could only burn his immortal force to fight with his life on the line. The fisherman knew that he was going to die for sure, so he chose the most extreme method to fight with his life on the line. Ordinary people wouldn't dare use such a crazy method to fight with their life on the line. First of all, this method will make oneself very painful. Secondly, this method would harm the soul. Therefore, if there were people with other bodies, they would not use such a crazy method. Like the Crown Prince, he still had his original body, so he definitely wouldn't be so crazy. The reason why the gray-robed old man was so crazy was because he wanted to protect his master. He wanted to protect the Crown Prince. Therefore, he was willing to sacrifice himself regardless of everything. But the fisherman was different. His clone had already died in the Azura battlefield, so he only had his original body left. Therefore, it didn't matter anymore. That was why he was so crazy. He burned his immortal force with all his might to attack with his life on the line. He's crazy, he wants to die together with me. Seeing the fisherman's crazy actions, Qin Shao couldn't help but be shocked. An Empyrean sage wanted to die together with him. This was indeed a very dangerous thing. Qin Shao instantly withdrew his light magic and shrunk it to envelop himself. At the same time, he used the heaven-splitting sword art to attack the fisherman with all his might. Now, he could only hope that this would be able to stop the fisherman. Given the fisherman's current situation, he should only have one chance to attack. As long as he could block this attack, he should be fine. But Qin Shao was also clear that it was still full of danger. Sure enough, the fisherman's terrifying power carried with it a power that could destroy the world and devour everything as it surged over crazily. Qin Shao used the heaven-splitting sword art with all his might, but he could clearly feel that he couldn't block it at all. It was directly smashed apart. The fisherman's power swept over with an unstoppable momentum. When Qin Shao used the heaven-splitting sword art with all his might, it was equivalent to the full power attack of an ordinary first-step ancient sage. But under this crazy attack of the fisherman, it was nothing. Qin Shao couldn't help but smile bitterly at such a situation. This was troublesome. Right now, he could only hope that the light magic cube could block it. Otherwise, if this terrifying power really smashed onto him, he would most likely be severely injured even if he didn't die. Dangerous, this was too dangerous. Big brother! Xiao Gu also felt the danger on this side and shouted anxiously. But he was also crazily entangled by the gray-robed old man. He was also not feeling good. The gray-robed old man was burning his immortal power and fighting with his life. How could Xiao Gu feel good? At this time, Xiao Gu was also using his body to resist the gray-robed old man's attack. His saint body was also rapidly being broken. In the end, even if he could exhaust the gray-robed old man to death, he was afraid that he would lose half of his life. Therefore, Xiao Gu had no way to free himself and come to Qin Zhao's rescue. Let's go all out. It seems that this time, it's really up to the heavens. Block it. Qin Shao secretly gritted his teeth. This time, for him, the danger this time was not unprecedented, but it was probably very rare, right? Could the light magic cube block it? Qin Shao was completely uncertain. Qin Shao only saw the fisherman charging over with a power that could destroy everything. He was charging over in a frenzy. Under such a powerful aura, it could indeed destroy one's confidence. At this time, Qin Shao felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. He even had a vague feeling that the light magic cube could not block it. At this critical juncture, another cold streak of light shot through the air, slicing through the destructive power. In the end, it pierced through the fisherman's body again. This sharp light cut through everything, directly cutting through the foundation of the power, causing everything to stop at this moment. Without the source of the power, all the power naturally collapsed in an instant, turning into nothingness and returning to heaven and earth. The powerful destructive power also quickly turned into smoke and dissipated. The fisherman's body seemed to be frozen on the spot. He was still in an attacking posture, but his whole body was petrified and could not move. The fisherman tried hard to move, but found that his body was no longer under his control. This body no longer belonged to him. His eyes tried hard to move, but he could not move. His life force was rapidly dissipating, returning to heaven and earth. It completely dissipated into nature and returned to the great thousand world. This was the feeling of death. Am I going to die? The fisherman knew that he was going to die today, and he was prepared to die. However, when death really came, the feeling was very different. His clone was already dead. If his original body died, he would completely disappear from this world. This was death in the truest sense of the word. The most frustrating thing was that he did not even know who killed him. He had just suffered a blow, and now he had suffered another blow. In just 2 blows, he had killed the fisherman. What kind of strength was this? Qin Shao, I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied that I couldn't kill you. After the fisherman let out a final cry of unwillingness, his body fell to the ground with a loud thud. His life force was completely cut off. He was dead. As for the first prince, he was naturally killed by Saint Venerate Nui. As for the gray-robed elder, his immortal power was exhausted. He was also dead. However, Xiaogu was not in a good state either. He dragged his battered body back to Qin Zhao's side. At this time, he had transformed into his human form. He no longer looked like himself. His body was covered with shocking wounds. His aura was also a little weak. His sacred body was probably broken by 60 to 70%. Fortunately, Xiaogu's saint body was exceptionally powerful. If it had been someone else, they would have already died. However, Xiaogu had managed to survive. Moreover, he had retained 30 to 40% of his saint body. This was the heaven-defying ability of the ancient beast. This was a unique advantage. There was no other way around it. No matter how serious his injuries were, Xiaogu's face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, big brother, it's good that you're fine. It's really good that you're fine. Xiaogu looked at Qin Shao with a smile. Qin Shao looked at Xiaogu with heartache and said, Xiaogu, you've really suffered this time. Fortunately, you're here. Go and heal your injuries first. Ha ha ha, it's okay, big brother. This injury is not a big deal. It didn't damage my vitality. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine soon. Don't worry, big brother. Xiaogu waved his hand and didn't care at all. As long as Qin Shao was fine, Xiaogu was happy. Qin Shao shook his head and said seriously, How can big brother not worry about you? Listen to big brother and go heal your injuries. Okay, big brother. I'll listen to you. Xiaogu immediately nodded and went to the side to heal his injuries first. As long as his vitality wasn't damaged, it was easy to heal. It was not a big deal. Saint Sovereign Nun Tong, thank you so much. Without you, I'm afraid I would have died here today. Qin Shao said to Saint Sovereign Nun Tong gratefully. Saint Sovereign Nun Tong smiled and waved his hand. Qin Shao, don't say that. If we're talking about gratitude, I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I would still be trapped in the boundlessly realm. I would still be living in darkness. I'm afraid I would never be able to see the sun again. It was you who saved me and allowed me to regain my body. Now I've recovered and can see the sun again. This is all thanks to you. I only did a little thing for you. It's nothing. You, Qin Shao, are the benefactor of my Bai Tong. I will definitely remember this great kindness in my heart and will never forget it. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 2637. Mobile reading. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao, thank you again for letting me see the light of day again. I'm going to find my old friends and see if there are any descendants of my family. Let's part ways here. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Holy Sage Ming Xiai said goodbye to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and clasped his fists at the Saint Sovereign. Okay, see you later. Laughing out loud, Sacred Sovereign Luan Tong left. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the corpses of the fisherman, the first prince, and the gray-robed old man. The fisherman had completely disappeared from this world. The pain of the first prince and the gray-robed elder losing their clones must have taught them a painful and profound lesson, right? After solving these problems, Qin Shao felt a lot more relaxed. He didn't want these people to come to his door again. Qin Zhao's gaze shifted to a corner. Princess Panya was standing there with her red lips pursed. Her eyes were filled with affection as she looked at Qin Shao. Sun Ku Kuchio Ku Di Shui Zhan Yang Gu Nwoji Saint Luan Tong did not kill innocent people. He killed the crown prince but let Princess Panya go. Princess Panya stood there and looked at Qin Shao quietly. Although the distance between the two of them was only 30,000 meters, it was as if they were separated by 10,000 worlds. It was unreachable. Vengeance is not far behind Sun Shui Yangzhan monthly examination. Princess Pan, you wanted to approach Qin Shao, but she didn't. As for Princess Panya, Qin Shao could only sigh helplessly. Later not di kudujia zhanling dujia mi. He shook his head and said, "Thank you very much. However, it is impossible for us to have any interactions and become friends. Take their corpses back with you." Qin Zhao's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Princess Panya's heart. She felt very painful and uncomfortable. She bit her lips so hard that her lips were bleeding. Dark red blood flowed out from the wound. "Qin Shao, are you really that heartless? Do you hate me that much? You don't even have the chance to be friends with me?" Panya said hysterically. The pain had reached a point of despair. Qin Shao didn't want to be so cruel, but he had no other choice. Some troubles were best left untouched. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. On this matter, Qin Shao knew that she had to be ruthless and heartless. Therefore, Qin Shao said with certainty, "Yes, I hate you. I'm very heartless. I've told you this before. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I thank you for saving me, but this is not what I wanted. So, in the future, it's better for us to be strangers and you to go your own way." 2 lines of tears slid down from Panya's eyes like sparkling pearls. They slid down her slender cheeks and finally landed on the ground, splashing up a layer of dust. Qin Shao couldn't bear to see a woman cry, so he simply turned around and showed his heartless side. Princess Panya looked at Qin Shao for a while before she choked and said, "Okay, since you hate me so much, I won't bother you anymore. Sun hath a grudge against the earth, Yang hath a grudge against the enemy." After she finished speaking, Princess Panya left, bringing with her a sense of desolation. Qin Shao shook her head, threw away these distracting thoughts, and stopped thinking about it. The lonely mainsail of an enemy observation post on the grounds. He walked over to the fisherman's corpse and counted his spoils of war. The fisherman had quite a bit of wealth on him. He had 2 sacred artifacts. However, Qin Shao had no use for them. One was the bamboo hat and the other was the fishing rod. These 2 divine tools were probably exclusive to the fisherman. Qin Shao could not use these 2 strange divine tools. Apart from the 2 sacred artifacts, there were quite a number of immortal artifacts and treasures. There were also some immortal techniques and secret techniques. In total, there were more than 1 billion chaos source stones. Back of the earth enmity, not side of the enemy hating me too strange, there was no way a one-step ancient sage like Zhang Xian would be able to amass a huge fortune. He reckoned that all these items would be worth more than 2 billion chaos source stones. For Qin Shao, this was like digging up a huge treasure. Back of the earth ghost ship check cold technique check. It was just that Qin Shao had always been indifferent to things like money, so she didn't care much about these things. He did not lack cultivation resources, so he did not need to buy them himself. Some of the things that he really needed could not be bought. For Qin Shao, money was just a worldly possession. Anything that he could use was the best. Of all the things that the fisherman had, there was nothing that he could use. Therefore, Qin Shao only glanced at the items before putting them all into his inner world. After doing all this, Qin Shao went to help Shao Gu recover his immortal power. If you are not alone in learning to fight, you will be far away from your enemy. Qin Shao had a lot of immortal power pills on him, and he also got a lot of immortal power pills from the fisherman. Therefore, he gave Shao Gu a lot of immortal power pills, and Shao Gu's recovery speed increased a lot. Even so, it took Shao Gu a full 1,000 years to completely recover. Haha, big brother, you are really lucky. When you encounter danger, if you don't break through on your own, then you have a benefactor to help you. This is fate. Xiao Gu smiled. A study on the ghost without enmity forming school and making enemy Qin Xiao also smiled. That's right, it was indeed a feeling of being blessed with great fortune. His luck had always been very good. Along the way, he had indeed encountered many dangers, but each time, he had made it through without mishap. Qin Xiao looked around. The once simple and stable town had been razed to the ground, and who knew how many people had died? Sigh, what a sin! I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. Qin Xiao shook his head and sighed. Xiao Gu said, Big brother, how about I resurrect them all? Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Forget it, no need. Each has their own destiny. Not many people died, but it won't be easy for you to resurrect them all. Resurrecting others is a heaven-defying act of changing fate. Although it can be done, it is not tolerated by the heavens. It would be fine if it was only a few people, but you resurrected tens of thousands of people at once. That's not a good thing for you. Forget it, everyone has their own destiny and destiny. We didn't do it on purpose, so let's leave it to fate. Kucho di Gui ship cold cha shweku, I left some chaos source stones. I hope they can help them rebuild their homes. It's a small compensation for them. Xiao Gu nodded. He wasn't willing to revive people either. Firstly, it was a hard job. Secondly, it was a heaven-defying act. It was definitely not good to do it too much. Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu left. After this battle, Qin Zhao's feeling of a breakthrough became stronger. Therefore, Qin Xiao found a quiet place and asked Xiao Gu to keep watch for him. He was going to break through. The original body of the primordial universe was also trying to break through. The feeling was getting stronger and stronger. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Qin Xiao was very confident that he could break through in one go. Qin Xiao was naturally very careful when breaking through outside. After all, he was not in the Sacred Academy, so it was not absolutely safe. A breakthrough was the most dangerous and vulnerable time. The consequences would be unimaginable if he was disturbed. Therefore, in addition to asking Xiao Gu to keep watch, Qin Xiao also set up many array formations to minimize the disturbance caused by a breakthrough. Ku yang mo no. After setting up everything, Qin Xiao was ready to start. Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with a fiery glow. He was brimming with confidence and immense power. Let's start. It's time to open up my ancient path and step onto it to find the end of the immortal Tao. Ancient times, guide me to the ancient path of light. Qin Xiao gathered all his thoughts. He wanted to step onto the ancient path of the firmament and see the endless mortal world. He wanted to seek immortality and the Tao. And at this moment time, space, and light came to a complete standstill all of a sudden, as though they were frozen and came to a complete halt. Everything around him was frozen in place. Such a sudden and strange situation caused Qin Xiao to be stunned. What was going on? Why did everything come to a standstill? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Qin Xiao and looked at Qin Xiao with a slight smile. After seeing who it was, Qin Xiao understood what was going on. He quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Master." The person who had come was Li Xing. Forming hatred in a distant place was the result of learning early. Forming hatred in a distant place was the result of learning early. For Qin Xiao, this was like digging up a huge treasure. Saintly nodded at Qin Xiao. He was not stingy with his praise as he said, "Yes, not bad. You can already open the ancient path and jump out of the 3 realms. You can break free from the river of time and the 5 elements to reach the Saint Realm. Stepping into the Saint Realm, you can be considered to have entered the path of cultivation that is truly meaningful. Those below the Saint Realm are all ants. This is a true portrayal. Only when you step into the saint realm can your cultivation become meaningful. Only then can you explore the many mysteries of the vast thousand worlds, come into contact with higher-level things, and touch the real things of the vast thousand world. You can take this step right away. You can also fulfill the agreement you made with Xian Yuan 3 million years ago. You have lived up to his expectations. Hearing his master's words of praise, Qin Shao immediately understood. It seemed that the Emperor Xuanyuan's willingness to let him go had something to do with his master. The enemy is not far away. The enemy is not far away. Although he usually did not see his master had been silently paying attention to him. Those below the saint realm were all ant. Qin Shao was no stranger to this sentence. He had often heard it before. The significance of stepping into the saint realm was naturally extraordinary. Qin Shao was also very clear about this. "Thank you, master. I will work hard," Qin Shao said. Forming hatred in a distant place was the result of learning early. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Why did his master come to see him at the point where he was about to break through? Even if he wanted to praise him and give him some encouragement, shouldn't he come after he had broken through? Master definitely wouldn't do this for no reason. There must be a reason for him to do so. Therefore, Qin Shao also asked directly, "Master, what do you want to tell me?" Li Xing nodded slightly and said, "Well, this time, I came to see you at the point where you are about to break through. There is indeed an important thing to tell you." Forming hatred in a distant place was the result of learning early. You must make a choice before you break through. Otherwise, there will not be such a good opportunity in the future. Hearing his master's words, Qin Shao was even more puzzled. He had to make a choice before he broke through? Sun Budi Kuqing Sun Shu Zhan Guqiu Gangyu, what was so important that he had to be so cautious? Li Xing continued, "Qin Shao, you should know that most living beings can cultivate doppelgangers. At most, they can cultivate 8 doppelgangers, forming the extreme number of 9. In theory, at most they can form 9 doppelgangers. However, every time they cultivate a doppelganger, it will cut their soul once. This is very harmful to their soul and has a great impact on their cultivation. The more doppelgangers they cultivate, the greater the impact. In the end, they may cut off their cultivation path. Therefore, most living beings can only cultivate 1 doppelganger. Very few can cultivate 2 doppelgangers. More than that, it is even rarer. Many living beings will cultivate another doppelganger after one of their doppelgangers dies. However, this is also a last resort. This book came from Chapter 2638. Qin Shao nodded. He was very clear about this basic common sense. Most living beings would only cultivate 1 doppelganger. The more doppelganger one cultivated, the more dangerous it would be. Not only would it cut off one's cultivation path, but it might even cause one's soul to collapse, leading to one's own death. Therefore, everyone was very cautious when it came to cultivating doppelganger. This was especially true for those with talent, potential, ambition, and fighting spirit. Even if their doppelganger died, they would generally not cultivate another doppelganger. Moreover, the higher the realm, the greater the price to pay for cultivating doppelganger. But you should also know that some people won't cultivate doppelganger, and some can't. Qin Shao nodded. He also knew this situation. For example, Princess Xiaoyu, Zhang Yang, Xia Dongho, and Fu Zhongshuan did not have doppelganger. They could not cultivate doppelganger either, because they all had the physique of a celestial king and were favored by the heavens. There was no way to replicate such an extremely powerful physique, so cultivating doppelganger did not mean much to them. Li Xing continued, "The more doppelganger you cultivate, the more dangerous it will be. Firstly, it will cut off your cultivation path, and secondly, it will cut off your soul. This is a dead end. Generally speaking, those who have cultivated 2 doppelganger are extremely rare. Those who have cultivated 3 doppelganger are already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Those who have cultivated 4 doppelganger are absolutely rare. Those who have cultivated 5 doppelganger are hard to find since ancient times. Above that, it is basically impossible to find one. At present, among all the living beings in the immortal realm, there are only 5 doppelganger, which is already unique. But in fact, in the great wide world, there are people who can cultivate doppelganger to the extreme, allowing their bodies to reach the limit of 9. They can cultivate 8 doppelganger and experience 8 soul slashes, breaking and then re-establishing, walking to another extreme, an extremely terrifying extreme. There are 2 extremes in cultivation. One is the ordinary extreme of not cultivating doppelganger, and the other is to reach the extreme of 9 doppelganger. Hearing this, Qin Shao finally understood why his master had come to him at this critical point. It turned out that he had come to guide him. On the path of cultivation, without the guidance of an expert, one would definitely take many detours. Master, do you mean that my future cultivation path is related to the number of doppelgangers I have? But I've already cultivated a doppelganger. I can't reach the limit of ordinary strength. I'm afraid it's also difficult for me to reach the limit of 9, right? Qin Shao asked in confusion. In the celestial realm, the person with the most was only able to cultivate 5 clones, reaching the number 6. There was still quite a bit of distance from the number 9. Reaching the extreme number of 9? No one in the entire celestial realm had ever done this before. What did Master mean by this? Could it be that he wanted him to do it? Thinking about it, Qin Shao felt that this was an impossible task. It shouldn't be like this. Li Xing shook his head and smiled faintly. No, that's not it. I definitely wouldn't want you to reach the extreme of 9. I feel that people who walk to this extreme are too crazy and terrifying. In the entire Great Thousand World, the number of people who could reach this extreme could be counted on one hand. Moreover, there are some who have already fallen asleep in the long river of time. Our celestial realm has been born for so long, but there has never been one. Therefore, of course, I don't want you to walk this path. What I want is for you to walk the ordinary extreme path. The ordinary extreme path? That was not to cultivate the doppelganger path. But how was this possible? He had already cultivated a doppelganger. Even if this doppelganger was destroyed, it had already existed. This made Qin Shao even more confused. After thinking for a long time, he thought of a possibility. I understand, Master. You mean that when I break through, I should combine my original body and doppelganger into one and return to my original state? Li Xing nodded. Basically, you're right. Qin Shao was also surprised. Could it be like this? Could it return to its original state? Could it even combine the original body and doppelganger into one? He had never heard of such a thing. If it weren't for his master, he wouldn't have known at all. Qin Shao thought that there should be some unknown secret in this. It should be a secret that most cultivators didn't know. The path of cultivation was indeed very difficult. Without good guidance, one wouldn't even know that they had taken a detour. Qin Shao, what I'm going to tell you next, you can't tell others easily. This is a secret of cultivation, understand? Li Xinwei said somewhat seriously. Qin Shao nodded. He had long expected this to happen. He would naturally keep in mind what his master had instructed him to do. Li Xingkai continued, the further you cultivate, the more you need to return to your original state. I want you to take advantage of this opportunity to combine your original body and doppelganger into one to prepare for your future cultivation. This will make your future cultivation path much easier. Becoming a sage doesn't necessarily require your original body and doppelganger to return to their original state. But if you take another big step forward and want to become a worldly god, you'll have to combine your original body and doppelganger into one. Therefore, if you combine your original body and doppelganger into one now, you won't have to do this when you break through to become a worldly god in the future. It'll be much easier and the success rate will be much higher. Even though returning to one's original state is very difficult now, it'll be much easier than when you break through to become a worldly god. My expectations for you are at least at the worldly god state. Of course, the decision lies in your hands. I won't force you to do it. I'm just giving you a suggestion so that you can understand the pros and cons. Without doppelganger, you'll have one less life and one less body to cultivate with. But your strength won't increase much because of this. Moreover, world deities are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. There are way too few people who can break through. Even though your innate potential is pretty decent, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to become a worldly god. Therefore, you'll have to weigh the pros and cons of this carefully before making a decision. By now, Qin Shao could more or less understand the meaning behind his revered master's words. On the path of cultivation, one would have to return to one's original state at the end. At the worldly god state, one would have to combine their original body and doppelganger into one and return to their original state. Only then would they be able to form a world of their own and become a god. In other words, the more doppelganger one cultivated, the harder it would be for them to combine back to one's original body when breaking through to become a worldly god. Basically, if one had more than one doppelganger, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through to become a worldly god and become a god. If one only had one doppelganger, there was still hope. It was just that this path would be extremely difficult. But of course, there were still chances. But if one were to take this path right now, it would be much easier. But at the same time, one would lose one's doppelganger. Losing one's doppelganger meant that one would only have a single life. Life was even more precious. Once one died, one would truly die. Secondly, if one only had one doppelganger to cultivate, the efficiency would naturally be much slower. Take Qin Shao for example. Even though it was only his doppelganger that was roaming the immortal domain, his original body wouldn't be idling around as well. They would be cultivating together and comprehending at the same time. Naturally, the results would be much better. If one were to take this path now, they would have to give up on their original body first. For many people, this was indeed a difficult choice. After all, how many people could break through to become a worldly god? How many worldly gods were there in the entire immortal domain? Even if there were 100 schools of thought, it would be hard for there to be a single worldly god holding down the fort. The number of worldly gods was simply too few. No matter how much of a genius one was, it was still extremely difficult for them to become a worldly god. Even if Qin Shao was hailed as the #1 genius of the immortal domain, he might not necessarily be able to become a god. Right now, he was still far away from becoming a worldly god. It was already so difficult to break through to become a saint, let alone becoming a worldly god. Qin Shao also began to understand why such a secret wasn't known to the world. This was because there weren't many people who had the potential and strength to break through to become a worldly god. Therefore, there was no need for them to know about it. They could just cultivate normally. If one couldn't become a worldly god, then it was indeed a good thing to keep one's doppelganger. Among the countless lives in the immortal domain, apart from those with the physique of an immortal king who couldn't cultivate a doppelganger, everyone else should be able to cultivate a doppelganger, right? Where there's gain, there's loss. This is a principle that will never change. Everything in the world has two sides to it. Everything will maintain a balance. When things reach an extreme, they will always be in the opposite direction. Even though keeping a doppelganger is beneficial for now and even for a long period of time, my ambition isn't limited to this. The worldly God is definitely the path that I want to take and the goal that I want to reach. Therefore, disciple will listen to Master. Master, let disciple merge my original body and doppelganger into one. If this was in the past, disciple would most likely compromise for the sake of the primordial universe. But after disciple breaks through to become a sage, disciple will be able to obtain the Sage Emperor Guardian token. With the Sage Emperor Guardian token, disciple won't have to worry about the safety of the primordial universe anymore. At that time, disciple won't need my original body to guard the primordial universe anymore. Disciple can cultivate and roam the immortal domain with peace of mind. Qin Shao thought about it seriously and made a decision after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Li Xing nodded slightly when he heard Qin Zhao's decision, as though he had already expected it. Well, it's fine as long as you've decided. You have to walk your own path. Once you've made a decision, you should have the courage to pursue it bravely. You should never regret and never shrink back. Master believes that you can do it. Master is also here to lend you a hand. It's too much of a waste of time if you want to go pick up your original body. Master will help you. As soon as Li Xing finished speaking, he grabbed at the void. In the next instant, Qin Zhao's original body was pulled out of the void by Li Xing and stood in front of Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's original body and avatar looked at each other. He was so stunned that he couldn't speak for a moment. His original body was still cultivating in the primordial universe, but he was already in the immortal domain at this moment. In an instant, his master had captured his original body from the distant primordial universe and brought him here. Throughout the entire process, Qin Zhao's original body didn't feel anything at all, nor did he have the slightest strength to resist. He didn't even have the time to react, and he was already in front of his avatar. This method, this truly made Qin Shao exclaim in admiration. After being stunned for a while, Qin Shao came back to his senses. He wasn't mentally prepared for this and was really a little surprised. By the way, Master, disciple has another question. According to Master, the more avatars one has, the harder it is to break through to the world god realm. In the end, it's basically impossible. Master, you said that there are people who have reached the limit of 9 avatars. Can they break through to the world god realm? Qin Shao asked. Li Xing shook his head, indicating that they couldn't. Couldn't? If they couldn't, then wouldn't this limit be useless? What was the use of having 9 avatars? What was the use of reaching this limit? Chapter 2639. Mobile reading. No. Since it was an extreme, it couldn't possibly be so simple. The pinnacle of 9 was something that very few people had ever reached since ancient times. How could such a pinnacle be ordinary? Indeed, after shaking his head, Li Xing chuckled. Once you reach the pinnacle of 9, there's no need for you to break through to the world god stage. You can directly leap over it. Break and then establish, break out of the cocoon and transform into a butterfly, and ascend to the heavens. It's a true step to the heavens, a step to stand at the peak of the great thousand world. Why would I care about a world god? Jumping realms, transcending reincarnation, and controlling everything in the greater thousand worlds. This is the pinnacle of the 9. Cough. Seemed like the pinnacle of 9 was truly frightening. To think that he would be able to skip past the world god state and stand at the same level as his master. It was even possible that he was even stronger than Master. However, this path was just like what Master had said. Only a madman would take this path. This was a path that could allow one to reach the pinnacle of strength, but it was too difficult, too dangerous, and too crazy. Qin Shao shook his head. He was not a crazy person, so this path was not suitable for him. The results of history also showed that this path was extremely difficult to walk. If it was really easy to walk, then Master would not have said that in the endless years of the great wide world, the number of people who had reached the peak of 9 could be counted with one hand. In other words, there were no more than 5 of them. How rare was that? Kuyuenka Cool Ball Institute Lung Nua Hen Hair in the entire Great Thousand Worlds, there was not a single person like that in the celestial realm. Just thinking about it made people feel that it was better not to touch this path. Alright Qin Shao, I'll take my leave first. After you've broken through to the Saint Realm and finished your business, I'll send someone to bring you back to Langya Heaven, Saintly said and disappeared. After Li Sheng left, the frozen time, space, and light also recovered. Xiao Gu didn't understand what was going on. He was just surprised to see Qin Zhao's main body appear here. His eyes widened as he looked at Qin Zhao's main body and then at Qin Zhao's avatar. He rubbed his eyes. He wasn't seeing things. Aura, that's right. They were indeed Qin Zhao's original body and doppelganger. What was going on? Big brother, why did your true body suddenly appear? I didn't hear you say that your main body has also come to the immortal domain. Hasn't your main body always been guarding the primordial universe? Xiao Gu was confused. Qin Shao smiled and said, Little Gu, help me out first. I'm preparing to break through. I'll explain it to you later. Xiao Gu scratched his head and did not ask any more questions. He continued to support Qin Shao. Now that both his main body and avatar were here, Qin Shao was also preparing to make a breakthrough. At the same time, he was also preparing to merge his main body and avatar into one. However, this method of fusion was still unknown to Qin Shao. It seemed that he would have to explore it when he made a breakthrough. Now, he had no other thoughts but to focus on breaking through. It was time to take this step. At this time, Qin Shao was full of confidence. Cultivation was in the heart, and the heart was reflected in the thoughts. When the thoughts were clear, the path would be clear. When the path was clear, everything would be clear. Feud, Kiki Complex, Check Battle Moon, early feather hatred breaking through also depended on a single thought. Qin Shao was soon completely immersed in a very good feeling. With a single thought, he was going to step on the ancient road and open up his own ancient road. This was a leap in the level of life, just like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once he made the leap, it would be a new world. The difference was like heaven and earth. Everything was ready for Qin Shao. He had reached that place. At that point, in that state, with that thought, that strength. Thousands of preparations were in one body. At this time, with a single thought, he stepped on the ancient road. In the sea of consciousness, a road that led to the end of eternity appeared in front of Qin Shao. It was incomparably deep, and there was no end to it. The end of the ancient road was the limit of the immortal Tao law. Stepping on the ancient road and looking at the end of eternity was to find the end of the immortal Tao law. He had to completely master the immortal Tao law. As soon as he stepped on the ancient road, Qin Shao clearly felt that he had entered a new world. It was completely different. At the same time, the heavenly sacred blessing descended. The sacred power of the immortal spirit sprinkled down, bathing Qin Shao in it. Qin Zhao's level of life was rising and transforming. Everything was growing. Now is the time. Qin Shao understood. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to use the power of the heavenly way to merge his original body and doppelganger, returning them to the origin and returning to the origin. If he only relied on his own strength, there was no way to do it. He could only rely on the power of the heavenly way and the power of the heavens. Only when his level of life was transforming and upgrading could he succeed in the fusion. Of course, this process was certainly not an easy process. Ordinary people would find it difficult to succeed. Any mistake could cause the fusion to fail. Once it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Qin Zhao's belief was incomparably firm. Since he had decided on this path, he would naturally follow it to the end. Incomparably firm belief, incomparably powerful belief, was the most powerful guarantee for Qin Shao, supporting Qin Shao. This is not the enemy, this is the investigation of Yang Gu Yufeng. The fusion of the body, the most important thing was the fusion of the soul, returning to the original body. How to describe this feeling? To use an inappropriate analogy, it was as if the original body had eaten the doppelganger. Of course, if you really thought like this, it would be difficult to overcome. But it was indeed similar. Once the fusion was complete, there would be no more doppelganger. It was equivalent to the doppelganger being eaten by the revered body. Distant love rival Shueleng Yufeng. Qin Shao had to take this step. No matter how difficult it was to overcome, he had to overcome it. Qin Zhao's original body and doppelganger began to overlap. Their souls began to merge. One side was about to devour the other. The body was the same. The original body was eating the doppelganger. This process, in the eyes of outsiders, would be very shocking and very strange. At this time, Xiao Gu was also a little dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, and he looked over in shock. He had no idea what was going on. What is Big Brother doing? Xiao Gu almost had the urge to go up and stop him, but he forcibly suppressed it. Although he didn't know what Qin Shao was doing, he knew that without Big Brother's orders, he couldn't disturb Big Brother. His duty was to support Big Brother. But when he saw Qin Zhao's face full of pain, Xiao Gu had this thought again and again, but he suppressed it again and again. So, this made Xiao Gu very conflicted and very difficult. Sun Di was far away, behind the Yang ball. The more time passed, the more Xiao Gu felt that he didn't know what to do. At this time, Qin Shao was indeed in pain. It was very painful. The pain came from the soul. It was a feeling that was worse than death. Every step of the fusion of the soul was very dangerous. It was like going through a life and death test. If one was not careful, it was very likely that an accident would happen. The consequences were unimaginable. This road was too difficult, too painful, and too dangerous. There were even a few times when Qin Shao felt that he was going to collapse. Fortunately, in the end, he persevered and survived. After the storm, there was bound to be a rainbow. After a long period of ups and downs in difficulty and pain, Qin Shao finally successfully fused the soul of his original body and avatar into one and returned to his original body. At the same time, the original body and the doppelganger also merged into one and superimposed on each other. This kind of superimposition naturally had a significant improvement in all aspects of the body. Although it couldn't achieve the effect of 1 + 1, it increased by nearly 50%. The inner world had also expanded by nearly twice. The inner world didn't suffer much loss, which was something to be happy about. During the fusion process, the heavenly sacred blessing also nourished Qin Shao, making Qin Shao undergo a great transformation and improvement in all aspects. His body had also been promoted from an immortal body to a sacred body. His fate was more than 10 times stronger. His immortal power had also transformed into sacred power, which was more refined, thick, and powerful. The inner world was also crazily absorbing the heavenly sacred blessing and rapidly expanding. This was a breakthrough of a major realm, and with the endless supply of energy from the heavenly Tao Saint Pond, the improvement of his internal world this time was much greater than the previous breakthroughs. Qin Shao also intentionally let her inner world devour energy crazily to expand. Qin Zhao's breakthrough took a total of 3,000 years. For ordinary people, it would take at most 1,000 years to achieve a breakthrough. If it was Qin Zhao's breakthrough, it actually took a full 3,000 years before it finally ended. After all the light disappeared and the world returned to normal, everything was over. Qin Xiao showed some joy on her face. Qin Xiao stood there, feeling her holy body, her new body. Everything seemed to be brand new. This feeling of power was somewhat intoxicating. Ancient Saint Realm. He, Qin Xiao, had finally reached the Ancient Saint Realm. It wasn't easy at all. When the enemy was not on the ground, only one was behind. No wonder it's said that everyone below the Ancient Saint Realm is an ant. Only when one reaches the Ancient Saint Realm and stands in this realm can one understand the truth of this sentence. When the enemy was not on the ground, only one was behind. How should one describe this feeling? To use an inappropriate analogy, it was as if the original body had eaten the clone. The strength of the Ancient Saint Realm is indeed far beyond the celestial venerables. Jumping out of the three realms, not being bound by the 5 elements, and transcending the constraints of the river of time, immortal and indestructible. The soul can be entrusted to nature and not be bound by any force. As long as there's no destructive force, it's impossible to kill an ancient saint. The rings of time can no longer whittle away the lifespan of an ancient saint. The true deity heart will never collapse. My holy body is also extremely powerful. My inner world has expanded more than 10 times compared to before. In terms of strength, it's probably increased more than 10 times. When the enemy was far away, the enemy was far away. Given the current size of my inner world, I'm afraid there aren't many 4th-step ancient saints who can compete with me. Its size has already surpassed the primordial chaos universe. After the original body and the clone merged into one and returned to their original state, my spiritual will has improved significantly. In terms of physical strength, I can clearly feel a significant improvement. My current strength should be enough to fight the first prince head-on, right? Qin Zhao's lofty ambitions couldn't help but ignite when he felt his powerful body and strength. If he were to face the first prince again, he might be able to take him down with the help of the radiant magic cube. He might even be able to kill the first prince if he were to use it. The strength of Qin Zhao's strength gave him sufficient confidence. This not far not cool Sun Chaozhan Yu Gangyang, ha ha ha. Congratulations, big brother! You've finally broken through and become a saint. Now that big brother has become a saint, your strength will definitely surpass Xiao Gu's. Xiao Gu will continue to be your little follower. Xiao Gu walked over happily. Qin Xiao patted Xiao Gu and smiled. No matter how strong I am, you will always be my little brother. We are master and servant as well as brothers. Let's go. Since you've broken through, we should return to the Saint Academy. Xiao Gu grinned like a child and nodded repeatedly. Yes, let's return to the Saint Academy. Hee, it's only been about 500,000 years since the million-year promise. Big Brother's return will definitely give everyone a big surprise. Forming a distant enemy, forming a ghost, forming a secret moon, forming a secret hatred, especially that prodigy. I really want to see his shocked expression. Someone like him dares to challenge Big Brother? He's simply courting death. This book came from Chapter 2640. Reading on a mobile phone. Qin Xiao returned to Saint College in a low-key manner, and first went to find the god of Ing Long World. Qin Xiao met the god of Ing Long World without a hitch. The god of Ing Long World had expected Qin Xiao to come. He smiled and nodded approvingly at Qin Xiao, saying, "You broke through to Saint College nearly 500,000 years earlier than the agreed time limit. Not bad, not bad." Many people thought it was an impossible task. It was impossible for you to break through to Saint College in just 3 million years, but you, Qin Shao, did it. Yuanqiu Gui Jie Shui Zhan Gu, making the impossible possible, that's a miracle. And you, Qin Shao, are good at creating miracles. Although you're a person with great luck, you're valuable because you can grasp the luck very well every time, and even make it better. So, keep working hard. Although you didn't become the first student of Saint College to break through to Saint College, you should be the youngest student to break through to Saint College. The glory of Saint College depends on you now. The god of Long World's words of praise were obviously very serious, and Qin Shao was indeed a little frightened. Sun Chodi's rival in love, the cold feather moon battle, I'll work hard and live up to your expectations. Qin Shao didn't act coquettishly, but said seriously. Although he had broken through to Saint College, he still had a long way to go. In the words of his master, Li Sheng, the real cultivation had just begun. The road ahead would only be more difficult and dangerous, but it would also be more exciting. Wasn't life about trying to make it more exciting? The god of Long World waved his hand and said with a serious face, "Well, I know the purpose of your trip. His Majesty the Yellow Emperor expected you to complete the task, so he gave me the Holy Emperor Guardian token. I'll give it to you." Hearing that the Holy Emperor Guardian token was in the hands of the god of Long World, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little excited. The Guardian token that he had been longing for was finally going to be in his hands. Now that his original body and avatar had returned to the origin, he would be worried if he didn't have the Saint Emperor Guardian token to protect the primordial universe. However, was there still a but? Qin Shao raised her eyebrows and looked at the god of Long World nervously. The god of Long World continued, "But this matter will not be announced to the world, so not many people will know that you have obtained the Holy Guardian Order. Try not to spread it out." So it was about this. Sun Yuan Earth Love Sun Shima Moon I Seal. Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief and said immediately, "I know, Mr. Dean. Even if you don't say it, I won't publicize it outside. The Holy Emperor Guardian token is only for me to protect my hometown. I won't use it for anything else." "Well, I'm relieved that you know." The god of Long World nodded and didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a token flew out of his palm. As soon as the token appeared, the entire space lit up and became sacred. Enemy, 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 ship hate, Sun Shuma Moon, Old Promise. Qin Shao stared at the token. When he saw it, he felt like he was looking at the Emperor Xian Yuan. A supreme divine power exuded from it, making people feel awe and respect. The token was formed by 5 statues of people standing back to back, with a sword in the middle. These 5 people were none other than the 5 Saint Emperors. Each of the 5 Saint Emperors was standing on an ancient mythical beast. Enemy, enemy, far earth, Fo Fang, Sun Shuma Moon, Cold Ball, Ko. The statues of the 5 Saint Emperors were all solemn and dignified. Their divine power was so great that no one dared to offend them. Qin Shao could clearly feel that the aura on them was suppressed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was the Holy Emperor Guardian token. Just by looking at it, people could tell that it was very extraordinary. They would never dare to touch it. The Holy Emperor Guardian token carried the supreme divine power of the 5 Saint Emperors. Who dared to touch it? Even people at the level of Sage Li didn't dare to provoke it easily. Therefore, the Holy Emperor Guardian token was definitely the safest and most powerful token. The Holy Emperor Guardian token. Even the old man didn't have it. Now I'm a little envious of you. The god of Long World joked. After looking at the Holy Emperor Guardian token, he handed it to Qin Shao. Although it was a joke, it was also a fact. The god of Long World didn't have the Holy Emperor Guardian token. Of course, for him, the Holy Emperor Guardian token didn't have the ability to protect him. It was more of a supreme honor. Qin Shao had made a lot of compromises to get the Holy Emperor Guardian token. Originally, the Holy Emperor Guardian token was to be announced to the world. It was supposed to be issued by the 5 Saint Emperors to show the power of heaven. Sun Kik's postoperative Yang enemy, however, Qin Zhao's Holy Emperor Guardian token, didn't do that. Moreover, Qin Shao had to keep it a secret. That was to say, the credit was deducted, and the protection part was left. Qin Shao naturally understood this. Sun Kik's postoperative Yang enemy Qin Shao took the Holy Emperor Guardian token excitedly. When he held it in his hand, it seemed to weigh 1,000,000 tons, but it also had a supreme divine sense. I got it. I finally got it. The moment he got the Holy Emperor Guardian token, Qin Shao was so excited that he wanted to jump up. Qin Shao couldn't remember how long it had been since he felt so excited. He probably hadn't felt this way many times in his life, right? Originally, Qin Shao didn't have much hope for the Holy Emperor Guardian token. He just wanted to try his best. Sun Kik's postoperative Yang enemy Sun Kik's postoperative Yang enemy, but what he didn't expect was that his wish would come true so quickly. After observing the Holy Emperor Guardian token in his hand for a while, Qin Shao was finally willing to put it away carefully. Sun Kik's postoperative Yang enemy, after getting the Holy Emperor Guardian token, the first thing Qin Shao did was to return to the Hongming universe, so he didn't stay here for long. He immediately said to the Yinglong world god, "Dean, this student will take his leave first." Not too far away, Qin Shao couldn't help but grow excited upon hearing that the sacred Emperor Protector Medallion had fallen into World God Raindragon's hands. Hee, go, I know you don't want to accompany an old man like me. The Yinglong world god waved his hand and said. Qin Shao smiled, knowing that the Yinglong world god was joking. In the past, he felt that the Yinglong world god was very majestic, like he was 1,000 miles away from people. But now, he felt that he was quite amiable. He even liked to joke with him. After saying goodbye, Qin Shao went straight back to his place of cultivation. There were still more than 400,000 years before the appointed time for the duel. It should be enough time for him to make a trip back to the primordial universe. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. She called Xiao Gu and prepared to return to the primordial universe. Jing Yang also said that she wanted to go. When Starry Sky saw this, he also said that he wanted to go with them. Originally, he didn't need to return to Starry Sky. After all, Starry Sky's main body was in the primordial universe. There wasn't much point in sending an avatar back. If one had to say that it was meaningful, then it was to let his original body break through to the Empyrean realm. Big Brother, should we call Desolate Land, Baichuan Fu Su and the others? Xiao Gu asked. Qin Shao shook her head and said, "Forget it, we're in a hurry this time, so we won't ask them to come with us. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there's no need to rush. If there is a good opportunity in the future, it would be good for us to go back together. This time, we're going back mainly to send the Saint Emperor Protection Order to the primordial universe to protect it. That's the main thing. As for the rest, we'll talk about it in the future." Xiao Gu shrugged his shoulders. All right then. He was more playful and felt that it was more fun to have more people. This time, Qin Shao didn't tell anyone about his return. Even Zhang Yang and the others didn't know about it. He immediately set off for the primordial universe. It was much easier to return to the primordial universe from the immortal domain. It only took 100,000 years for Qin Shao to return to the primordial universe. Of course, this was because Qin Shao was only using the flying celestial device to rush back. He wasn't rushing back at full speed. He was now an ancient sage existence. If he rushed back at full speed, he could return to the primordial universe in at most 10,000 years. However, there was no need to rush at all, so it didn't matter. After returning to the primordial universe, Qin Shao called everyone over. At this time, everyone realized that Qin Zhao's original body was no longer in the primordial universe. Sun Yuanka's vengeful ghost Sun Qiu's cold secret technique. Qin Shao gave everyone a rough explanation. Only then did they understand what was going on. Only then did they know about the Holy Emperor Protection Order. Xiao Gu and Jing Yang returned to this familiar place. They were very happy to see so many old friends again. Qin Shao placed the Holy Emperor Protection Order in the primordial universe. The Emperor's aura enveloped the entire primordial universe, forming a huge protective umbrella that protected the primordial universe. If anyone attacked with malicious intent towards the primordial universe, the Holy Emperor Protection Order would shine brightly and release an unparalleled Emperor's aura to deter the enemy. The enemy wouldn't dare to offend easily. After placing the Holy Emperor Protection Order, Qin Shao was completely relieved. A big matter had finally been settled. Originally, Qin Shao wanted to leave and return to the Saint Academy. However, Xiao Gu and Jing Yang still wanted to stay in the primordial universe for a while. After all, they hadn't been back for a long time. They missed this place very much and wanted to see many old friends. Seeing that there was still enough time, Qin Shao allowed them to stay in the primordial universe for a while. It just so happened that Qin Shao could also use this time to accompany his parents, family, and friends. Now that he didn't have an avatar, he didn't have a body to guard the primordial universe. Therefore, if he left this time, he didn't know when he would return to the primordial universe again. Everyone supported Qin Shao in what he wanted to do, which gave him more motivation. More than 200,000 years had passed. Time really passed quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle with the geniuses was imminent, Qin Shao wouldn't be willing to leave so soon. He really wanted to spend more time with his family. There might not be many opportunities like this in the future. Xiao Gu also had a lot of fun in the primordial universe. He was very bored in the immortal domain. In the immortal domain, he could do whatever he wanted. He was very free and unfettered. The lone ship technique Mo Yu Chio. It was almost time. Qin Shao took Xiao Gu, Jing Yang, and Starry Sky and set sail again, preparing to return to the immortal domain. Saint College, dual arena. The 1,000,000 years agreed between the geniuses and Qin Shao had arrived as promised. Postgraduate studies, not geotechnical postgraduate studies. The geniuses were very high-spirited. He came to the duel arena early and waited for Qin Shao. He was very confident that he would win this battle. The battle between the geniuses and Qin Shao had already spread in the Saint College. Therefore, when the time came, most of the students came to watch the battle. Even Fu Zhongshuan, who rarely showed up, had come this time. Zhang Yang, Yuan, and the others also came. Qin Shao hadn't appeared yet, and he wasn't in the Saint College. Therefore, there were a lot of discussions. What's wrong with Qin Shao? Why hasn't he come back yet? Yeah, I don't know. If he doesn't show up, I'm afraid he'll miss the appointment. Miss the appointment? That shouldn't be the case, right? Qin Shao should be a person who keeps his promises. Since it's something he promised, he shouldn't break his promise. Cough. Could it be that Qin Shao doesn't have the confidence to win, so he doesn't dare to show up? Bah. Do you know how to talk? I still believe in Qin Zhao's character. He won't do such a thing. Yeah, I also don't believe that Qin Shao won't show up. That's not Qin Zhao's style. He will definitely do what he promised. Maybe he's delayed by something. Let's wait. This book came from Chapter 2641. Reading on mobile phone. Qin Zhao's reputation in Saint Academy was obviously very good. Most of the students in Saint Academy were on Qin Zhao's side. No one would make sarcastic remarks about him. Sun Cho Diyuan Ku Di Shuyueka Xianying. Even if there was an occasional inappropriate remark, it would be refuted immediately. Why isn't Brother Qin Shao here yet? Where did he go? Didn't Ah Dong say that he came back once 500,000 years ago? But he left in a hurry. I don't know where he went. Yuan pouted her little mouth, looking a little anxious. Unable to find a way to tie a knot, Yang Dumagashi looked a little worried about Qin Shao. Seeing that Zhang Yang and the rest did not speak, Yuan could not help but say, "Could Brother Qin Shao be in danger outside? Why didn't he respond when we sent him a message through Seoul?" Seeing Yuan so worried, Zhang Yang comforted her. "Don't worry, it won't happen. We have to believe in Qin Shao. He will definitely come. At most, he will be a little late. But by the time the deadline arrives, he will definitely be there. Don't worry, we just have to wait." Yuan blinked her eyes, a thoughtful look on her face. But after a while, Yuan suddenly asked, "Brother Zhang Yang, do you think Brother Qin Shao hasn't broken through to become a saint yet?" Cough. Zhang Yang almost choked on his own saliva. He gently flicked his finger on Yuan's head and said, "You silly girl, Moo. How can you not believe in Qin Shao? Qin Shao loves you so much. You are such a naughty little sister. I don't think I should call you Yuan anymore. I'll call you Moo. Haha, Moo is good. You sound cuter than Yuan. Meng Dali laughed along. Yuan looked at Zhang Yang with a wronged face and said softly, "I'm just a little worried. If Brother Qin Shao has broken through to become a saint, why didn't he come back earlier? Why did he have to come at this time?" After that, Yuan stared at Meng Dali and said, "You are the one who is a Moo. Don't call yourself Meng Dali. Call yourself Meng de Moo. Cold Feather Grand Master Cold Feather, heir." Meng Dali was stunned. How could she be so biased? Yuan, it's Zhang Yang who said you are a Moo. I didn't say it first. Is it good for you to say that? Dali felt wronged. Distant enmity is not formed only by the enemy learning to quarrel with the enemy, Meng Dali. This was another stab to Meng Dali's heart. Meng Dali had the urge to die. Wasn't he quite handsome? Cold Feather Yang Chiu. I don't believe you. Meng Dali smacked his lips. He felt wronged. This made him realize a truth. When dealing with women, you must be handsome. The time was approaching. There were more and more restless voices in the crowd. Originally, everyone believed in Qin Shao, but Zhuo Panpan looked to the left and right, and still didn't see Qin Shao come out. It couldn't help but make some people's hearts start to shake. Seeing that Qin Shao was still nowhere to be seen, Sky Pride was in a better mood. The sneer on his face became thicker. Finally, Sky Pride spoke. "Qin Shao, I think you are just SOSO. You agreed to the duel, and I have waited for so long. Is this the so-called performance of the number 1 on the Holy ranking? We are all students of the Holy Academy. If you don't dare to accept the duel, you can come out and admit defeat. I can also give up. Why be a coward? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughing stock?" No one agreed with the Sky Pride's words. Although many people were worried about Qin Zhao's situation and guessed why Qin Shao was not here yet, they did not stand on Sky Pride's side. Seeing that no one supported him, Sky Pride looked at Zhang Yang and the others. He chuckled and said, "Zhang Yang, you are Qin Zhao's best friends. Please tell Qin Shao that I have been waiting for him for a long time. If he does not show up, I will consider him a forfeit. Actually, I don't have to do anything to him. As long as he is willing to admit defeat, this matter will be over. If he does not dare to come, please tell him that I will wait for him for another 100 years." Why didn't Zhang Yang contact Qin Shao? It was just that he did not respond. Therefore, Zhang Yang had no other choice. Although there was no other way, Zhang Yang was not the one who would admit defeat. Zhang Yang chuckled and retorted, I have already contacted Qin Shao. He is just delayed by something. He is trying his best to come here. He will be here soon. It won't take you 100 years. He will be here soon. Just wait a little longer. Humph, I like to see you spouting nonsense with a straight face. You know what is going on in your heart. You don't have to pretend so hard. Sky Pride seemed to have seen through Zhang Yang. After a few words of ridicule, he did not speak anymore. Yuan could not help but ask, Brother Zhang Yang, did you really contact Qin Shao? He will be here soon? Zhang Yang was speechless. Even Sky Pride could see that he was pretending. How could Yuan not see it? Zhang Yang could only pray in his heart that Qin Shao could arrive within 100 years. Otherwise, even if he was a forfeit, he would have nothing to say. If that was the case, then a hero would be destroyed in a day. It would become a stain in Qin Zhao's life that could not be erased. At this time, a loud voice came, resounding through the whole place, so that everyone could hear it clearly. Hearing this voice, Zhang Yang almost jumped up in excitement. It was Qin Zhao's voice. It was Qin Zhao's voice. Qin Shao had finally come back. What a lucky day. It's brother Qin Shao. He really came. Yuan did not care about Zhang Yang anymore. She was so happy that she danced with joy. Only then did Meng Dali and the rest heave a sigh of relief. They were really sweating profusely. Back earth enemy Fong back earth. Fortunately, Qin Shao had finally arrived. Not only were they relieved, but everyone was also relieved. In fact, everyone did not want Qin Shao to fail to show up. Even if he lost, it was better than not showing up. If he did not show up, he would be seen as a coward. He would definitely be criticized by the world. It would definitely be a stain in his life that could not be erased. The hero of this generation would most likely be destroyed. Fortunately, Qin Shao had finally arrived. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were in a good mood and even began to clap. Enemy Kyuan merciless son Shuyu Goku Fong in the cheers and applause of the crowd. Qin Shao walked over and landed on the platform. As soon as Qin Shao appeared, the situation changed. It was obvious that everyone was supporting Qin Shao. Such a situation naturally had the geniuses feeling extremely displeased. Why was everyone so fond of Qin Shao? Why did they all support Qin Shao? Just because he was the first on the holy list? But he was also the fifth on the holy list. He was also the first student in the Academy of Saint to break through and become a saint. Sky Pride was very unhappy and angry. Humph. Everything has to be fought for with strength. As long as I defeat Qin Shao, or even kill him, I'd like to see who would dare to disrespect me, the Heavens Chosen. The Heavens Chosen grit his teeth in his heart. Qin Shao smiled and made a fist salute to the crowd. He said, Sorry. I was delayed by something, so I came a little late. After that, Qin Shao looked at Sky Pride and said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I don't think I've exceeded the deadline, right? Sky Pride stared at Qin Shao with gloomy eyes and said, Since you're here, it doesn't count. But does it matter whether it counts or not? Doesn't it matter? Qin Shao curled his lips and asked. Sky Pride sneered and said, Of course it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't mean anything to you. Anyway, you only have one ending, which is to lose. So what if you're here? You haven't broken through to the Saint Realm. How can you fight with me? No matter how strong you are, you're no match for me. You'll be defeated by me in the end. So, what's the point of it to you? If you beg me for mercy now, maybe I'll consider letting you live and not killing you. Otherwise, don't blame the sword for being blind. If you die in my hands, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied, Sky Pride, it seems that you're always full of confidence no matter what. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Do you really think that I, Qin Shao, am the Qin Shao of the past? Do you really think that you're the Sky Pride of the past? It seems that you're still living in a dream. Even if you're dreaming, it's time to wake up. Don't forget that you, Sky Pride, have been defeated by me. I'm afraid that a defeated person can't be brave. How dare you say that in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Liang Jingru? What did that mean? Hearing Qin Zhao's strange words, Sky Pride couldn't help but frown. Oh, I forgot that you don't know this joke. I won't explain it to you. Qin Zhao remembered something. Qin Zhao had seen this joke in the world called Huaxia on Earth. It was a very popular phrase on Huaxia's internet. Qin Zhao thought it was very interesting, so he used it just now. Qin Zhao liked many popular phrases on the internet in Huaxia. He thought that the language was very artistic. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. His gaze was somewhat cold as he looked at the genius who had been angered by him. What if I break through? What? Ghost learning is being observed by the lone master? A breakthrough? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Zhao. Did he really break through and become a saint? It was understandable that Sky Pride broke through and became the first person in the Saint College to become a saint. After all, Sky Pride had lived for almost an era, which was hundreds of millions of years. Yuenka's love rival Qiufengmoat was normal to break through and become a saint after cultivating for hundreds of millions of years. But what about Qin Zhao? He had only cultivated for 40 million years. Among all the students in the Saint College, he was one of the youngest. Perhaps only Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan could be younger than Qin Zhao in the whole Saint College. Princess Ru Xian was older than Qin Zhao, not to mention Meng Dali and Wu Fengqing. Qin Zhao's age was definitely very young. He had only cultivated for 40 million years, but he had already broken through and become a saint? What an amazing speed! Sky Pride was stunned. He looked at Qin Zhao and frowned slightly. You've made a breakthrough? Qin Zhao hid his aura, so he didn't release his saint aura. Naturally, no one could tell that Qin Zhao was already a saint. Qin Zhao didn't say anything else. He stopped hiding his aura and released his saint aura completely. Once he released his saint aura, it proved to everyone that Qin Zhao had indeed broken through and become a saint. He was now a saint. Hiss, he really made a breakthrough. Tisk tsk, he's the youngest saint to become a saint. Ha ha, Qin Zhao has really broken through and become a saint. This is incredible. No wonder he dared to take the initiative to challenge Sky Pride last time. It turns out that he was so confident. Qin Zhao has also broken through and become a saint. This is going to be a good show. Zhang Yang and the others were also happy, especially Yuan Yuan. She even danced and clapped her hands and cheered. This book came from. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.